chained up his fiancée, took him down a tarmac and tried to and put him in leg irons, and then took him over to the federal courthouse, put him in the basement where the cells down there, one of the cells was for Hinckley, on a misdemeanor. Comey is about two felonies, right? He bald-faced lied to Congress. He obstructed justice. And these are just the appetizers. I want to make sure the audience fully understands that these are just the, in this battle, these are kind of the opening little cannon fire you're going to hear before the major engagement. They are working on massive indictments of McCabe. And McCabe, you talked that time about, and maybe we can play this later, leaving the country. Right? You were so nervous before Trump was elected. You actually said on CNN, people are having discussions about leaving the country. You ought to put that on your menu of options, brother, because Bolton and McCabe and Brennan and Comey and Clapper, all you guys are going to spend many, many, many years in a federal prison. We are determined to break the deep state, and we're determined to make sure that never again can anyone like the illegitimate Biden regime steal an election, which the intelligence services and the deep state stole from President Trump to try to destroy MAGA and the President Trump's family. You saw the impassioned discussion we had yesterday with Eric Trump on the release of his new book, Under Siege. And if you get a chance, get that book from Eric Trump. Also, Peter Navarro, which is hurtling up the New York Times bestseller list. Oh, wait, the New York Times doesn't want to include his bestseller list. But Dr. Navarro joined us from the White House in a little while. The Viceroy, Mike Davis, whose tremendous work on this over the years, because this has been a team effort to essentially get the indictment of Comey and others, is going to join us momentarily. As Mike Davis, from the time we started bringing Mike Davis on, around the time of the Mar-a-Lago raid, shortly before, he walked you through basically the crimes of the deep state and trying to eradicate President Trump. And hey, folks, in those years 21, 22, 23, remember, we had some days that were dark days, but we fought through it and we were resilient. And that's why President Trump has returned to the White House. He's now commander-in-chief. He's chief executive officer. And for Comey and folks formerly at the Justice Department, Lisa Monaco and these folks, he is the chief law enforcement officer and chief magistrate of the United States government. And President Trump is not, shy about expressing some observations he has in this. But this is why this is so important. So the show today, we're going to have Brian Glenn as soon as he's up. Comey will be here momentarily, and then we'll go to we'll have Mike Davis, the Viceroy, and we'll have and then we have Mark Mitchell. That amazing analysis he gave us last night. Mark Mitchell is going to be back and join us. The Atlantic magazine, Tom Nichols, formerly of the Naval War College, has a huge piece up in the Atlantic magazine talking about the crisis between the military and political affairs, or the military and the civilian, trying to accuse President Trump of being this is the authoritarian breakout. Poso is going to join us for this. Although Poso is heading for the White House, besides this historic event today, this afternoon at 3 o'clock, of which we're going to be covering wall to wall, there's going to be a roundtable on Antifa, as President Trump has designated now Antifa a domestic terrorist organization. And he's taking all measures, including federalizing National Guard in Portland and I think soon other places to deal with this, to deal with the Antifa issue. That's at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So on Real America's Voice, keep it dialed in here all throughout the day for breaking news on this historic day, Wednesday, the 8th of October, in the year of our Lord 2025. Also an announcement, and we cannot give you all the details now. But the Marine Corps 250, it looks like it's going to be bifurcated into two different events, of which we're going to cover all of it wall to wall, like we did Navy 250. Our brethren in the Marine Corps, one of the greatest fighting forces ever assembled by man, the Devil Dogs. The first one we're going to have, and I'll have more information on this later in the show, but we're going to have this Saturday, time to be determined. There's going to be a special put on by the White House, a special, what we call in the Navy, an evolution, put on by the Marine Corps and people associated with the Marine Corps. Real America's Voice, the War Room will be there for the entirety of it. I'll give you more details, but just take your number 2 pencil and just mark out Saturday, beginning of Marine Corps 250. Then the following Saturday, it's even going to be a fuller event or evolution. And like I said, details coming, but we're going to, obviously, we did Army 250, we did Navy 250, and Marine Corps 250 is about to come. We're going to go to Brian Glenn now. Brian Glenn is at the federal courthouse. Let's go to our own White House correspondent, doing a little double duty today at the federal courthouse in Northern Virginia, our own Brian Glenn. Brian Glenn, put us in the room, sir.
Yeah, let me, we're just in front of the courthouse, and they've got, as you would imagine, several media outlets all here anticipating his arrival. He's not here yet, but let me step aside because I want Will to kind of set the scene here and you get an idea of the setup. We do have, obviously, some protesters across the street. It seems, and I said this earlier off camera, seems to be very much in touch of who you typically see marching in the streets to protest the National Guard being in D.C. It's very much the same demo. I would say it's 65 plus white retirees. That's what it is. I hate to say it.
Brian, hang on.
Go ahead.
Brian, hang on a second. When Navarro and myself, when we were arraigned, the protesters out there are hate Trump protest, accusing us of being insurrectionists, everything. Today, there's not an anti-Comey. Accusing him. This is, I just want the audience to understand, this is more of the hate Trump. They always show up. They're outside the federal court in D.C. They're outside the federal court here. They are Trump haters. They're all these older, they're crunchy, as we say. They're crunchy liberals, the type of person that watches PBS all day long. And they're out there. They were protesting, Navarro and myself, for supporting the president, and they were the president. Today, these people are actually in support of Comey and against President Trump, correct?
You're absolutely right, Steve. That's exactly what it is. And they weren't, I guess, anywhere near these courthouses when they dragged in people that had nothing to do with J6. They were dragged in everyone else in the MAGA movement. We even got the guy called the Truth Conductor making his way. See if you get a shot of that, Will. Making his way. He's in front of the White House every day. He's out here apparently reaching for the truth, Steve. It doesn't happen. These guys, they are very silent right now. They haven't been vocal. I guess whenever Comey comes up, they'll probably voice their support for him and their opposition for President Trump. But here's what it looks like. And, of course, a lot of familiar faces from the media that's normally at the White House is here today. And to go on something just you guys touched upon a few minutes ago, there is an Antifa roundtable scheduled in the state dining room later today at 3 o'clock. We'll be on the ground in the room. We'll be there for you and to give you a full report for your afternoon war room. But this is what it looks like right now. I guess we're running a little bit behind. He's supposed to arrive at around 10. We'll see where that happens here shortly. But this is where we're at. And it's really a sad day, I think, in America when we have, you finally exposed the truth behind the Russia hoax, all of the nonsense that took place, all of the weaponization of our Justice Department, FBI, and no one's held accountable until now. And you would think that people would celebrate that, but it's just an anti-Trump day here.
Yeah, but look, it's a handful of people. I mean, this is a celebratory day. One of the top bad guys in the deep state. And it's not just about getting personnel, but you have to send a message. You have to send a message to people. When you take apart the deep state, you have to take the leading conspirators, and they must go to prison, right? Or leave the country, right? And if we can't extradite them, they live in exile forever. Bankrupt. No, they have to be dealt with. I think this is a glorious day. This is part of the revolution. This is a glorious day because it took so much to get here. Brian Glenn, hang on, our White House correspondent. Brian Glenn is there outside the federal courthouse. Comey, not respecting the court, is late. Mike Davis, the Viceroy, joins us. Mike, when you first started coming on the show right before the Mar-a-Lago raid and started walking us through this, we both envisioned this day coming, but it's been quite a journey, has it not, sir?
Yeah, I mean, remember what James Comey did here. He used the FBI, he politicized it and weaponized it to help Hillary Clinton's campaign and to cover up her corruption and to hurt President Trump. And they spied on presidential candidate Donald Trump. They spied on his presidency. They hobbled his first term with the bogus Russian collusion hoax, Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the biggest scandal in American history. And I would say to former FBI Director James Comey, this first indictment is just the beginning of justice you will face. This first indictment is related to James Comey's lying to Congress, to the Senate Judiciary Committee, to then Chairman Chuck Grassley in 2017, when my former boss asked James Comey about his leaks to the media about this matter. He lied about it. He lied about it again in 2020. He reaffirmed his lying to Congress in 2020. This was both a lie under 18 U.S.C. 1001, false statements under 18 U.S.C. 1001, and it's also obstruction of a congressional investigation, because when you lie to investigators, you obstruct their investigation. We're not going to see Comey charged from the 2017 lie because that's beyond the 5-year statute of limitations, but the 2020 lie got charged by Trump U.S. Attorney Lindsey Halligan within the 5-year period. Remember what happened with this grand jury. This grand jury is a bunch of Democrats, including government workers in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., and Alexandria, Virginia, in this woke, white, wealthy enclave outside of Washington, D.C. It seems from the news reports that the grand jury actually considered this seriously, because the grand jury apparently did not return true bills on perjury, but the grand jury did return true bills on the indictment for false statements and obstructions. So the grand jury took these false statements and this obstruction seriously. These alleged false statements and obstruction by James Comey. They took it so seriously that they charged him with these federal crimes, and now James Comey is going to show up for his arraignment today in the federal court in the Eastern District of Virginia. He's already pled not guilty. The judge is going to explain to him the rules of the road. He's very familiar with the rules of the road. He was the head of the FBI. He was a prosecutor before. He has Patrick Fitzgerald, his buddy, who was another deep state actor, as his defense attorney. And so I'm excited to see what old James Comey has to say. He's awfully sanctimonious, and he's told us before that even small lies need to be prosecuted because it's so damaging to the system. Again, this is just the beginning of justice for James Comey. He participated in the biggest scandal in American history when he politicized and weaponized law enforcement and intel agencies with Crossfire Hurricane to take out presidential candidate Trump, to help Hillary, to cover up her foreign corruption. And when they failed and Trump went into the White House, they hobbled his presidency. They impeached him twice. They went after his top aides like you, Steve Bannon. They put Peter Navarro and you in prison. They tried to put Trump in prison 4 times for non-crimes. They tried to bankrupt him for non-fraud. They tried to take him off the ballot in several states unconstitutionally. The Democrats even tried to take off Trump's head twice when Biden said Trump was the gravest threat to democracy, compared him to Hitler, said to put a bullseye on him, on Trump, and then underfunded his Secret Service protection twice. So I want to emphasize this. Today is the beginning of justice, certainly not the end.
Folks, this is the beginning. And look, there's so much going on behind the scenes here in the last couple of months, but this is the first step in the formal process that is going to take years. So get ready, and you're going to know all the details. We're going to give you all the inside baseball. Mike, just hang on. The Viceroy's with us. Just hang on for 1 second. I want to go back to Brian Glenn, and then come back to Mike on this topic. Brian, I want to make sure everybody in the audience understands, yesterday at the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I think Pam's going back up today or tomorrow to the House, is a part of a piece of what we're seeing today. She was viciously attacked by the Democrats, right, on her competence, her veracity. They essentially called her, I mean, she said it all the time, you're calling me a liar. You see that the Democratic Party which now can't win elections unless they steal elections through illegal aliens, have them on the ballot, have them on the ability to vote or count in congressional districts. It's very obvious from everything that's going on. It all revolves around illegal aliens. They realize they're like rats we have cornered. And that means they're going to get more and more dangerous, as you see what's happening in New York City, what's happening in Chicago, what's happening in Portland. But talk to me about the White House. The White House has been observing this. You had Pam attacked viciously yesterday. Today, the first step in a long journey of taking apart the deep state by using the rule of law. What is your assessment of what's the White House thinking about this today?
That's a great assessment on that. I was just listening to, I guess, one of the protesters behind me. I wasn't sure what they were saying. But, this is, and also going after Antifa, which has been kind of the ground troops in a lot of this stuff as far as causing this chaos around U.S. cities, all about the ICE on the deportations. And really, one of the reasons why Pam Bondi and President Trump has ordered the National Guard to all these cities is to protect these ICE facilities, to prevent what happened there in Dallas just a few weeks ago. So she was attacked yesterday, but it's really interesting to find out when you look about how the DOJ and the FBI and all the government agencies just were weaponized against J6ers, against anybody that basically school board parents. Remember, school board parents were getting arrested for simply voicing their opinion about how the school board at the time was teaching some of the very woke trans agenda that was happening on the school board. Even speaking out on that, they were wrongfully arrested and charged, and some spent time in jail. So this is a bigger piece of a larger puzzle here that we're fighting for conservatives, and it's going to be long and hard. And let me make this also perfectly clear, and I was talking to a colleague yesterday about this government shutdown. Right now, the Democrats are polling historically low right now. They have nothing to lose, and I don't see this government shutdown ending anytime soon, because they want to see Americans suffer, not only with job loss. They want to see insurance rates go up. They want to see people losing their livelihoods. They want to see inflation going back up. This is what they want to do. They want to ruin this country on Donald J. Trump's watch, and then in hopes of sometime gaining the Americans' trust back in the midterms, and of course looking further down to 2028. So it all starts in the courtrooms. It all starts with accountability. And of course, I was reading some hit pieces on the way here to this courthouse about the left with love. They're calling all of this, they're basically Trump's revenge tour on everything. But now this is more about holding people accountable for what has happened.
Brian, stay right there. We're going to come right back to you momentarily when Comey comes. I want to go to the Viceroy again. Mike, since for Grassley, you work with him for years. You know House Judiciary. You saw it yesterday, or Senate Judiciary. I thought it was a travesty. I thought the personal attacks of Pam Bondi were way outside the bounds. And I think it goes to show you, because it's a first step of a journey for them. They are literally going to go after everybody in the Justice Department viciously. And this is the first step in a long legal journey we've got. But you've already got it's all you kind of weighed against us, because we're not in D.C., which is impossible to get anything regarding justice against the deep state. But even Northern Virginia, you just mentioned, Northern Virginia, you cross the Potomac now. And my beloved native state is literally Washington, D.C., all the way to Fredericksburg. So you're just in a suburb of Washington, D.C. with all federal workers. And that's who's essentially are people that's livelihoods are tied to expanding government, right, with services, consultants, et cetera. So it's very tough to get a fair jury here, very tough to get a fair trial. But talk to us about this journey.
Well, look, I want to step back and say this is why I have been so strongly praising Pam all along. And I understand that, with any appointed official, they can disappoint from time to time. But what's so key about Pam is that she is fiercely loyal to President Trump. She lives outside of the swamp. She's from deep red Florida and not Washington, D.C. She doesn't care about the swamp. She doesn't want to become part of the swamp. She's not a lifer in the swamp, and she is tough as hell, as we just saw at that Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. If you got some Ivy League white dude as the attorney general, some dork as the attorney general, that attorney general would have been up there apologizing and begging for forgiveness from those partisan Democrat senators. Pam Bondi stood her ground and punched back very forcefully. She is a force to be reckoned with. We are seeing this right now with James Comey. I don't think Bill Barr would have had the balls to do what Pam Bondi is doing today by moving forward with this indictment just under the 5-year statute of limitations to go after James Comey. I don't think Pam Bondi would have allowed the U.S. attorney in the Southern District of Florida, Jason Redding Quinones, my good friend, to have the court open up a new special grand jury in Fort Pierce, Florida, the same Fort Pierce where Jack Smith tried to throw President Trump in prison for the rest of his life for espionage for presidential records that President Trump was allowed to have under the Presidential Records Act. So maybe, just maybe, they're actually going to move forward with what we've been discussing on your show for 3 years, Steve, which is the conspiracy against rights. When these lawfare Democrats use the FBI, the intel agencies, and politicize them and weaponize them to go after Trump, his top aides, and his supporters, that seems like a conspiracy against rights under 18 U.S.C. Section 241. Jack Smith and the lawfare Democrats are very familiar with that charge. It's one of the charges they brought against President Trump. And I imagine that between Pam Bondi having balls of steel and Jason Redding Quinones coming from a family of Cuban refugees, a family that despises the weaponization of government, and it's to their core they despise that. I imagine, I bet you anything that justice is coming.
I want to drill down on this for a second, because all the information we know about Comey and the act itself happened. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the actual incident that it happened during Barr's watch, right, or before Barr, during Barr's, when Barr had every ability, and for many other things, to start this. But of course he wasn't going to do it. I mean, they actually worked counter to President Trump. It took President Trump actually coming back in those years in the wilderness, Mike, of which you became, the viceroy became a major part of the team. You had worked for Grassley before. Then you started the Article 3 project. I got to tell you, without the Article 3 project and your ability to articulate these complicated issues, I'm not sure we get here today. I think that's the importance of what you as the viceroy has done. I want to go and talk about this Fort Pierce for a second, because I've been advocating, and you've been saying, hey, we don't want to do that because it's going to slow things down. And I finally had Josh Hawley yesterday, because of the wiretapping of the senators, about just selecting somebody to be a special prosecutor here and take the whole case. Now, talk to us about what's going, because if we do it in Washington or even Northern Virginia, this thing is not going to get the traction we want because of the prejudice of the jury pool and the judges. So talk to us about what's happening in Fort Pierce, and can that be where this expanded conspiracy case actually lands?
Just to be clear, I have very publicly called for this for the last 3 years. In my 5,000 media hits, where you have turned me into the biggest media whore in Trump world. But I would say this, that I have very publicly called
That's saying something. That's saying something. Go ahead.
I have very publicly called for the Trump, when Trump wins re-election, and everyone said that was impossible, and then it was Steve Bannon and me and the War Room posse fighting every day. President Trump's back in the White House, and justice is coming. We have been calling for this every day for the last 3 years, with, again, over 5,000 media hits, constant opinion pieces, constant social media, constant meetings with senators and members of the House, constant meetings with the coalition. We have built this political case. John Sauer and Todd Blanche and Amel Bove, the new judge on the Third Circuit, and the rest of, and Boris Epshteyn and the rest of President Trump's team, Pam Bondi when she was on the impeachment team, President Trump's legal team, have made the correct legal arguments with presidential immunity. We provided all the support they needed with the political arguments to help the 6 Republican appointed justices find and keep their backbones, because as conservatives, we not only have to get the law right, we have to have the politics right, so our side doesn't go wobbly. They did that. President Trump is back in the White House. Pam Bondi's running the Justice Department. I pushed very forcefully to get Jason Redding Quinones picked very early on as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. The Democrats obstructed his confirmation for many months. He finally got confirmed. You just saw, it's very public, that the court granted his motion to set up a special grand jury in Fort Pierce. Those grand juries take time, so the grand jury should be up and running by January, because you have to send out the notices and you have to do all the process that's required to set up special grand juries, and then those special grand juries go for 18 months. So I would say that January seems like the time that the grand jury in Fort Pierce could start hearing a conspiracy against rights case. Who knows? Maybe they're already starting to do investigations right now before the grand jury is fully impaneled in January. So you have a case that's building, so you can take it to the grand jury. But look, again, I have very publicly called for this. That's all of these lawfare Democrats who participated in this ongoing criminal conspiracy to take out President Trump, his top aides, his allies, his supporters, even parents, Christians. When you politicize and weaponize intel agencies and law enforcement to go after your political enemies, that is the biggest scandal imaginable. That is the biggest criminal conspiracy imaginable. And these lawfare Democrats better lawyer up, because, again, nobody's above the law, as James Comey told us constantly. And I'm going to make damn sure over the next 4 years that these people face justice.
Viceroy, hang on for 1 second. I want to go to Brian Glenn. It looks like there's a little activity. We're going to come back to Mike Davis with more analysis on this. Folks, this is the a signpost on the journey we've been taking together about making sure we can save this constitutional republic. It started in the on J6. What they said turned into an insurrection was as farthest from the truth. Now we know there are 274 FBI agents outside. So much is just becoming clear now. Yesterday, you just found out because of a whistleblower, not because we have control of the FBI. And let's go to Brian Glenn right now. Brian, it looks like people are moving forward. They're not going to come to the podium. They're going to go across. Is that what's happening?
That's what it looks like. I just walked over to where the main reporters are to try to find out exactly what the timing of everything and what's happening. We've seen a lot of, reporters that have been inside the courtroom run out to each corresponding tent to kind of give their reports of what is happening. But, yeah, it looks like the group has moved across the street just waiting for some type of appearance. And I was told earlier that they did not see Comey come into the courthouse, so he has not been seen as of yet outside the area that we're at. Now, I can't confirm that he's going to come out and make a statement, or his attorney, or someone with all of this in the legal team. But hang on. I'm going to give you some inside baseball. There are entrances, Mike Davis, there are entrances that you can bring people in. They were very specific when I was arraigned and Peter Navarro arraigned that we had to walk. They wanted us to walk in front of this, in front of the lynch mob of the media. I think I gave as good as I got. But they absolutely ruled out any ability to come into this courthouse undercover. Do you think that they've actually waived the rules for Comey so Comey can slip in here like the rat he is, instead of having to face at least some of the media like Real America's Voice that may pop a uncomfortable question, sir?
It's a very good question, Steve. When I was a brand new prosecutor almost 20 years ago, I worked in that courthouse in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia. It would be pretty unusual to give a preferential treatment or special treatment to a defendant like James Comey simply because he's the favorite of the deep state. But maybe there are security reasons. I'm not sure what the thought process would be. They certainly didn't care about, perp walking you or Jeff Clark or, pulling you guys out of your homes. And Peter Navarro, Jeff Clark, they pulled out of his home in his underwear. Peter Navarro, they perp walked. They didn't have any problem putting Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro in prison for 6 months for constitutional executive privilege going back 250 years to George Washington. But who knows? Maybe this Democrat judge who is on this case.
No. I'm gonna find out all of it, because I'll be blunt. Is that when I showed up to the federal court for a misdemeanor. I turned myself into the FBI on the date, and I was arraigned later. I was shackled for a misdemeanor. I was shackled, put in a van, taken over to the federal courthouse from the FBI, and basically put in one of those holding cells below federal thing. And it's a holding cell that is, you have no access to anything for hours, shackled, without seeing your attorney. Oh, these guys tried to play Smash Bros. They were trying to break you. In fact, at the time, I was thinking, I can go through this and we're going to be fine. I give 2 Fs, right? But I was thinking there are a couple of 3 guys I know that may get rolled up in this thing. I don't think they're going to handle this. It's psychologically, they try to break you from the very beginning. And if Comey doesn't have this, I'll clearly check in with the DOJ and FBI and find out why he's getting special treatment. He should get the exact same, because his are felonies. Let me go back. Peter Navarro and Stephen K. Bannon were misdemeanors for not complying with Congress, which is, as you know, Mike, 99% of the time are handled civilly. I think for the first time since the McCarthy era, and I think there's only one guy, Ring Lardner Jr., who there's another shot of outside the courthouse. Ring Lardner Jr., who actually served in Danbury. It's the reason I requested Danbury prison when they said they were going to put me in a prison, not in a camp. That Ring Lardner Jr. actually, for failing to testify, back then it was actually a felony. That's why he went to Danbury. The people at Danbury told me they don't ever remember a misdemeanor being in a federal low security prison. We got to make sure. I will promise the audience I'm going to find out why Comey's not. His are felonies. I mean, he's got for 2 felonies, and this is just the appetizer. There's so much more coming. Do you think they try to cut a deal? Well, look, this courthouse, the judges, everybody associated with this are a bunch of flaming progressives. Northern Virginia, like I said, it's not Virginia anymore. Virginia ends at Fredericksburg. Basically everything north of there, and you still got Spotsylvania, some good folks there, but basically everything north of there is just a suburb of Washington, D.C., and infected with the administrative state mindset. But Mike, do you think that because the other thing I was told, and just to show respect to the court, when they say 10 o'clock, the judge wants you there at 10 o'clock. They don't want you there at 2 after 10. They don't want you at 5 after 10. So my vehicle with my security guys, we'd always show up a couple of minutes early just to show respect for the court. I mean, I don't know why. I thought it was supposed to be arraigned at 10 if I had the schedule correctly. I don't know why we're running late here.
Well, I would say this to James Comey, that you might get this VIP treatment in the Eastern District of Virginia, but I doubt you're going to get this VIP treatment in the Fort Pierce Division in the Southern District of Florida. So right now he's getting the Four Seasons. He's going to get the Motel 6 in Fort Pierce. And I would also say this, Steve, when the next Democrat administration throws me in the gulag, throws me in Danbury, I want, as someone who's has not exactly been the most healthy person in Washington, D.C. over the last. Hang on. I got breaking news. They slipped Comey into another entrance so he didn't have to come through here. This is bullshit. I don't know who at DOJ and who at the FBI, I hope the White House understands this, that, instead of Navarro and look, I proudly walked in there because I was proud of what I did. And I wasn't going to have the media. Mike Davis, you know this. You're one of the guys that backed me, one of my lawyers. I was proud. I don't mind backing down the media, but they try to sit there and psychologically break you. So they got that image of you walking into court the entire time. I don't know how James Comey's in court right now. He just pleaded not guilty. Is that correct? On social media? They allowed Comey to do something they didn't allow anybody else to do. This is the problem. The problem is the system is rigged on these guys' side. Okay? It's got to stop. Is Comey going to be shackled? Is Comey going to be strip searched?
Why Comey's there for felonies? Navarre and Bannon, hey, look, I never whined about this at all. It is what it is. And when I went to prison, the audience knows that. It is what it is. But I'll be damned if we're going to sit here and allow Comey, who is a total scumbag, and you already see this deck is already, they've already stacked this deck right now. Why is Comey not coming in from outside like everybody has to? There's no way of taking you below a thing. And I don't want to hear security. You don't think there was higher security at taking out Steve Bannon or Peter Navarro, right, than James Comey? Mike Davis, how could we have allowed this to happen? Comey's in court right now. I think he just pled not guilty.
Yeah, that's a good question. I just pinged a bunch of people at the DOJ, top people at the DOJ, and I'll try to find out why this happened.
The DOJ runs this deal. If anybody at the DOJ said that was fine, that is not good with the Warren Posse. It's not good with MAGA. We want Comey to get the exact same treatment. Look at President Trump. Did they give President Trump? Remember the circus? You had Rachel Maddow, and they had the deck chairs like they had like their directors. You think they were shooting Apocalypse Now, right? You had 9 directors' chairs. They're sitting up there drinking espressos, cappuccinos, opining about President Trump. They took his mugshot, everything like that. President Trump didn't get any favors. Nobody around President Trump. Hell, Tom Barrack. Tom Barrack's in the Middle East right now as ambassador to Turkey and a special envoy to the Levant. They dragged him out to Riverside and threw him in a federal jail for 14 days before they even dealt with him in one of the roughest jails out there in general population. What they did is go out of their way to try to break the Trump people, and they're already giving a special deal to Comey. I don't understand this, Mike. I thought this was also, and Comey's there for 2 felonies. This is what's so outrageous about it. We were there for essentially a civil charge, like an advanced form of jaywalking, right? We had to go through the whole thing and the cost of it, the cost of security, the cost of the lawyers, and have the media try to be little pricks like they always are. Not that I mattered. Not that it mattered to me. I think I gave better than I got. But it's about the process and about how it's done. Mike Davis, the Viceroy, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with you, Steve. If they gave special treatment to James Comey, they're already off to a very bad start on this case. They need to treat James Comey.
But they gave bad treatment. The media's all out there today to told, hey, he's rolling up here. There's going to be a podium, and he slips in like the rat he is under the cover of darkness, right? I'm sure they're going to say, Mike, it's security concern. Hell with that. You don't think there was a bigger security concern for Steve Bannon in D.C.? Remember, I was in the heart of the district. And until Trump sent the troops, a very unsafe place, was it not, sir? You can see, I'm telling you, this is what we're trying to take apart. The deep state works in unison. Mike Davis has taught us this lesson over the years, and now you're seeing it here again, right, of how the deck is stacked because the way the apparatus works right below the surface. Right below the surface, with the court, with the federal marshal, with the U.S. Marshals, with the with the people that actually run the day-to-day of the courts, with the FBI, because the FBI, as you know, they know everybody. This is one of the biggest courts they work out of, is it not, sir?
Yeah, this is a big one. This is the Eastern District of Virginia. It covers the CIA, it covers the Pentagon, it covers the suburbs of Washington, D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia, which used to be part of D.C. You're making very good points, Steve. If they're letting James Comey slither out of this courthouse and not face this, it's very interesting. It's a very, very interesting very interesting approach.
I tell you, someone who's not going to be digging this, I'm just making a random observation. I think that is the guy that we continue because Article 3 has taught us this about the Article 2 powers. The individual that has in the proper interpretation of the Article 2 powers, the chief law enforcement officer and chief magistrate of this constitutional republic, I am sure he is not going to be digging this, okay? Just not. Comey should be treated just like Navarre and just like Bannon. I'm not asking for any worse treatment for Comey. He should be shackled, strip searched. Hey, like I said, it was what it was. If that's the process, let's just do the process. No whining, there's no tears in the war room, right? But no, to have a scumbag like this, and Comey's a little frail. You know, he comes out with the Taylor Swift thing. He goes to Taylor Swift concerts. He knows all the songs by heart. I mean, come on, man. He's a grown-ass man. What are you doing? He's kind of a weird guy, right? Not just sanctimonious, but there's something, I don't know. I don't want to get crude, but it's just something about this guy that, let me say this. He's not going to handle being in a cell block in a federal prison for a long period of time. That's not going to turn out well for him. He's just, the cut of his jib is just not right. But Mike Davis, this is the way the deep state works. It's this interlocking connectivity of intelligence and law enforcement and the judiciary, sir.
Yeah, and this right here is precisely why I have very publicly called for the special grand jury in Fort Pierce, Florida, where you have a grand jury of real Americans. In real America, you have outstanding federal judges like Judge Eileen Cannon, who calls balls and strikes and treats defendants equally. You don't have special treatment down in Fort Pierce, Florida, because a judge wouldn't allow special treatment. So this was a misstep. If the Trump Justice Department allowed James Comey to avoid public scrutiny like any other defendant, this was a misstep.
Yeah. This is, by the way, when they said, hey, you got to walk through it, and they had a mob outside with no crowd control. They had a mob outside where I turned myself in to the FBI, and then they had a huge mob in media outside, both of them. I said, if that's the process, that's the process. Let's roll. Let's just go. It's game day. Let's hit it, right? But here, Comey, you already see special treatment. They slid him in through one of these sally ports or through one of these underground parking decks to get him in with no media scrutiny. So there wouldn't be that image of Comey forever walking into federal court, being the first FBI director, the real FBI director. The acting director, Gray, if memory serves me correctly, during Watergate, I think Patrick Gray, who had been acting FBI director, was actually indicted. Those charges were dropped later. But Comey is the first full-time FBI director to ever be indicted. And that photo of him going into the court would live in infamy for him. And that's why they avoided it. And somebody must have signed off on it. And this is, okay, with Pam and the folks and every, you know, we have a very, I keep saying this all the time, we have a very tenuous grasp on the Justice Department. We have no grasp on the judiciary. We have a very tenuous grasp on the Justice Department and even less on the FBI. FBI, I mean, we got two guys over there. This is why I keep saying not just about they should have a recess, so recess appointments, President Trump can get his whole team over there. But you have to be going in this thing and blowing out like everybody. If this was signed off by Justice, everybody associated with this, I don't know, to me should be at 5 o'clock today, boom, you're gone. Right? And particularly if they didn't let the high command up the chain of command know exactly what they were cooking up. Because what they wanted to avoid, and they're going to be laughing, hey, the Trump guys, we pulled one off them. They don't want a historic photograph. This is why we started the show. I didn't even do a cold open. I didn't even do my long open. Right? Why? I wanted the camera to go right there. It's going to be historic. At 10 o'clock, he's going to show up. Boom. You're going to have a historic figure of the first FBI director ever indicted on felony charges, right? And you're going to see this historic thing, and that'll be there. That'll be there forever. This is the equivalent of Hillary Clinton in the Benghazi hearings. You remember, they had her take Trey Gowdy, the goofball, allowed her to take the oath because she had to be sworn. It was sworn testimony. She didn't do it in front of the cameras. Because I was running Breitbart at the time. I said, hey, we're going to have a historic thing. Hillary Clinton being sworn in front of the world on all about her lies and misrepresentation about Benghazi. It didn't happen. I said, what happened? They negotiated to have her swear in before she walked out and took a seat at the table. This is what they do because this is all negotiated. Your surrender and your arraignment is kind of negotiated before the lawyers. Now, there's a process, and of course, Navarro and Bannon are going to be retail, right? Here, you're getting a wholesale deal, Mike Davis, and this is just not acceptable. We needed that photograph today. This is why, folks, when I say it's the first step now in the official journey, because I've been working for years on this, and you see Mike Davis all over it, Every day is going to be a struggle. Every day is going to be a struggle. Let me go back. This is why I say Boris Epstein is one of the great heroes in this country. Why? He put the team together. As you remember, Mike, it wasn't easy fielding a team, right? To get the team Boris put together, he had to work. In 21, it was very hard to put together a team, given that they were trying to destroy Trump. Even Rupert Murdoch sent that email out to the Fox senior executive. We're going to make him a non-person. Well, he became a non-person, as Eric Trump told us yesterday, in the business community, in the commercial community, in the finance community. And that means big law firms are not going to retain you. I know this because some of my lawyers all worked at big firms that came back to me and said, hey, we love you, but our corporate clients are going to quit because you're Trump's guy, and we ain't represent anybody associated with President Trump. So this is negotiated, and here's my point, is that somehow somebody in a position of authority, either with the court, with the judge, with DOJ, with the FBI, bent the knee to Comey and allow Comey to slip in here like the snake he is, like the vermin he is, like the rat he is, to slip in here and not have to face the cameras. Now, he's going to walk out and go to the podium and, pontificate, I'm sure, if he does that. Otherwise, we'll slip out of here. But this is a major screw-up already, sir.
I would say this. James Comey helps lead the biggest scandal in American history. He helps politicize and weaponize law enforcement and intel agencies to take out a leading presidential candidate to help the other. And then when they failed, they tried to take out a president of the United States. And then when he left office with the evidence that they did this, they tried to destroy him and throw him in prison and bankrupt him and throw him off the ballot, right? So this is the biggest scandal in American history. This indictment of James Comey is the beginning and not the end of justice for James Comey. I'm going to push very forcefully, like I have for 3 years, for another indictment down in the Southern District of Florida for conspiracy against rights. But I would say this, I agree with you, Steve, that if anyone on the planet should have been perp walked and faced the humiliation, the shame, like every other criminal defendant does, it should have been James Comey. This is I defend everything in Trump world. I can't defend this one.
This is I was proud to go in. There was a misdemeanor. First off, number two, all of those rats on the committee and the staff all crawled on their belly over to the White House in the closing days of Biden's illegitimate regime and got an auto pen pardon. They knew they were criminals. They knew they criminalized that committee to come after it. They had criminal activity. Otherwise, why did the staff, by the way, the chief of staff over there perjured herself, the chief counsel perjured herself in my trial, right? Bald-faced lied about the whole process. A bald-faced lie. We knew it was a bald-faced lie. Of course, the Trump-appointed judge wouldn't let us getting the information in. That's a tale for another day. But my point is, they knew that they were breaking the law and coming after us, criminalizing it, because later they crawled on their belly, not just Cheney in that crowd and Shifty Schiff that all got auto pen pardons and Liz Cheney, but the staff got pardons. And we had to face it. I was proud to go outside there, but I will tell you, it's quite intimidating. It's meant to be intimidating. It's meant to break you. You've got the world's media out there, and they're not there to help you, okay? Now, today, for some reason, and we'll get to the bottom of that reason, but I can guarantee you the chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer of the United States, I don't think was in the loop on this. And clearly, the media was not in the loop on this. Our own Brian Glenn. In fact, is Brian still down there?
Not right now.
Okay. Where did he go?
Hey, Steve.
He's getting somewhere.
Okay,
hey,
fine.
Steve.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I have the answer.
Yes.
It was there was a summons issued instead of an arrest warrant. I think that was an oversight, and so they couldn't have him. They could not have Comey surrender with the FBI when there was a summons instead of an arrest warrant. I think it was an administrative mistake and it was not intentional.
But even unintentional is not that is.
I hear you, man.
Okay, that's not the way we want to start.
I hear you, brother. I hear you, brother.
No, and I'm not blaming. Listen, I'm not blaming people over there because look, they're swamped. The Senate Democrats, and this is why, and Mike, I had you on back in August, with Thune and even JD's president of the Senate, we should have gone to a real recess, right? A real recess. And President Trump should then, because Mike Johnson said, I'll do it as Speaker, not a problem. The Senate refused to do it. John Thune refused to do it. Why did they refuse to do it, to go into real recess? They don't trust Trump. One of the biggest aspects, I keep saying, that the Republican Party and the players here are just, they see Trump as a passing summer storm. They're just waiting to tap him along until he's gone, and then they go back to, Ted Cruz already, the Daily Telegraph already had a big story about how Ted Cruz is already gearing up for 2028. They all want to go back to the norm, okay? By not having those recess appointments, Mike, you know how under the gun and how overworked these folks are. You also know in the Eastern District of Virginia what we had to do there to make sure you actually had some people on the case. But this is the kind of technical thing that happens that the deep state knows. Don't get me wrong. I think obviously somebody knew the difference between a restaurant, because I had to show up at the FBI, turn myself in, go through the whole FBI process. Then they took me over to a federal court, shackled, I might add, to be arraigned in front of, at that time, a magistrate judge, not the actual judge over my trial. So, this was a technical issue, but...
Let me say this, Steve.
Ahead.
So
jump in.
Lindsey
You're the lawyer.
Halligan
I just play one on. On War Room. Go ahead, sir.
Let me come to Lindsey Halligan's defense here, because she's a good American patriot. Okay. She's been Trump.
By the way, I'm not. Hang on. You're my lawyer. I'm not trying to go after Lindsey. I think she's a superstar for jumping in here at the last second and getting this done. Because talk to people about the time limit we had here. We were under the gun. People were just prepared. Yeah. Oh yeah, well, it ran out. You couldn't do it. We had that Tuesday, the ticking clock. Lindsey Halligan is a hero to me, right? For stepping in here and taking the responsibility. Go ahead, sir.
So before we dump on this more, I would just say this: Lindsey Halligan got sent to be the U.S. attorney, and she got zero help in this deep state office. She had to run this indictment and get it filed under the 5-year statute of limitations. Like you said, she was under the gun, and she got zero help to do this. And she had a grand jury that was resisting her on perjury. You had a grand jury that went along with false statements and a grand jury that went along with obstruction of a congressional investigation. But this is a huge office, right? This is an important office in the Eastern District of Virginia. And you can't there's not one assistant U.S. attorney. It's not the U.S. attorney's job to do this, right? The U.S. attorney is more of the political head of the office. Yes. They're the people who go run for Senate after they're the U.S. attorney. They're not the people who are actually in court. They're not the people who are actually in the grand jury.
Hang on, Lindsey. Looking at the paperwork, this is where the bailiff and the U.S. Marshals. This is my point. The deep state is always going to protect their own. We're to these people alien invaders. Okay, they control the apparatus. They control the system. This is what I kept saying. The interlocking nature of the courts, of the bailiffs, of all the people that actually run the administration of the courts, in the court itself, the paperwork behind the scene, the FBI, they work with these people every day. Like you said, Langley is in this district. The Pentagon is in this district, right? Pentagon City and all the contractors. So this district is, I think that if you got Southern District of New York and D.C., as the two most important, I think even this Northern Virginia and this federal courthouse, to me, is as important as more important than like L.A. or Chicago. Hey, Mike, can you hang on a second? We are going to take a break. We're going to pull out of the break. If that rat Comey, comes out to pontificate, the Viceroy's with us. We got Brian Glenn down there somewhere in the scrum. We're going through some of the deep state. By the way, they're powerful. This is why it's so hard to take it apart. This is why no one except Trump's ever tried. This is why they try to destroy Trump, and they're still trying to destroy him. It's game on. Hey, they ain't gonna back off. You got two hammerhead mix here, Davis and Bannon. They're not backing us off. Throw us in prison, could care less. We are dedicated to destroy this system you see in front of you, because it's rigged against the average American. and only works for the deep state and the elite financiers and corporatists that back it up. Take a short commercial break. We're going to leave you with the right stuff. I'll get jacked up on the music if I need to get jacked up anymore. My Warpath coffee. Mike Davis is with us, the Viceroy. Brian Glenn is on the scene, and we're going to return to the federal courthouse. Oh, here, I'll tell you what, let's pull out right now. Hang on. There's Comey right there. We're not going to go to this break. He didn't even come to the media. See him right there? We're just going to follow this. So Mike, Comey did not come to the sticks. He didn't come to the microphone. No comment. There's James. You're seeing it live, James Comey right there. Brian Glenn, are you on the scene?
Hey, Steve, I am. Can you hear me?
So, yeah, what's happening
hey, Steve,
here?
Can you hear me? Okay, real quickly,
I can hear you.
we
Yes,
saw
sir.
it, what appears to from this position, that Comey did walk out towards around the building, I'm assuming towards a parking garage, at least from what I hear from some of the people here. But what's really interesting, we talk about the amount of support and the anti-Trumpers. I found one person here, Steve, one person who is here to support not only President Trump, but also what's happening with the prosecution and the justification of what's going on today. This is Kim. You live in the area. I looked around earlier. Steve was asking where I was at. I was trying to hunt you down. I met you. What does it mean to you to come here and see Comey slither out of here, not make this public entrance like we've seen other Republicans come out in handcuffs the whole bit? What did you come here to see?
That's huge upsetting. Huge upsetting. To see Navarro put in handcuffs, to see Bannon harassed and put in handcuffs and jailed. But Comey, nothing? Slithered out around the corner? That's maddening to me. That's not justice.
And Steve, I would imagine people watching us at home and listening to you guys really break this down are just as angry as she is. And in fact, that we want to see accountability. We want to see the pageantry. And if we take a look at, and if I could explain to the security around this courthouse, I wouldn't say, if you, given the elevated risk of everything right now in our society, the crime, the lawlessness, how violent the left has become, I don't see a lot of police presence here right now.
No, and the police, you do see they're on their phones. They're not really watching out for us, and I don't feel protected. But then again, I don't feel protected in Alexandria at all, ever.
Yes, Steve?
Brian, can you go reposition yourself? I'm not so sure that was Comey. I think we're still waiting for Comey to come out.
Okay. Let me, that was just some of the things that I had heard as well. Okay, we'll try to get a better position.
Hey,
Mike, I just wanted to relay to you.
Mike Davis. Yeah, fine, perfect. Just let's get back reposition. Hey, Mike Davis, walk me through why does he have a summons versus after surrender to the FBI?
That's a good question. I think it was just an administrative mistake. When you're sent into a U.S. attorney's office and your first day on the job, you're trying to single-handedly figure out where your office is and where the bathroom is, and then you have to indict the former FBI director because no one else in the building will help you. I'll give Lindsay a pass on this one.
But I know, no, I'll give him a pass. But here's my point: this stuff is very choreographed, right? In the process, what I'm saying, like even whatever you have, the night before, everybody's lawyers talk. Like for instance, we know exactly what was going to happen, although they did change it up radically behind the scenes and lied about what they were going to do to make it worse for me. But I didn't care. I knew this was going to be, once you turn yourself in, they can do with you, they basically can do with you what they want, right? But the difference between what is a summons versus saying you're going to come in and turn yourself in to be arrested? You just tell the audience what the difference is.
Yeah, summons is you're going to show up. They just send you a summons, and on your own personal recognizance, you're going to show up to court. Like that's how many defendants operate, particularly with misdemeanors, unless you're Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, then they send the SWAT team. But with an arrest warrant, that's where the FBI actually goes and arrests you and takes you into court. So, but here's what I know. James Comey should have been arrested.
If you get summoned, though, you'd show up at the court to be arraigned. The whole process, because when I turn myself into the FBI, that process takes an hour. I mean, they book you, they take your mugshot, they do everything, right? It's a whole process, just like President Trump went through. If you don't turn yourself in the FBI, you're just summons to court. Is Comey not going to go through the process at all with the FBI? And my point is, the night before with security, and I'm kind of shocked there's not any security outside of here. That was kind of the tell I figured at about 20 after that you may not be seeing Comey walk in there. But in the choreograph between the lawyers negotiating and justice and the prosecutor, wouldn't it have come up that he wasn't going to turn himself into the FBI? He actually wasn't going to be arrested. He was just going to be arraigned. Wouldn't that have come up and somebody go, well, hang on, how is that happening? We definitely want him arrested because he's got to be all the paperwork and processing and fingerprinting and mugshots that the FBI do. It's not going to be done here, sir.
Well, so I don't want to rat out a source, but according to a very senior source at the Justice Department, and I'm going to let this source remain anonymous, this summons versus arrest warrant was discovered too late to do anything about it. So that's where we are.
Okay,
that's why we're not seeing a James Comey perp walk.
Okay. Okay. Walk us through then what happens. Comey's still there. I think he's already pled not guilty, so he must have exited the building through the Sally Port or where a car could pull in. But we'll stick around and see. Walk us through what happens after today. He's arraigned. What will have happened? They give him a preliminary day for some preliminary hearings, or what's the process from here?
Yeah, I mean, he can invoke the Speedy Trial Act and demand a trial very fast, within several months. And this is not a complicated case. He might demand some discovery. I don't know what discovery he would be able to get. I mean, it's pretty clear cut. He testified in 2017 that he wasn't the source of leaks on the biggest scandal in American history. To my former boss, Chairman Chuck Grassley, he was under oath. He's lucky he didn't get charged with perjury. He got charged with false statements and obstruction of a congressional proceeding. And then when Ted Cruz asked him again in 2020, he reaffirms. He knew it was a lie. I mean, or the evidence is going to show he knew it was a lie. I think this is a slam dunk case. And if it were in a district where you actually had fair jurors, this would be a no-brainer. But I would not be surprised here in the Eastern District of Virginia if it's a hung jury or if James Comey walks. I mean, he shouldn't. It should be a slam dunk case. But we shall see. You're dealing with. Unfortunately, if you're in D.C. right across the Potomac River, you don't even get indicted. Judge Jeanine Pirro can't even get people indicted when they violently attack people. That's how out of whack D.C. is. Eastern District of Virginia is a little bit less crazy, but not much.
Halligan and Pam are doing yeoman's work, because I want to mention, you just gave the dates there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Back in, like today, we have Pam Bondi as the Attorney General of the United States, selected by the Chief Magistrate and Chief Law Enforcement Officer, Donald J. Trump, who has the office of the president, and that's why he appointed her. Also, the FBI director is now Kash Patel instead of Christopher Wray. But back during this time, Christopher Wray was the head of the FBI. Bill Barr was the head of the Attorney General, and this all could have taken place in 2020. Could it have not? We had the FBI. Absolutely. We had all the information we need. Couldn't this have happened in President Trump's first term?
Absolutely. Chris Wray was President Trump's biggest mistake. And President Trump got forced to pick Chris Wray. I remember when I was the chief counsel for nominations on the Senate Judiciary Committee, my first day on the job was 2 days before Chris Wray's hearing. So I inherited Chris Wray's nomination. And I remember everyone was spun up. Even the Republicans were spun up, saying Trump was colluding with the Russians. And I asked a simple question. This is after I rolled off my clerkship for Gorsuch to get him set up on the Supreme Court. I had to go back to Colorado, move my stuff across the country, and start my job. And I simply asked this question. I said, what did Trump collude to do? Like, what collude to do what? And people, like, they had people so spun up on the Senate Judiciary Committee if you just asked that question, then you were a Russian asset, right? And so, and then they were trying to pass the Mueller bill, where the president of the United States could not fire the FBI director. To McConnell's credit, he blocked that. You know, McConnell did great things on judges. He did things that have angered us, but to his credit, he blocked that bill. But that's the mindset that even all the conservative Republicans had back in 2017 when Chris Wray got jammed down President Trump's throat after President Trump fired Comey. And so that's what we're up against. That's what we're up against with Chris Wray. He protected the deep state for years and years and years. And thank God we have Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and Stanley Woodward as the number 3 and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. Kash and Dan every day are just going through the FBI, going through back offices and vaults within vaults to find these documents. It's still
whistleblowers, and we're not getting our hands on any documents. They're suppressing the documents. They said it the other day. Dan Bongino says, I don't have control of this. The whistleblower came to him on the wiretapping of, as Senator Hawley calls it, the wiretapping of the senators. By the way, I think it's pretty evident Comey slipped out. He did. He is looking for immediate dismissal of this, Mike Davis, on malicious prosecution. Your thoughts on that? That's one of the things he entered, and he slipped out. He slipped out through a under the cover of darkness. They allowed him to slip out. I don't think you're going to see Comey. That was Comey's family that left a few minutes ago that we followed. What about this countercharge he's making?
James Comey, the most malicious prosecutor in American history, is complaining about malicious prosecution. Remember what the Democrats said when we said there was malicious prosecution against President Trump? Well, they would say, well, the grand jury indicted. So even if the prosecutor was malicious, the grand jury of their peers is the one who brought the indictment and not the prosecutor. And so why doesn't that same argument apply here? Look, I would say to these lawfare Democrats, go to hell, right? You put Trump, his top aides like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro and Jeff Clark and others, his supporters on January 6th were persecuted. You got parents, Christians. These lawfare Democrats put Republicans through hell. And they did it for 8 years, going back to Crossfire Hurricane. So these lawfare Democrats can go to hell. Justice is coming. Retribution is a crucial component of justice. It makes the victims whole. It serves as a powerful deterrent. James Comey can go to hell. And guess what? Even if this Eastern District of Virginia jury or this Democrat judge lets him skate, which could happen because you're not dealing with real Americans in real America, I want the process to be the punishment for this piece of garbage, James Comey.
Mike, real quickly on the journey, we're taking the first step today. I just want to give the audience a realistic, because I know everybody's very aggressive. People are working nonstop on this, but just give us your how does this roll out over the next couple of months in the best way that in your best thinking? How does this roll out?
Like I said, the special grand jury, it just got set up by the court in Fort Pierce, Florida, in the Southern District of Florida, the Fort Pierce Division. Judge Cannon is one of the judges there. Hopefully she will get this case because she's very familiar with this case from Jack Smith's case. And I think the grand jury will be up and running by January. And I hope, and I'm going to push very publicly, advocate very publicly that special grand jury in Fort Pierce takes all of these consolidated conspiracy cases against President Trump, his top aides, and his supporters, and justice will get delivered.
Mike Davis, the Viceroy, where do people go to Article 3? Now more than ever, you need to become part of the War Room Posse needs to become part of the Article 3 project. Where do folks go, sir?
I was going to say, Steve, if you thought I was a media whore before today, just wait. It's going to be, I'm going to make damn sure these people go to prison, and I'm going to do it very publicly. So Article3project.org, article number 3project.org. You can follow us on social media. donate, but only what you can afford, and take action. Action, 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 as we always say, is the war room posse's superpower.
Mike Davis, the Viceroy, thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Got a lot of work ahead. Let's go. I've got Navarro at the White House. Let's go to Peter. Peter, only got a couple of minutes. I'm going to hold you through the break. But James Comey got special treatment, Navarro. They dragged you. They shackled you like a dog. Then they dragged you into to an arraignment. James Comey got VIP treatment for felonies. Yours were misdemeanors. How's that set with you, sir?
Pisses me off, Steve. And I think we've seen the last vestige now of the deep state inside the Justice Department. As Mike pointed out earlier, that this one somehow got by. It's like what's supposed to happen is for Comey, mugshot, arrest, all that stuff, but it didn't happen.
Hang on. Hang on. We're not making any excuses. The guys that set this up, the bailiffs and all the people in the courts, everything like that, they knew exactly what they were doing when they allowed this to be a summons. So look, we're big boys and girls here. We're about winning and victory.
Brother, this was wrong.
Today
I agree.
Today was
outrageous.
Today. Hey, and DOJ, and I know Mike, and God bless him, he works these people and he's a great man, and he's gonna make this happen. But no, we gotta own this one. This is how hard it's going to be to take. This is just one small administrative matter, but in the narrative building, huge. Okay, huge. And quite frankly, it's just not good enough right now. It's not good enough. And I hope that the chief law enforcement officer and the chief magistrate of these United States of America, I hope his head is blowing up, because it should be. Not acceptable. This is going to be historic. It was going to be historic. The only FBI director, not an acting director, the only FBI director in the history of this republic indicted on 2 felonies during his job. Not anything personally. This is about doing his job, indicted on 2 felonies. Okay? We're going to take a short break. We got Peter Navarro at the White House. Brian Glenn's going back over the White House. We have the big Antifa roundtable today. Short commercial break. Return to the War Room in a moment.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, we have to talk about it's not good enough. It's just not good enough. It's not good enough. We have to, we're going to take down the deep state. This is both narrative war, it's political war, it's going to be legal. There's this huge piece in the Atlantic today. You already see the narrative framing of President Trump in the military and what he's doing to bring law and order to the cities and to put down this Antifa insurrection, which it is, and to basically back up the ICE agents to mass deportations. Everything the Democrats are doing right now, from fighting the census and any change of the census and redistricting, that's all because of the gun-decked 2020 census. The and I had totally worked out. You wouldn't count any illegal aliens. The algorithms are going to be right, and Wilbur Ross and the people in the Commerce Department fold it because they're Wall Street guys. You see it in the shutdown of the federal government. It's about paying for illegal aliens' health care, and you can't afford it. We're broke. The French government's about to fall again. They can't put the government again. Why? Debt and deficits. Same issue we got, debt and deficits. So it's coming here. What is this whole thing about the insurrection in Portland and Chicago? It's ICE agents trying to do what? Guess what? Mass deportations of illegal aliens. Why look at Mandami in New York City? Because if they don't have illegal aliens, they don't have any political party. They don't have people are not going to vote for this. So in democracy, we win. They're trying to rig it so it's not democracy. And as you try to bring justice here, in their apparatus, and they're holding the apparatus is so strong. I keep saying over and over again, we have a very tenuous grasp of the Justice Department and the FBI, very tenuous, just by our fingernails. And when President Trump puts forward people in that second and third layer, which you need to kind of get things done, or get Halligan over there and get her over there early, it's fought it because Thune in the Senate do not want changes. They see Trump as a passing summer storm. We got Dr. Peter Navarro. Do you think they like the way President Trump's rewiring global commerce? You think the Chamber of Commerce likes that? You think Wall Street likes that? You think the corporatists like it? No, they hate it. They want the system here that guts the country and guts the American people, and they make more money. They make more money under their system than our system. They see Navarro as a problem. And Navarro's there for one reason, because Donald John Trump is president of these United States. And this is going to tap it along. And today you saw why we should have gone on a recess, a full recess, and President Trump had recess appointments. John Thune doesn't trust him. They can put all the happy talk on it. We're gonna go nuclear options. Screw your nuclear options. Go on recess and let Trump get everybody in there immediately. Dr. Navarro, this is a prime example. And let me be blunt. If you're going to take down the deep state, you got to play at their level. And they play smash mouth. Today's an example. It ain't good enough, okay? You and I went to prison. We didn't whine. We didn't cry. Hey, it is what it is. You're going to go. There's a process. You got to work through that process because they're out to destroy you. You and I got that. No tears in the war room. But today, this ain't good enough because we had the opportunity to have a historic photograph on building the narrative, on what you have to do as you know, as kind of the predicate for the narrative. And they won today. And then somebody said, oh, it's administrative. No. It's not administrative. You got the bailiffs in the court and the U.S. Marshals. They're all working together with these guys. They knew exactly what was going to happen. And here's why I know it, Peter. As you remember before you showed up, it's highly choreographed down to kind of the second what's going to happen. And somebody should have realized in this and saying, hey, we got to change this summons to an arrest, and we have to do it now. And to get that. Peter Navarro, your thoughts. This just ain't good enough, brother. It's just not.
Steve, the juxtaposition of my situation, misdemeanor for an alleged crime that wasn't, leg irons arrests through Reagan Airport. We learned yesterday from Senator Chuck Grassley's big reveals that they surveilled me. They didn't regard me as armed or dangerous. They just did it as a circus arrest. They had a dozen agents involved in that. I got the mug shot, I got the handcuffs, I got the leg irons, I got the jail cell. It made me sit there for a couple hours, and then the judge and I go out and face the microphones and the music. I didn't have anybody escorting me out the side door. And then you got Comey, okay? It's like felony, up to 10 years in prison, involved in arguably the worst political conspiracy in America's lifetime that stretched all the way from 2016 when he was at the helm through 2024, multiple times to overthrow the president when he was in office or to stop him from getting elected in 2016, 2020, and 2024. And, Steve, the central lesson that I have, I gave it at the Republican National Convention in my speech the day I got out of prison, is if we don't hold them accountable, they will do it again. I went to prison so you won't have to. It's not just a book, it's a wake-up call. And yesterday, Steve, was one of the most chilling days I've had in recent memory, because I saw firsthand when I was looking at the senators sitting on the Democratic side that they will do it again. They are nothing but spin machines and liars. Dick Durbin gets up there and has the gall to say that it's us weaponizing the justice system. When they put you and me in prison, they tried to put Donald Trump in prison, and then shifts there making a mockery of things when that guy lied to Congress and should have served prison time already.
Yeah.
Instead, he's rewarded. His little chipmunk face doing his like bullshit. I'm tired of this, Steve. And here's the thing, Steve. The Justice Department and FBI has the opportunity to do this now. We've already lost 8 months. We cannot lose another day on this. And the cases have to be made. Comey's the tip of the iceberg here, brother. The tip that's Clapper, Page, Strzok, Schiff, Rosenstein. It's all the people who went after me and some of these judges here that have to be investigated.
Chris, by the way, it's raining, Peter. I want you to go inside. I'm going to make the pitch for the book and talk about the New York Times.
You're sitting warm in a studio, and I'm taking the weather here for you, brother. How good am I? Look at it. Like, these pussies over here, they got umbrellas, man. I'm just, this is what they taught me in prison, brother. We fight it out, all right?
You're like Marine.
I went to prison so you won't have to. And by the way, go ahead.
Number 11, you go inside. I don't want you wet. You got meetings with the president all day. You get inside and get dry. I'll make the pitch. I love you, brother.
I went to prison so you won't have. The posse's got to buy this book to put it on the bestseller list. This week it should have been on the New York Times bestseller list, and yet again they canceled us.
I'm again. We saw. No, because they don't want. Okay, you jump inside and get dry. I can't have you wet in the Oval Office advising the President of the United States. President Trump deserves to have a dry manufacturing and trade czar, Peter Navarro. What a good man. What a good man. Incredible. Remember, his fiancée got shackled also for a misdemeanor. The reason I was a kind of a quasi-celebrity at Danbury wasn't because my associate with Trump. The president had never heard of a misdemeanor going to a federal prison. They were like in shock. I had to explain that every time. It's just incomprehensible. Peter Navarro's book should be on BookScan. So we're just talking official numbers. They scan every book that's sold. On BookScan, the book should be number 11 on the New York Times bestseller list. Just what the numbers say compared to everything else. It's not. Why is that? They're not going to put pro-Trump books from populist nationalists up because they don't want the momentum that builds afterwards. So go get it right now. Buy one for a friend. Share it. There's 2 books out that I think you got to get. You got to get the Eric Trump book, and you've got to get Navarro's. 2 different aspects of this. Peter Navarro's. I went to prison so you don't have to, and he ain't kidding. You saw it today. The system is totally rigged. The deep state and the administrative state. Remember, the administrative state kind of runs the apparatus, the administrative part of the apparatus, the whole federal government. The deep state is that convergence of intelligence, defense, national security, law enforcement that essentially runs the country. at the beck and call of the financial and corporatist community. They're all globalists. They hate us. They hate President Trump. They think President Trump's a passing storm. Today's Exhibit 1. Because this was going to be historic, and they knew it was going to be historic. And look, I realize people are under the gun. This is why we should have forced the recess appointments. I understand people are under the gun. They're overworked. They're definitely overworked. You've only got a handful of people in these massive institutions. The Justice Department is, 25, 30,000, maybe more. We have a very tenuous grip of just a handful of people. But that being said, it's got to match up. It's just not good enough. It's not. You're not going to take down the deep state going along these lines. We have to get tougher. We have to get smarter. We have to get more people in. And I hope the President of the United States starts banging some heads so he can get his team in. We're burning daylight. And they understand that every day to delay is to deny. Every day they slow down the Trump revolution is a victory for them. I want to thank Birch Gold. We got another announcement. I can get this thing sorted about what's going to happen with Marine Corps 250. A very special event from 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time to 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. For those 3 hours, War Room, Real America's Voice will be live. We're going to do our morning show. Then we're going to do this in commemoration and celebration of the 250th birthday of one of the greatest fighting forces ever assembled, the United States Marine Corps, the Devil Dogs. We're going to do it, and then the next Saturday, we'll have even a bigger evolution, as we say in the Navy. Short commercial break. I want to thank Birch Gold. Take your phone out right now. Text Gold's blowing through 4,000. Text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898 to get the ultimate guide in investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Back in a moment.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work. I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I've asked Nate Morris from the Commonwealth of Kentucky to join us. Nate, as you know, is running for last endorsement Charlie Kirk made. Nate's running for the United States Senate against a couple of McConnell clones. Nate, one of the reasons that we're under pressure on taking down the deep state is that we have a very tenuous grasp of the Justice Department, and one of the reasons is the Senate is just moving very slowly. Now they got it like a nuclear option. We had the opportunity in August to actually go on recess and have Trump have recess appointments. John Thune and that crowd over there refused to do it. But talk to me about your opponent. Your opponent's in the middle is everything's related to illegal aliens. The census fight we've got, the redistricting fight we've got, the calling for the Insurrection Act of 1807 because of the mass deportations, the shutdown, the Schumer shutdown. Everything is tied right now and connected back to the Democratic Party on the illegal alien invasion that went on under Biden's watch. Yet your opponents refuse to use that term. What do they call it, sir?
I mean, Steve, what is so crazy is that I'm running against a guy in Kentucky, a McConnellite, a guy named Andy Barr, and we call him Amnesty Andy because he's for amnesty across the board. And there's an explosive clip that went viral last night on X talking about undocumented workers. And this is a guy, Steve, who was advocating to get illegals continually in our system and refusing to deport them, which is absolutely crazy. I mean, Steve, we know the fundamental crux and the central focus of the MAGA movement is to deport all the illegals. No exceptions, no carve-outs, no special rules, no exemptions. And Steve, this is a guy who's owned by big business on Wall Street. This is a guy who's made his career carrying the water of the wealthy and the deep state folks in Washington. And he's going to do everything he can to continue to fall back on that McConnell network that's enriched him for the last 16 years. And he's going to do it by supporting illegal immigration continually and refusing to deport the people that came and invaded our country under Joe Biden.
How do people in Kentucky think about this, man? Because Kentucky is one of the backbones of the country. Or how do the citizens there, when they hear guys for amnesty and calling them undocumented and playing into the left's hands, understanding the whole fight we have when President Trump staked basically his presidency on right now? Atlantic Magazine has this huge article about how there's going to be this huge rift between the military and the commander-in-chief. How are the folks in the Commonwealth, how's this setting with them?
Well, Steve, I think they're absolutely disgusted. I mean, Steve, we're full as a country. Kentuckians know this. We're absolutely full. And we've got to send every one of these illegals packing. And Steve, Charlie and I used to talk about this all the time. This is not just about the American border. This is about Western civilization. Western civilization is on the line with who we elect, especially in this Senate race. This Senate race is so important. That's why I was Charlie's last endorsement. That's why he came to Kentucky to launch our campaign. He knew the stakes and what it was to defeat the McConnell machine once and for all. And Andy Barr is the McConnell 2.0 that is running here in Kentucky. And Steve, you remember, he called me a nativist. He said I was a nativist for my position. And if we recall, this is the same line that Hillary Clinton used with basket of deplorables. This is the same kind of stuff that Democrats say. So Kentuckians, they've absolutely had enough. Kentuckians know we're full. Yeah. They know the stakes. They know our civilization is on the line. This isn't just about politics. This isn't just about an election. Yep. This is about Western civilization. And we've got to get so tough, Steve. We are so close, again, to losing our country when we see people like Andy Barr that are getting close to the realm of power in Washington, D.C. through an election. That's why he must be defeated at all costs. And I think Kentuckians know this. They've had enough of Mitch. Steve, we've had him for over 40 years. And he has stabbed the president in the back over and over again. And guess what? His mentee, Andy Barr, did the exact same thing, blaming President Trump for January 6th, calling me a nativist, continuing to say that these illegals can stay, they don't need to be deported, and calling them undocumented. I mean, Andy Barr, call them what they are, which is illegal. They're illegal. They're taking away wages from American citizens. They're taking away housing opportunities. They're flooding our schools. They're flooding our hospitals. And all these people have got to go back.
I can't wait till you get till we get some debates lined up. Nate, where do people on social media go to find you? But as importantly, where do they go to your campaign site to find out more about this race?
Well, Steve, as you know, we are up against the McConnell machine in the form of Andy Barr and Daniel Cameron, the two candidates that are in this race. We need all the help from the grassroots. We need all the patriots in Kentucky and around the country to support our campaign. Go to natemorris.com, chip in, be part of our movement, donate to this campaign, and get involved here in the grassroots as well in Kentucky. Follow us on X, and let's engage and let's put the McConnell machine in the grave once and for all with this election and get rid of Amnesty Andy and send him packing and send him back to the country club where he belongs.
Nate, you're a patriot and a hero. You keep fighting there. We're going to follow this one closely because the establishment, the McConnell establishment's got their candidate, and the grassroots populist nationalists got theirs. Nate Morris, you're a hero. Keep fighting.
Thank you, sir.
Thing is so totally rigged. This is why, and they're going to try to tear Nate Morris apart. You watch. Charlie Kirk's last endorsement. Remember, we went live that day when Charlie was out in Kentucky to the kickoff event for Nate. Is Jack Posobiec called in yet? Do I have Poso? We're going to get Poso in a minute. So Jack is going to be, we got him. So Jack, you're going to be at the, thanks for calling in. I know you're heading towards the White House. You're going to be at the Antifa roundtable today. Can you tell us about that, sir?
Well, Steve, thanks again for having me on. And yes, honored to be included by the White House in this roundtable on domestic terrorism from the left here in the United States, obviously in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, in the wake of the attacks on ICE that we've seen on specific agents, a bounty that was placed on an ICE officer up in Chicago, a routine attacks on the ground, obvious open rebellion from mayors of two major American cities. Steve, these networks are real. These networks are on the ground, and they need to be responded to. And the President of the United States, I believe, is the man to do it.
Jack, you have a roundtable. I think it's in the big. It's going to be in one of the big rooms up in the on the main floor. So it's going to be Real America's Voice going to cover it live, right? And we're going to be back here at 5 to break it all down and hopefully have Poso up. Jack, because of a quote unquote administrative error, but one that was driven by the deep state, Comey was able to slip in and out today without having to address the media or the cameras or getting the historic shot of him being indicted. By the way, the trial's set for the 5th of January, and I'm sure they're going to try to move that. 5th of January 26. Jack, walk me through Comey today, the deep state, how tough. I want people to understand this is not going to be a cakewalk. Just because President Trump is president of the United States, we have the Attorney General, the Director of FBI. We have a very tenuous grasp on all this. This is why it took the Antifa declaration as being a terrorist organization. It was supposed to be done, Jack Posobiec, as you know better than anybody, in June of 2020 when Antifa and BLM were burning down the country, sir.
Well, Steve, that's exactly right. And I'll never forget when General Milley went out there and apologized to BLM and Antifa for clearing them out of historic Lafayette Square Park while they were attempting to burn down St. John's Church just across the square there, right across from Blair House, north of the White House. You had President Trump and was sent down to the bunker during all of this, and you had the media laughing about it. You had the media saying that it wasn't a big deal, the rise of this political violence, the rise of the seriousness of this. Now, and the reason for that, Steve, is Washington, D.C., gets their cub beat from the same places that Antifa do. The only difference is not the ideology, it is the expression of that ideology. You're so many professors, a couple of these guys that just got let go, or, some of them quit, some of them got let go in the Eastern District of Virginia, where the national security cases are usually held, the rocket docket over there, because they were attempting to give sweetheart deals to, and this is a story that we broke over at Human Events, sweetheart deals to the Abbey Gate bomber suspect that we have caught and we've brought back. Steve, they are fundamentally so radical, and they're deep and burrowed into the system, because starting with Obama 1, right, you have to go all the way back to Obama 1. If you had the right kind of politics, you were placed on a leadership track, a career track in all of the
think we lost Jack Posobiec. He's coming to the White House. Yeah,
in one direction, your career would stagnate.
Okay. Oh, hang on. There we go. Keep going, Jack. We just lost you for a second.
How they reformed this. So it goes all the way back 15 years to Obama 1.
Jack, you see the situation we have. We're trying to take down the deep state. I want people to understand that Comey's a appetizer, particularly with these charges today. There's a lot more coming. But I just want folks to understand the scale of what we're up against. We're going to win this fight, but we're only going to win this fight by digging in every day and forcing the action, driving the action. If we're passive at all, it's not going to happen. They see Trump as a passing summer storm. They just want to tap it along. And there's people on the White House staff that believe that. There's a lot there that are fighters, but there's some are just, hey, let's just get through this every day. That can't be it. We have to win every day in order to do this. Jack Posobiec, your thoughts? I think we lost Jack. Let's go ahead and try to redial him. Okay, so Jack Posobiec's heading to the White House. We can go ahead and hang that up, Denver. We can drop it. Thank you. Anytime. Thank you, guys. I've been directing, producing, starring. It's one of those days. We're doing this live and trying to get Posobiec. The reason Jack is on the phone is that he's been invited. He's going to be in the roundtable. There's going to be a roundtable on Antifa today at 3 p.m. At the White House. President Trump presiding. And we're going to cover it live. And then afterwards, we're going to have some of the participants in the 5 o'clock hour that are going to join us. So a lot going on today. Once again, a summons, not an arrest, of James Comey today. And I understand my phone's already blowing up for a number of people that are not thrilled about that. And you shouldn't be thrilled about it. We have to take our game up, to be blunt. We got to be A game plus, because you're against virtually insurmountable odds. And it's going to be tough. And if you want a ringside seat to this, and you want to be one of the drivers of the action, the War Room's the place to be, because we're just not going to sit here and just settle for, okay. Because if you do that, if you settle, you're not going to win. And they understand that every day they slow this down is a day closer to they think it's over, that the storm passes. And that storm would be President Trump. And so we got to hunker down on this and hunker down hard. There's nobody better at fixed bayonets than the Warren posse, so get ready. I think you've seen today the scale of what we have to do. I want to thank Birch Gold. Now, look, why is gold through 4,000? And have you missed the move? Because, early on when we started doing this, gold was like $1,100. The answer to that lies in the information that we provide you and you thinking it through with people at Birch Gold. One of the issues, the huge article in Axios Day, I put it up on Getter early in the morning, and Axios does a very good job of walking through all the different components that are driving gold to $4,000, over $4,000. Guess what? Every component in there has been discussed in the War Room in detail with Philip Patrick and the team. Go right now and get the End of the Dollar Empire, birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. It's totally free. 7 free installments starting from back, 4 years ago. Check it out, read it, talk to Philip Patrick and the team. These are the experts of the experts. Don't have a fear of missing out. Take action today. Short break.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Kids, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work. I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is Giselle Chapin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The Charlie Kirk Show with Andrew Colvett and the team of Turning Point USA will follow us at noon as they have for the last 4 years. Poso is supposed to be at 2, but Poso is going to be at the White House. I'm sure they'll figure all that out, Real America's Voice. Anyway, Eric Bolling will be right before us today, and although the roundtable may roll on that. We're playing it by ear. We're going to call a bunch of audibles. We'll be back here at 5. We got so much going on, and quite frankly, I had so many great guests for this morning. We had to postpone so we could sit there and watch Comey slip the noose. That's okay. That's okay. We're big boys and girls, right? We got it. We understand. But you see what you're up against. Don't think that they're not always moving, thinking, and they have the high ground. They're always going to have the high ground. Until we take the deep state apart, they're going to have the high ground. Just understand that. This is what revolution is about. You'd think the Patriots in 1775 didn't understand that they were going up a big hill. Yeah, they did. Okay? And so are you. That's why this show's not made for everybody. What we ask of the audience is not made for everybody. That's okay. We're going to get this one. James Comey. Tej, you happy about this morning, sir? You doing good? You happy about what you saw this morning?
Nope, not yet, Steve. No perp walk, no arrest, no mug shots, just a summons, whatever that means. This guy lied to the FISA court so they could spy on Donald Trump and when he was the running for president in 2016, and then the whole Russia gate, all this stuff. We need Comey in handcuffs. We want to see him perp walk, and we want to see a mug shot. Donald Trump has a mug shot out there. Why doesn't James Comey?
Yes.
And then
a masterpiece.
In the back door and out the back door.
Yeah. No.
It's incredible. It's
FBI,
unbelievable.
Totally. This, as we say in the naval services, sir, completely gun decked, but that's okay. We got it.
Exactly.
I tell you what, brother.
Exactly.
I don't know. Because I was up late last night. I need more than ever a big mug, because I've gone through this one of Warpath Coffee. Where in the hell do I go to get the champagne of coffee, brother?
Warpath.coffee. Use promo code War Room, and we don't gun deck our coffee. No gimmicks, no frills, nothing. It is the best coffee. It's perfectly roasted. All you have to do is look at the website, look at the reviews. We're almost to 14,000 5-star reviews. It is the best coffee out there. We don't burn it at all. We roast it on a perforated drum. And like I said, we don't gun deck it. There's no frills, no gimmicks, nothing. It is just amazing, incredible coffee that people love. It's the best coffee out there. Warpath.coffee.
This company is so
use
well
promo
run.
code War Room.
Yeah. You get, how much do you get off if you use promo code War Room? 15%?
Yeah, 15% off today. Yep. Promo code War Room. That's for the War Room posse.
Put War Room, promo code War Room in there. Tej, you're a great American. You're a patriot. You served your country for decades as a gunman, and now you've created one of the great small companies in this country that's growing leaps and bounds every day with fabulous product. Just amazing. And I live on it. So and I'm a coffee junkie. So I thank you, sir. Appreciate you, Tej. Go.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you too.
Another young man, founder and chairman, CEO of Sacred Human Health. Folks, I've dealt with a lot of entrepreneurs in my years in finance at Goldman Sachs, my own firm for decades. So I kind of specialize in entrepreneur finance. This is how I met Andrew Breitbart. Trevor Comstock is just, the cut of his jib is amazing. You are so focused on only having products out there that 1,000% pass all your quality controls. Walk us through, talk to us about a product today, and then where do people go? I want just people to go to your website and see the quality. You try one of these products once, you'll be all over Sacred Human Health in the future. All I can tell Trevor, let's just get them to the site, buy a product, and they'll never leave. Trevor Comstock, what do you got for us?
Yeah, great to see you, Steve. So, of course, our beef liver is definitely our number one product, but I did want to mention our new Tallow Moisturizer continues to sell fast, and it keeps selling out as well. We're now back in stock, all hands on deck, so we don't perceive that it'll sell out again. But again, every jar is handmade, which is part of the reason why it does continue to sell out. But I also wanted to mention too, because a lot of people ask if it's intended for just women or also men. The product works great for both men and women. I use it myself every day on my face. I personally love it. And also, it does, for those who don't know, contain a ton of ingredients. Vitamins like vitamin A, D, E, as well as K that are essential for skin hydration. And then, as I mentioned before, we don't include any preservatives, alcohols, fragrances, or anything artificial in the product. So we just give you the raw, natural ingredients. And people have been leaving some amazing feedback. If you want to check out some of our reviews online, I always encourage people to see what other customers have to say, and a lot of the War Room posse as well. But also I wanted to mention you can use code WARROOM for 10% off on any of our products. And if you do subscribe, you're locked into the 10% discount for life until you cancel. So you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com or just type in Sacred Human to Google. You'll find us there. And if you have any questions, always feel free to reach out. We're happy to help.
What I love about it is you are absolutely have your program about what it has to be, the quality of the ingredients, the way it's manufactured, all of it. And folks, I'm telling you, go to the website, check it out. If you order one product and use it, you will be a customer on multiple products for decades to come. That's how good it is. But like I said, we're very selective about the companies we work with. And Sacred Human Health and this young man, Trevor Comstock, and the team you got around you, Trevor, is just extraordinary. One more time, where's the website?
Yeah, sacredhumanhealth.com, or again, you can just type in Sacred Human to Google, and then just make sure to use code WARROOM for 10% off at checkout. We got you covered there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve.
We're going to toss to the Charlie Kirk Show, as we've done every day, every work day for the last 4 years. Extraordinary group of folks over there on an extraordinary mission. Make sure you check it out. We're going to be back here at 5. Maybe do a handover from Eric Bowling. You have to see how this roundtable, and remember, you drove this. I did say something earlier. This show's not for everybody. We make this show, we raise the bar very high. It's a tough show because you got a lot of complicated stuff we go through. It's not for everyone. We don't go for a mass audience. We go for people that can make a difference. We know where the leverage points are, and we know how you have to apply pressure at the leverage points in the hinges of history. That's why you, this audience, are driving history. And let's be blunt. Let's have our partners conversation. Today was not good enough, okay? As long as we can agree with that internally, we're gonna set things right. We'll be back here at 5 o'clock, and maybe I'll even have an update when you're back in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I chose something I know very well. I helped to build a Holocaust museum. And what I know is in the early days of the Nazi regime, they started slowly but surely taking away people's rights. And what we're seeing now is the very same thing.
We learned that the Chicago city streets have 110,000 gang members. That's right. You heard me right. They had 1,200 shootings this year alone, 360 homicides. When politicians choose to side with those metrics and not their citizenry, thank God we have President Trump and this Department of Justice and this FBI going in there and crushing violent crime.
In order for our country to be a place of promise and hope and opportunity for people around the globe who have called the city of Chicago their home, it's why we're so committed to ensuring that we're protecting our democracy and defending humanity.
The ongoing demonstrations in front of this building, a lot of folks are hanging out, exercising their free speech. Now there are counter demonstrators coming in, and the criminal activity in the last couple of days has been counter protesters having arguments and fights with protesters. And I think that what's happening with the federal agents in the building, what they are doing and how they are approaching the situation is actually escalating it. I would ask them to stand back and focus on de-escalating the situation, because it is not coming from the folks who are demonstrating.
The chief asked if I wanted to meet with the mayor, and I said absolutely. Came back and just met with the mayor, and I'm so extremely disappointed. He's continuing to play politics, did not commit to any of those promises, and said that he'd give me an answer by tomorrow, and I'm hopeful that he will. What I told him is that if he did not follow through on some of these security measures for our officers, we were going to cover him up with more federal resources, and that we were going to send 4 times the amount of federal officers here so that the people of Portland could have some safety. They could have some security. Today, Jesse, we went and got a sex offender off the streets here in Portland that had been violating minors.
The law enforcement threat assessment from the Center for Internet Security says at least 4 Chicago area ICE facilities, including Broadview, have been surveilled with detailed layouts, diagrams, and photos posted to what is described as an anarchist website. Also found on the website, reviewed by the ABC 7i team, photos of ICE agents, including names, faces, and badge numbers.
They think they can get people used to the idea, and next year, I fear that what they're going to do is deploy these folks eventually to polling places and say they're protecting the vote. Donald Trump knows that without shenanigans and without these breaches of the Constitution, he's going to lose the Congress.
We're not pushing to give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. That's a lie. It's been proven to be a lie over and over again, but he doesn't care. He just keeps restating the lie because he's so afraid of the truth.
More than $200 billion coming into the coffers in tariffs, and now we're learning where some of that money will go. The White House has just announced that the Women and Children Food Program will not be cut off while the government is shut down.
We do know it's illegal. We do know it's a violation of our rights. And, of course, Jack Smith is going to have to answer for this. I'm already working on a letter to the D.C. bar, a complaint letter to file against him. He should be disbarred.
Well, let me ask you this. The Colorado law banning conversion therapy for children. The counselor says the law violates their First Amendment rights of speech and religion. Conversion therapy is used if somebody feels like they're of a different sex than they were born. The conversion therapy is sometimes used to try to bring them back to their original gender assignment.
The First Amendment protects the right, I think, here of the therapist, Ms. Childs, to say what she believes.
Really, to put America first, we first have to answer what America is. And it turns out this was actually the subject of my very last in-person conversation with Charlie when he visited Ohio on August 25th. The last time I ever saw him in person. We had a very private conversation. Just the two of us. One-on-one. What's an American? I asked him. And in classic Charlie form, he told me, I don't have the answer, but I'll tell you what it's not. It's not a race. I know that. But it's not just paperwork either. That much I know. I agree with what Charlie said.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, joined by Blake Neff, our not-so-secret weapon. Sorry, you're going to love this eventually. You are going to love it. So I want to start with just a praise report from last night at Montana State University, where the Turning Point tour, we call it This is the Turning Point campus tour, had its next stop. And look at these images for you watching at home or on the stream. This place is packed in Montana. This is not a population center, Blake. And the amount of energy in this room was so extraordinary. They were chanting, they were jumping up and down, and then Vivek Ramaswamy, left his campaign in Ohio, by the way, where he's attempting to be the next governor of the state of Ohio, to come speak with our students, which just, again, shows the amount of commitment that the Friends in the Movement have for what we're doing at Turning Point. Let's go ahead and play cut 88, and just to give you a small sample of just how raucous this crowd was at Montana State University.
You wonder if that could be the maybe that'll just be our catch-all positive chant, almost like USA.
Yeah.
I could imagine just seeing that break out years into the future, just as a good.
I totally agree.
Have.
I'll never forget the first time I heard the Charlie chant. It was actually at Politicon in that amazing jank moment that has gone viral.
Oh, where he went nuts. Oh,
yeah. The viral clip, and then Charlie walks out of the venue. I'm with him. Actually, Erica was there too, and it was all these young guys just go, Charlie, Charlie, and I remember going like, wow,
he's lucky. He's got a nice chantable name.
He's got a great chantable name.
Yeah.
Andrew doesn't work.
Got to have
well.
the two syllables.
Blake.
Yeah, Blake's not going to work. No.
So, but you know what this was for me, Blake? It was a clarifying moment because we've been through a lot in the last couple days and weeks, and there's been a lot of fixation on the who, right? The like who killed Charlie? Well, they've got the suspect. Okay, we feel really good about that case. It's very strong. Here's what I will say though: what we need to make this about is the what, and that is the fact that we are back on campus, that we're talking about the ideas, we're dialoguing with students, we're dialoguing about the fact that we should be having a dialogue, that we should not be using violence, that we should not be using political violence, that we need to call that out and basically root and stem from this country, because we're seeing these very disturbing trends. And that's what Turning Point is all. That is why you want to know why Turning Point is so important right now, is because we have always been about the debate. We've always been about the dialogue. We've always been about having the conversation, because that's what America is supposed to be about. And yet there's this really disturbing story that's coming out of Washington, D.C., where a man is targeting has been discovered with explosives at the Red Mass. So
exactly.
Tell us about
so, all right. So for those who don't know, the Red Mass is a thing that happens once a year around the start of the Supreme Court term. It has its roots in the Middle Ages. It's like a very formal thing that it's like a Catholic Mass that's sort of dedicated to lawyers, which it's already a scary thing, religious rituals and lawyers. Ooh, don't mix well. But anyway,
Red
so
Mass
it's a traditional thing. Get dressed up,
yeah.
and it's of course become a big deal because so many of the conservative Supreme Court justices in recent years have been Catholic. They often go to this service, and then a lot of other Catholic lawyers will attend it as well. And so this man, Louis Gary, 41 years old, he apparently was in a tent in front of the church when police arrived to clear the area because there were going to be a bunch of Supreme Court justices there. And then this guy clearly doesn't seem to have it all right in the head, because he's just got a tent in front of this church. And then when the police approach, he says, "Get away. I have a bunch of explosive devices." They said over 200. Which sounded to me like, did he have just a bunch of fireworks or something? But what it was is apparently they were all homemade. There were vials of nitromethane. And it appears he was basically making homemade Molotov cocktail type things that he told officers that the vials were intended to be used as grenades with rubber bands to secure the fuse, according to court records. He was in possession of Molotov cocktails and modified bottle rockets covered with aluminum foil and treated in a pyrotechnic solution. The devices appeared fully functional, so it seems. He said, "You might want to stay back and call the federales. I have explosives," Gary said. Now, we're fortunate. This guy just appears to have been pretty nuts, so not really capable of pulling off a complicated attack scheme. but I think he's very indicative. Just last week, we had the sentencing of the attempted assassin of Brett Kavanaugh. That guy was a lot more systematic in his approach. He figured out how can I get a gun? How can I get an approach? He had like wire cutters and a knife and an axe. It was a very serious attempt. Very serious attempt. Flew across the country to do it, and then would have done it, except he had a failure of nerve when he saw federal agents outside Kavanaugh's house, turned himself in. And then this federal judge says, I feel bad for you because you'd have to go to a men's prison, and now you say you're a transgender woman, so I'm only going to give you 8 years. You've already served 3. You could be out, 3 years from now. And then when his own lawyer said, the judge got angry when someone referred to this as a political attack, because judges aren't political. Judges aren't political. There's no political agenda that could come into play when possibly doing one of these. And so, yeah, we're seeing this environment that people are marinating in because the left has used this, they use the fascist word a lot. They use the Nazi word a lot. They really whip people up anytime there's these rulings related to things like child gender transitions, things like that. They won't say like, oh, this is a bad ruling. They will say they're denying your existence. They will say they are trying to destroy your right to exist.
Right. Well,
they're using this totalizing, they're going to kill you rhetoric, and loony people are taking that literally.
Well, and this is why in the aftermath of what happened to Charlie, it was so important that there was all of these accounts, and a major hat tip to libs of TikTok. I certainly didn't have the brain space to even do this, but I saw, you go on Twitter, everybody's outing these people celebrating, because ultimately that is a culture that's celebrating death, fetishizing political violence. And that's why I think it's important that we were trying to get some of these people fired. I think that's completely.
We need a taboo on political assassination.
1,000%. Also, though, you need judges to not give leniency to potential assassins. This is the direct through line between these two cases, is that you have leniency on a potential assassin, and then, lo and behold, a week later, this happens, where a guy's sitting outside of where all the justices are going to be with explosives. Yeah, he's a Looney Tunes. He's crazy. But you have to understand, if you do not enforce the law, if you do not punish evildoers, society will fall apart.
I love this headline. NBC4 Washington had a tweet about this. A man who had vials of liquid was arrested outside the Cathedral of St. Matthew. And then it has the readers added a note. The vials of liquid were Molotov cocktails.
It's one of the all-time great.
Could have just been, could have been his Diet Coke.
One of the all-time great community notes on X. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing: we need to make sure that the evildoers are punished. We need to make sure the taboo remains in full force, full strength, and that's why people getting fired from their jobs is completely appropriate. When you celebrate violence, when you act like a vile, ghoulish person, or when you're like Jimmy Kimmel and you try and lie about who's behind a certain attack, and then you're going to double down on it, then yeah, you deserve consequences and you deserve the backlash, because the taboo is important and critical for our society. But more than that, we need actual consequences. I'm going to tell you about one of our partners here, Tax Network USA. The government needs more money. They want your money. If you owe IRS back taxes, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. Don't let the IRS target you. Call the professionals at Tax Network USA. Their lawyers and enrolled agents are experts in powerful programs that may help you even eliminate your tax debt. Tax Network USA is A+ rated and has saved over $1 billion for their clients. Whether you owe a few thousand or a few million, they can help you. That's a lot of money to owe, so make sure you call them. In just one phone call, you can start the process of stopping the threatening demand letters, stopping the aggressive collections, and resolving your tax matters once and for all. But you have to act now while you still have options. For a free consultation, call Tax Network USA today at 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com, tnusa.com.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's just really. It's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning in.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff here in the Charlie Kirk studio. I want to tell you about why refi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. So what does why refi do? They refinance distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't even touch. Why refi is not a debt settlement company, and they will work with each borrower to come up with a custom solution for you. You won't be calling some faceless call center. Why refi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%, and they don't care what your credit score is. So that is a huge, huge thing you need to know. If you have terrible credit because you've been in debt and you miss payments or whatever, they don't care. They're going to work with you on an individualized basis. Why refi will give you a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Bad credit accepted, like I said. Do you have a co-borrower? Do you have your parents on your loan or somebody else? You can get them off. They can get them released from the loan. Give mom and dad a break. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. So again, Why Refi is the best. They've been so faithful to Charlie, Turning Point, the show, and we love them. You should check them out. Call 888-YREFI34 or log on to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We'll be back in a second. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Erica wanted us to read an email that we got, and that is, go ahead and throw this up, 308. It's a really beautiful email. Blake, do you want to read it?
Yeah, sure. I saw, we got this yesterday from Jacob, and he says, hello, my name is Jacob. My dad introduced me to Charlie Kirk years ago, and I'm so happy and grateful that he did. I started watching Charlie's videos on YouTube and his debates and his college campus tours, and I just fell in love with his enthusiasm that he had to talk to the younger generation. He not only knew how to communicate, but he let people tell their side of the story, and he was not afraid of sharing truth. I'm very thankful my dad showed me who Charlie Kirk was at such a young age. I'm 28 now. I have a beautiful wife. We have a small kitty together, and we are hoping to start a family very soon. Every day I see more and more videos of Charlie just saying how much he loved his family, how much he loved Jesus, how much he enjoyed just working and doing everything into the Lord. My best friend's fiance works for Turning Point, and we are so very thankful for all that Charlie Kirk has done for the younger generation. We hope that you, Erica, and the rest of your family and the family at Turning Point USA continue to spread the love of Jesus Christ and to keep on sharing what Charlie's purpose was here on this earth. We hope you read this, and we know that God's plan is greater than ours. Praying for your family and team. Blessings, Jacob.
Yeah.
I just thought that was an amazing one. Erica thought that was an amazing one. She wanted us to read it. We love these testimonies. We're getting lots of them. We can't read all of them, but we do love to see them. Just how much Charlie was able to change people's lives for the better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I took an Uber this morning, and the gentleman happened to recognize me, and he ended up pulling out his phone, and he used to live in Chicago. He pulls out his phone, he shows me a picture with him and his wife and Charlie from Chicago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he was like, yeah, Charlie is the best. My wife was at one of the vigils. We just love you guys. We're just so honored. He was like, I'm honored to be giving you a ride. I was like, well, thank you. I'm honored to have the ride. And, and you could tell that this guy was like, Charlie helped change Arizona. He moved from Chicago to Arizona 4 years ago, and he said, I'm never leaving, partly because of the impact that Turning Point's had in this state. But he just, it was just another one of those little things where you realize just how big the reach is. And I love what he said, what Jacob said in this email about promoting what Charlie was for. And that's what I said last night was such a clarifying moment for me personally, because I was like, this is what it's for. Like we are doing the hard work, and our students are the absolute heroes. Charlie was incessant. He would always say, these are the tip of the spear. They are the brave warriors, these young men and women that are spreading conservative ideas on college campuses where they're oftentimes not welcomed. At least they especially used to not be welcome. Now I think we've seen some momentum here, and there's more openness to have these debates on campuses. But and then you have all our friends, whether it's Megan or Tucker or Vivek or Governor Gianforte last night was there. We have all these campus stops coming up as well. If we want to tell you about them, I probably should tell you about them. We've got one at the University of North Dakota. I believe that's going to be Glenn Beck. That's going to be tomorrow, October 9th, University of North Dakota. Wait, that's tomorrow. That's the one. October 16th, University of Oklahoma. We got, I think, Russell Brand is going to be at that, among some others. Indiana University. That is going to be October 21st.
Say the cities because people don't know.
Yeah, that's in Bloomington, Indiana. October
LSU,
21st.
27th, Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi, the 29th.
Circle your calendars on that one.
November 5th, Auburn University.
Just one note on the October 29th one. That's 10,000 people at that arena. So as big
fill
as
it.
Yeah,
fill it.
No, it's going to be filled.
If you live in Memphis, you're not that far away. If you live in Nashville, you're not that far away.
Yep.
If you live in Tuscaloosa, not that far away.
Also, Auburn, we're going to have, I think Coach Tuberville is going to be there. I believe Benny is going to be at that one, and some others. It's going to be a really big event at Auburn University on November 5th. So this is an amazing moment that we're seeing, that the entire movement is galvanized about, and I love it because it's these focusing moments where we get to talk about what we're for, and what we're for is exactly what Charlie modeled.
And exactly what Jacob's email was about. That you're so right. Totally. That's what this is for. It's not we do the debates, we argue the issues, but the purpose of this is not to own the libs. That is a tool. The tool is to allow people like Jacob to have a better life. To have a better country, and people who are living out their faith, starting families, having those families be safe and successful, and not being poisoned by all the negative things in modernity. That is what it is for.
Yes. Pursue the eternal. Get married. Have kids. Have faith. the good, the true, the beautiful. These are the conservative ideas that bind us together. And by the way, they were not welcome in so many of these places until a guy like Charlie Kirk goes in and, makes a way for those behind to enjoy these good things that we all believe in and we all support. And so that's what we're about. That's what we're going to keep on doing. And by the way, the momentum is incredible. The momentum is absolutely incredible. All these new chapters are getting started. And we've got candidates around the country that Charlie endorsed. And we're going to have one of them on next, Nate Morris out of Kentucky. Please talk to him next. Don't go anywhere.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts to everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump has a busy day ahead at the White House, which includes receiving his latest intelligence briefing. After that, he'll participate in a roundtable on Antifa. You may remember the commander-in-chief signed an executive order last month designating that group a domestic terror organization. He also called for an investigation into whoever funds the group's protests and operations. 47 moving forward with his agenda in spite of the current government shutdown. While hosting Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney at the White House on Tuesday, the commander-in-chief alluding to the shutdown potentially being beneficial for the country.
But we have a lot of things that we're going to eliminate and permanently eliminate. You know, one of the things that we have is some advantage, you could say, but because of the shutdown, which I think they made a big mistake, we're able to take out billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse, and they've handed it, on a silver platter. And you know Russell Vogt, he's a serious person, very serious person, and he's sitting there and he's getting ready to cut things. And this is something that was handed to us by, I assume, Schumer. I just don't know if Schumer has any power anymore. I look at your leadership. I don't know who to speak to. I'll tell you what, I'm getting calls from Democrats wanting to meet. I never even heard their names before.
At the moment, the Senate isn't scheduled to vote on any government funding bills today. That means the shutdown will continue at least until tomorrow, when new votes on reopening the government are expected. Texas National Guardsmen are waking up in Illinois, and preparing to be deployed in Chicago. Right now, the troops are staged at an Army Reserve Center just outside the city. There are also reports that some of those guardsmen are or will be headed to be mobilized in Memphis by Friday. Memphis's police chief says a group of commanders is already on the ground in her city planning for the group's arrival. The moves are part of President Trump's efforts to fight crime and embattle Democrat cities. While Democrat Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is suing the Trump administration over the deployment of guardsmen in his state, Tennessee's Republican Governor Bill Lee is welcoming the additional resources. That's a quick check of your headlines.
From socialism saves lives. The Charlie Kirk Show is back.
All right. September is National Preparedness Month, so it's a perfect time to ask yourself some questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out power for a week? If you're anything like me, there's some room for improvement on this stuff. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever by giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness gear for free. They just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit, and it includes a full year of emergency food, a water filtration system that can purify almost any water source, a solar backup generator, and a lot more. And here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, you can get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. Head to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk for full details. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. All right, we are going to bring in Nate Morris in just a second. But first, there's some breaking news on the Palisades fire.
Palisades fire. So that's the fire that burned like a week plus in Los Angeles.
It was terrible.
Thousands of homes. People, Turning Point employees, Turning Point donors lost their homes in that fire.
Yep.
So a lot of people are interested in that. I believe Gavin Newsom blamed it on global warming.
Yep.
But in a big development today, federal authorities have arrested 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht. On alleged arson related to starting that fire, they say. They claim that he began the fire on New Year's Day, which then it seems like it went out and then it rekindled several days later, basically. Like it was smoldering.
Yeah, it was smoldering.
And this is interesting. Among the evidence that was collected from his digital devices was an image he generated on ChatGPT depicting a burning city.
Yeah, you see
and this
him right here.
this is the first criminal case I know of where their ChatGPT searches are part of the evidence against them. I don't recall that. So his initial appearance is scheduled for today. And he is, of course, presumed innocent, but we'll keep monitoring that.
Yep.
We don't know what his motivation might have been. He might just be a little nuts, but if he did, in fact, do it. But
we also,
obviously will pay attention to that.
Yeah, we have a quick news clip, 92. Let's go ahead and play the from the press conference, 92.
Today, we are announcing the arrest of 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht for igniting a fire that ultimately burned down the Palisades earlier this year, killing 12 people, destroying more than 6,800 structures, both homes and businesses, and damaging over 1,000 more buildings.
Well, it's important to list the toll, right? Not only the death
which is
toll,
still not remotely close to being rebuilt.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's California.
And by the way, there's all these rumors that they're using some of the empty lots now to put high density housing. This is one of the premier single family home areas and neighborhoods in the Los Angeles area, and it's truly tragic if if they do screw up the zoning here. So without further ado, I want to bring in Nate Morris. He's running for U.S. Senate in the great state of Kentucky. He's taking on the McConnell machine, which cannot be stated enough. Nate, welcome to the show. We're honored to have you. Charlie was so passionate about your race. He endorsed you. He got behind your campaign. I mean, let's start there. Tell us about what that meant for you to have Charlie's endorsement, the time you guys spent together, and I think that's the appropriate place to begin this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so great to be here with you all. And Charlie was such an incredible human being, as we all know, and an iconic and legendary human being. And I had the great fortune of getting to know him as I was launching or beginning to look at the U.S. Senate race in Kentucky. I'm a friend of the vice president's, and he had suggested I take a look at the race. And part of the work that I started doing was having conversations around MAGA world. And Charlie was one of the people that I reached out to and got to know. And he was so encouraging and so excited about this race and finally defeating the McConnell Mafia here in Kentucky. He knew what a stranglehold Mitch had had on our party, how he'd stabbed the president in the back over and over again and sabotaged his agenda. And Charlie made it very clear. He said, we need someone who's a fighter. We need someone who's strong. We need someone who's going to stand up and fight like no one's ever fought before in this position. And he knew how tough this was going to be. And what he said to me was, he said, if you do this, he said, I'm going to come to Kentucky and I'm going to help you launch this because this is how important this race is. And he came to Kentucky early in the summer, and we had about 1,500 people show up on a Monday morning leading into the 4th of July holiday. We had folks, young people, we had grandparents bringing their grandchildren. We had construction workers that had taken time off from the job site that had mud on their boots that were showing up. I've never seen more electricity in a room than when Charlie filled it that day and launched this campaign. And it meant so much to us.
Yeah, well, Nate, what's amazing about Charlie is he had this incredibly packed schedule. I mean, it takes an army to even keep up with that schedule, and it was like a Tetris, game or something, how we pack things in. And so Charlie was sort of like very good at doing events at the times you wouldn't necessarily do an event, right? Ideally, you do it when people are off work or at this. No, we just had to fit them in where we could. And yet, despite that, there would just be an electric atmosphere and so much energy. And so let's play a clip from that event, I believe. And this is him endorsing you, cut 74.
I will say this. I was looking at the race. I said, is there somebody that will actually tell it like it is when he comes out of the gate? He's like, I'm here to take out the trash, and here's also Mitch McConnell. He didn't quite connect the dots. I said, but I like that guy. He's willing to actually call out the McConnell Mafia that have been running this state for so long and willing to get in, because you better believe there's going to be a lot of attacks against Nate once you say it like this. But you know what? Take a page after President Donald Trump. What President Donald Trump did when he went into the arena was he was unafraid to call out the political class. Do you remember what he did? He called out the Bushes. He called out the Clintons. He called out the Cheneys. He called out all the Republicans that were there prior. And honestly, he opened a lot of our eyes to the corruption and the deep state that was in front of us.
That was a beautiful moment, and he meant every word of it. And I can tell you, he ended up following that up with a tweet. Go ahead, throw up image 303. So Charlie says the entire Mitch McConnell establishment in Kentucky is pulling out every dirty trick in the book to stop Nate Morris. They hate Nate because he supports an immigration moratorium, opposes endless wars, and represents the end of McConnell's control over Kentucky politics. And Nate, this is really relevant now because there's this clip that's going viral about one of your opponents in this race, Barr, who has now been caught on camera basically endorsing mass amnesty. So explain this dynamic, because Charlie was really against the illegal invasion. He was really against actually the way we do legal immigration in this country. He really found common cause with you in that. So explain what's going on in the state of Kentucky with your opponent.
Well, Charlie and I talked at length about this crisis facing our country. We're in a crisis related to our border, related to mass immigration and mass migration from the third world. And Charlie understood this better than anyone. And we would often talk, this is a fight for Western civilization. This is not just about one political cycle. This is not about just politics. This is about the fate of Western civilization. We can look no further than go across the pond to the United Kingdom. They've lost their country. And Charlie would talk a lot about this. And that same sentiment that created the problem in the UK is coming to the United States. That same kind of thinking. And in 10 years, America is going to be closer to the UK than we would have ever imagined if we don't get tough and we don't stop this amnesty and this flooding of our borders. And my opponent, Andy Barr, we call him Amnesty Andy Barr because he is for amnesty across the board. And he talked in this clip that he refers to illegals as undocumented. I mean, this is the terminology that Democrats use. He called me a nativist because I want a full moratorium on any new immigration in our country. And if you recall, nativists is what Hillary Clinton called members of the MAGA movement, and the same breath she said, basket of deplorables. So this is what I'm up against, but this is the McConnell machine, and this is what they believe, and this is what has been paying their bills and enriching them for generations.
Well, I totally agree with that. A couple things you said: get tough, immigration moratorium. We listen. We have a culture that we love and we adore, and we love the people in this country first and foremost. We are proudly American first. And so I love what you're saying. You're one of the few that has the guts to say it. So God bless you for that. Let's hear what your opponent has to say in his own words. Cut 72.
What we need in immigration reform is bipartisan. We need a bipartisan solution on DACA. We do need to fix that situation for young people who are undocumented, who were brought to this country no fault of their own. We did provide in the bill that I voted for in the Republican Congress, a legalization of that group that provided protection from deportation.
Okay, so let me just stop you right there. Anytime I hear anybody talk about bipartisan immigration reform, I instantly want to throw
red
up.
alert.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you're totally right. He's using left-coded language. What's going on here? Is he like a secret? I mean, I don't know Andy Barr. I just want to say, but like, is he like a closeted lib in red Kentucky that just knows he got to put an R in front of his name to like get ahead in politics?
I think so. I mean, look, he is a classic throwback to that old school rhino country club Republican, the people that have run our country off a cliff, these career politicians like Andy Barr, and he epitomizes what the McConnell machine has believed. Because remember, Mitch McConnell, he goes around Kentucky, he talks about all the power that he's had for generations. You know, he didn't secure our border. He had enough power. He could have secured the border. He could have stopped this inflow of illegals decades ago. He didn't do it. And Andy Barr is going to take up Mitch McConnell's mantle. He's going to be the McConnell 2.0 if he were to get in that seat. And that's why he must be stopped at all costs, because he is for amnesty. He wants his big business cronies to be able to have cheap labor and undermine the American worker.
Right.
He wants to. Illegals are flooding our system in Kentucky. I talked to a county clerk not too long ago. They're trying to process 120 languages in Kentucky.
Oh, dear.
And just 5 years ago, it was English and Spanish. And now it's 120 languages they're trying to process. And these illegals are flooding our hospitals, our schools. And, we talk a lot about protecting Social Security in this campaign. We must protect Social Security and Medicare. But we got to start by doing that by kicking every one of these illegals off of the system, because they've been frauding our system. And we know that this is the crux of what this government shutdown was all about.
Well, I totally agree. And by the way, it's a winning issue, and you're right to zero in on it and focus on it, because I think you're the only guy in this race that has any credibility on basically the most important political issue of our time, the issue that got President Trump elected. And, listen, you're going up against an entire machine that has deep pockets, and they're going to spend it on you. These Wall Street buddies from the McConnell machine are spending it against you. So we are with you 100%. Nate Morris, NateMorris.com, right? That's how people can support you?
Yes, come to our website, NateMorris.com. Be part of this movement. The Patriots in Kentucky, we need your help. The Patriots around the United States, we're up against generations of political cronies, of special interests, of people that want to flood our borders like Andy Barr, Amnesty Andy Barr. We need your help. Be part of this campaign. And we are going to defeat Mitch McConnell, his machine, and everything around it once and for all, and put it in the grave in Kentucky.
Well, God bless you, sir. It's an honor to have you on the show. Charlie was 100% behind your campaign, and we remain steadfastly in the same position. So, you know, the machine has got to go. We've got a clean house. In Kentucky, we're never going to get a senator from that state that represents the base and represents what Charlie wanted, what President Trump wants, what we want on this show. So we're with you 100%. God bless and Godspeed.
Thank you so much. It's my honor.
Wonderful. I'm going to do this ad read when we get back from the next break. We'll be back in just a moment.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumppknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, and Blake Neff. We really want to read your emails. Send them in, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. So send them in. We are reading every single one. We will continue on this mission to read every single email. Blake, do we have anything in the email box that is that you want to float in this 54 seconds?
I got a kick out of Jack sent us a suggestion that what causes the bad actors is political psychosis, which he suggested is a combination of heavy weed use, using too much political social media, and playing too many video games. I don't know if that's true, but I kind of want it to be true because weed is bad.
It feels true.
Weed is really bad.
It feels
Don't do it.
true. We got to. You know what we got to do? We got to have Alex Berenson on the show.
Yeah, just remind people weed is bad.
Just for a very good, primer again, a refresher course on why weed is bad. Don't smoke weed. It's terrible for you. By the way, if you care about the next generation, you should be anti-legalizing weed or making it easier to get for one reason only.
We have enough addictive things in American life that are legal.
Yes, but with young people specifically, it does lead to psychosis. So, and that's provable. You can't even argue with that. We're going to welcome back radio in 2 seconds. We are honored on the Charlie Kirk Show to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. There's a lot of bad things. Speaking of that email you just read, there's a lot of bad things that are infecting people's minds and really making the discourse, online or even in person, really pretty toxic. This is why podcasts like the Alan Jackson Podcast are important, because what they do there is they take truth from the Bible and they apply it to actual issues that we're facing today. So gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, the White House, issues in the church. They don't just discuss the problems, but they give practical things that we can do to make a difference with these problems, which is going to arm you and equip you to be a better citizen and to confront the challenges of our day. And every episode, Alan Jackson gives practical things that you can take from Scripture. So the Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Alan Jackson Ministry is working hard to bring biblical truth back into our culture. You can find more more about Pastor Alan and his ministry at alanjackson.com. All right, so Blake, we want to go SCOTUS conversion therapy. We're going to go to FBI tracking senators' phones. We have, by the way, we have Jonathan Kieperman coming up for the entire hour.
It's going to be so great. We get to talk
Lomas.
about the shock jock Hassan. We get to talk about
Katie
mashed
Porter.
potato Katie Porter.
Yeah.
Did you know about that?
So just so you know, like part of our struggle with hour one today is that we have all of these topics.
We had a million things to hit.
But we keep wanting to wait for Lomas, otherwise known as Jonathan Kieperman. The
He's
story,
so great.
The story with Lomas, just so everybody's aware. One of Charlie's absolute favorite guests, first of all.
We had him on. He was instantly like, let's have him on all the time.
Charlie was like, we got to have Lomas. We got to have Lomas. So he's coming on next. And but part of our struggles, we just wanted to talk about all these topics with Lomas. He was known as Lomas online, very popular, sort of like underground X
it's
account.
so great. Anytime you dox like this like liberal who's hiding behind an anonymous account, they turn out to just like be hideous looking or something.
They look like somebody who would hide.
They look like a Portland Antifa mugshot.
Oh, put the Antifa.
If we have that, put that up.
Put the Antifa mugshots up.
So some ghoul who also looks like an Antifa mugshot at I think it was The Guardian in the UK. He doxes Jonathan Kieperman, and it turns out he's like, he has a great family, and
he's the top-rated professor.
Top-rated professor, and all the reviews when he was a college professor. He's a really hot professor too.
Oh yeah, I know. All the ladies love Jonathan Kieperman. So yeah, he's now out. So I don't even know what to call him. Is it Jonathan Kieperman? Is it Lomas? I still call him Lomas.
I call him Lomas because that's what he is on X, and everyone should follow him.
By the way, the Antifa mugshot's hilarious. I think it was End Wokeness. You've got it credited appropriately, but I think the caption was, "Now we know why they wear masks." Because like when you see them, you're like,
You think like they'd want to keep them up because they could take off their mask and like turn whoever sees them to stone, like Medusa.
Well, they certainly have some evil powers, but usually it's just throwing Molotov cocktails at federal authorities. But by the way, that story is still going on, and I think if you could find a thread for this hour, it's that we want to be about what we're for. Turning Point's mission is more important than ever because the taboo against political violence is eroding, which is terrifying, by the way. One of the things that you said yesterday, Blake, that has stood out to me is this idea that there is this incredible incentive, should we lose power at the executive level, to commit violence against Supreme Court justices, especially conservatives. I don't really worry about it the other way around because we're just simply not as violent as the left in the modern era. However, why that makes sense is because if you have a Democrat president,
if the Kavanaugh assassin in 2022 had actually succeeded in going through with it, Joe Biden could have trotted out some left-wing nominee, and Democrats who controlled the Senate could have confirmed that person. There is a very direct incentive, and that person would have been able to serve on the court for life.
I'm just curious. Could you, in theory, pass any sort of law that says if you just to take this incentive off the board and say if somebody is the victim of political assassination, that the sitting president would have to defer the selection to the highest-ranking Republican in D.C. or something?
You don't want to create incentives the other way either.
Well, no, I'm just saying that you. But I'm saying, well, that's true. That's true because if that's a very dark thought. This is the problem sometimes that I have. Is,
could you imagine
Ruth Bader Ginsburg? They wanted her to retire.
They wanted her to retire. We're like, we're going to force your retirement, Miss Ginsburg. And no, you don't.
Basically, the only option is to put bubble wrap around all of them, give them lots of security, ensure the U.S. Marshals are monitoring their movements. I mean, this is really sick. We should. I mean, as a culture, the fact that we're even debating this. God help us. Pray for peace. Jonathan Kieperman's going to help make sense of all of it more. Hassan Piker, the shock jock that shocks. That story and more in hour 2. Don't go anywhere. Jonathan Kieperman's next.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. Lawmakers around the country are just now beginning to take steps to protect homeowners from home title theft. Texas lawmakers, for instance, are working to strengthen statewide protections and add penalties for notaries who prepare fraudulent documents. Under a measure that's being considered in the state legislature there, county clerks would also be allowed to investigate and reject suspicious filings. However, those sorts of legislations just aren't commonplace. So, how can you protect yourself? Former FBI special agent specializing in white-collar crime, Tom Simon, joins me now with more. Tom, good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me on.
So let's talk about home title theft. How prevalent is it, and how difficult is it to uncover? Let's put it this way, to uncover before it's too late.
Well, uncovering it before it's too late is always the issue, right? Is trying to find. It's a very common crime. It happens a lot. The stats are not entirely clear because a lot of these things are handled civilly. And as you pointed out in your introduction, not every municipality has laws addressing this, but we see it a lot. And it's, and how you asked how difficult it is to detect it. And what that requires is monitoring your home title nearly every day. And that's a lot of work for most people.
Yeah, and that's where home title lock comes in. We'll talk more about that momentarily. But it seems to me, just as a layman, that county clerks' offices would have some sort of system in place, some sort of safeguards to keep people's titles safe. Even though it's public record, it seems that there will be some sort of safeguards in place, but that's not necessarily the case.
It's not the case because by statute, the county clerk's job is not to verify the authenticity of the deeds coming in to transfer title ownership of your home from you to someone else. Their job is simply to record those deeds in the public record. So you're smart because you identified this as the weak link in the chain, and it is because no one is watching the store.
Should lawmakers be doing more to try to change what has been tradition, if you will, but to update it with time? Do you see that as a place for lawmakers? Should more lawmakers be getting involved?
Without question, I think Texas's new law that I consulted with the legislature there on is a step in the right direction. A fraudulent deed transfer is a real crime with real live victims. The problem is that even the Texas law doesn't restore the home back into the previous owner's name, so that person has some hefty legal bills ahead of them.
And that's where home title law comes in.
Exactly. What they have is they have what they call a triple lock home protection, where they're going to do 24/7 monitoring of the status of your home title. And if there's any issues or if it's transferred or a lien is placed on it, you're going to receive notification. And if, God forbid, some bad guy gets away with stealing your home, they have a restoration team in place that's going to spend up to $1 million to get that home back into your name.
Just out of curiosity, who's most at risk of becoming a victim to this sort of fraud?
You see it a lot more with the elderly and the vulnerable, but I would argue that any American who has equity in their home, and for most Americans, that's our largest part of our net worth is the equity in our home, is vulnerable because then somebody can just file a deed with the county clerk's office with a fraudulent notary stamp. And next thing you know, that property is transferred into their name, and then they can begin drawing on that with loans that they never intend to pay back. You won't even know it happened until the foreclosure notices start arriving in your mailbox months later.
And that's the scary part, I would think, is that a lot of people are victims and don't even realize they're victims until it's way too late, and then they really have to fight.
That's the problem. And law enforcement is often just not equipped to deal with this, or they're just regarded as a civil matter. The police are great. I love the police, right? But they're not really always on top of things like this when it comes to esoteric white-collar crimes, which is why I think people need some kind of monitoring service to keep an eye on their own home title.
For folks who may want to start the process with Home Title Lock, how can they get in contact with Home Title Lock?
They just go to HomeTitleLock.com and begin that process there. It's the Home Title Lock makes it easy on you. I liken it to a smoke detector in your house. You hope you never have to use it, but it's going to give you peace of mind and let you sleep better at night, knowing that someone is keeping an eye on your property.
Absolutely. HomeTitleLock.com. The information is there at the bottom of your screen. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate you giving us that information. Really useful information for those of us who are trying to protect our homes. Well, that's going to do it for this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
All right, we're back here for hour two. Andrew is
I'm having a technical difficulty.
Having technical issues.
No in-ear.
But do we have Jonathan Keeperman, Lomez? Can you hear us?
Andrew, can you hear me? I can hear you guys. How you doing?
You can hear him?
Excellent. I can hear him. I can hear him. Great to have
this
you.
This is going to be a Blake Lomez
Alrighty.
back and forth.
Oh man, we were just saying, I don't know if you heard us, but we were really gushing about you, Jonathan, right before the end of the first hour. We were saying there's so many topics that we wanted to hit, but we wanted to hit them with the immortal Lomez. So we were thinking the first one to hit that would be very fun is this Hassan Piker story.
We have to. The shock jock.
The shock jock. The shock jock, we're calling him now. We heard for the past year the left needed its own Joe Rogan, but it turns out that Hassan Piker is just a shock jock. Let's see. We have this is all the video that people are reacting to. I've got a million different things here.
I can help you with this.
Let's do. So this was happening
84.
during a stream. It's clip 84.
Of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby. It's just, no, she doesn't want to come over here to see what's up. She just wants to roam the house because she got to roam the house when I was gone. And she needs to literally have the same structured, regimented. I think that clip went to Trump's big baby desk immediately. I hate everything. I hate everything.
So if it's not clear what was going on exactly there, it looks like his dog rushes over towards Hassan and he reaches and he maybe hits something or clicks something and the dog immediately bugs out. If you've had a dog, you know that greatly resembles if you have a shot collar, like to keep it from wandering off your house, which a lot of people have, to discipline your dog. But he's just using it to...
The invisible fence.
The invisible fence.
By the way,
but he's just using it to punish the dog and, make it freak out.
Lomez, I think I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, good. I just want to make sure we got our tech working again. Here's my reaction to this instantly. If he's willing to do this to a dog, and use a shock collar to harm an innocent dog,
because he's annoyed that it walked over to him
as a live stream prop, what is he willing to do in other contexts, maybe to humans? We know that Hassan has fantasized, or at least described in gruesome detail, harming conservatives. So
this is a nasty person. I oppose animal cruelty in all forms. I want to say that. And I want to call on our good friends at PETA to make an example out of Hassan. I think Hassan needs a visit from the good people at PETA, buckets of paint, whatever they want to do. This, I think, is a perfect opportunity for PETA to reassert themselves into the public conscious and sort of take care of this guy who clearly has no regard for animal life. And, I mean this truthfully. It's well known that children who become sort of psychopaths, have violent ideation of various kinds, are well known to be torture animals in their youth. And I think we're seeing a familiar pattern here. The disregard for the well-being of animals very easily passes over into a disregard for the well-being of people. And so, Hassan, please, you're going to need a visit from Pamela Anderson or whoever is coming on board from PETA. I have to tell you guys something else. This morning, I'm glad we're talking about this subject. I happen to be listening to NPR. Someone's got to pay attention to what these people are doing.
Okay.
And I am nothing if not a good patriot. And so I was listening to NPR, and there was a profile interview this morning on NPR. And I kid you not, this is exact language. Hassan Piker, the left's Charlie Kirk. Okay, so I don't mean to add any additional insult.
Are you serious? I need to find this now.
Totally serious.
This is exactly why they do not deserve your tax dollars, people, because they employ idiots that would make. Yes. And by the way, I can't tell what comparison is more insulting, Mr. Keeperman.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, or Charlie Kirk and Hassan Piker?
At least Charlie and George Floyd were born on the same day. Did you know that?
No, I did.
They had the same birthday. Absolutely mind-blowing coincidence.
That is shocking. And well, at least there are some obvious things that you could connect a few dots. Hassan Piker, there's nothing obvious about this. And we actually wanted to hit this story because Charlie and Hassan had a debate scheduled that will never happen. Was it Dartmouth? Was it at your
Dartmouth? Yeah, it was at Dartmouth.
Yeah. And we were prepping for that. We were getting ready and kind of diving into some of his ideas, if you could call them that. I think they're just pure like animal instincts, pun intended. So yeah, I mean, that's really infuriating. Okay, let's just play this out. What did they say?
I mean, they didn't really have an argument. It all boils down to the fact that Piker speaks to an audience of young people on the left. And their only way to sort of like understand comparisons in this regard is who is your audience, rather than what you do or what you promote or the ideas that are animating your, public activism. And I mean, like either with Floyd or with Piker, it does kind of make sense. I mean, the left is offering up a kind of valorization and promotion and celebration of degeneracy and weakness and frailty. And Hassan Piker, yes, he's got like a big Twitch show, but his life consists of, and this is his own words, 7 hours a day, 7 days a week, in that room, shocking his dog apparently, and spouting off on Twitch on a gamer stream. Nothing wrong with gaming. I love gaming. I'm a gamer myself. Whereas Charlie, of course, at the age of 31, has built this a massive enterprise that consists of not just his show, not just the talking, but you guys have employed hundreds of people, all motivated to do
Thousands.
good. You have TP Action, TP USA, et cetera. So there's just an obvious difference between the caliber of person here.
Well, it's such an important that's the key difference. Charlie had a show, but the show was maybe 1/4 of what he did, because he was the ultimate grass toucher. He actually went out. He met the people on campus, thousands upon thousands of people. He got involved in the admin, the staffing of the admin, that grind work. He spent 2 months basically living at Mar-a-Lago during the transition because he cared so much about the staffing of the admin. And, he's speaking at hundreds of churches, speaking at all these campuses, speaking at all these events, doing the endless work of building Turning Point. He very much lived in the real world, and that's a huge contrast to their apparent equivalent, Hassan, who lives online all day.
Well, I'll never forget that New York Times puff piece on him that said he was a progressive mind in a MAGA body. And it's, like
he does lift weights apparently. Okay.
And he likes guns. Okay. So he's super relevant now. Like the shallowness with which the establishment media is observing our culture is truly very shocking. And I that's why I love what you do with your publishing company. I mean, there's actually some depth that you're making happen within the intellectual right. And I think that's really important because apparently it's escaped the left now. It is completely vapid, vacuous commentary. Jonathan, 30 seconds.
Sure. It's a completely barren landscape. The only thing the left has at this point is their rejection of Donald Trump. It's all just reaction to Donald Trump. And this is the position the right used to be in, just purely reactive. We are now proactive. And Charlie was at the forefront of that. And it's our job to sort of carry that forward now.
Yeah, well said. Well said. And I think we should go through the breaks with John.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just going to be too much fun. So we're going to do a quick read of one of my favorite partners, and that is going to be Good Ranchers. Then we'll keep going with Jonathan Keeperman, otherwise known as Lomez. So Good Ranchers. I want to take a minute to thank this truly incredible sponsor, a partner of our show, who shares the same values that we stand for on the show every day. Charlie believed in putting faith and family first, and that's exactly what Good Ranchers is all about. They're a Christian, American-owned company delivering 100% American meat, beef, chicken, seafood, right to your door. No imported junk, no compromise, no funny labels that's really like, from Brazil or something. In a time when big corporations are bowing to woke agendas, Good Ranchers is standing strong for God, country, and common sense. We love Ben and Corley. They're amazing people who run this company. They support American farmers, honor biblical values, and provide a product that's honest, transparent, and rooted in the same principles we fight for every day. Charlie was a proud customer. He trusted them, and you should too. Visit goodranchers.com. Use the code KIRK when you subscribe for an additional $40 off plus free meat for life. That's KIRK for $40 off plus some free meat for life. Good Ranchers, great people. We will be right back with Jonathan Keeperman. All right, we're back for the stream, for podcast. Jonathan Keeperman, explore this idea that we kind of were just touching on, about the barren landscape of the intellectual left. It used to be relatively reversed. I think that's safe to say, is that the left, there was a little bit more robust discussion, debate, the depth. You could disagree with the ideas, but it was a more robust landscape, and the right was a little bit lagging behind. But now, intellectually, we represent the vanguard of, I think, interesting thought, of powerful new ideas. Why is that? How did it change? And how are you playing a role in it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated picture. I mean, if I'm trying to be maximally sort of charitable, I would say that a lot of this is less so sort of the failing of the left and rather the success of the left. So what you have is a period of cultural domination for most of my adult life, most of our adult lives. And this leads to a kind of condition of complacency. They had kind of won the fight. They had taken over academia. They had taken over, the media industries of various kinds. And yeah, this just leads to a certain amount of maybe laziness. It doesn't require generating new ideas to produce new stuff because you've won and now you're enjoying the fruits of that labor. And during this period, especially over the last decade, the right, and I include you both in this, Charlie in this, myself, and a lot of people who are now coming to the fore in terms of, taking the lead intellectually for the right, we were sort of the subaltern. We were in a position of weakness, of subordination. And when you're in that position, there's a lot of freedom and a lot of space to explore new ideas and sort of find exits that otherwise, would be shrouded in sort of darkness or would be taboo or whatever else. So being in that situation of being subordinate, being outside the eye of the public allows a certain freedom of thought that is very generative. And so what we're now seeing is the right taking those ideas that were generated during that moment of subordination, and now that's seeing the light. This is producing a lot of healthy policy outcomes, a lot of the stuff around American nationalism, a lot of the stuff about around immigration, about the coherence of population within a country and the importance of that and what that means, and having sort of shared understanding of language and myth and history and where you come from. All of that and the importance of that really did come out of this ferment on the right. And so right now we're in a position to sort of strike and feed this out to the public and kind of erase some of those gains that the left had made. There's still a ton of work to do. I mean, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
No, exactly.
The left still owns academia and owns a good deal of the media infrastructure. So we're going to have to administratively take some risks and go out there and take control of some of these institutions. But from an ideas perspective, we are way out ahead.
No, and you talk about how they still own a lot of these really important institutions, one of which we saw on full display, and we're going to get to it later in the hour, what happened with Comey. The fact that he didn't get a perp walk, he got smuggled in behind the scenes. Do you think they would have done this for a conservative? Absolutely not. It's actually wildly infuriating, and we're going to touch on that later. But first, we're going to get to Katie Porter and that story, and we'll do it when we welcome back radio. But what did you call her earlier?
Mashed potatoes, Katie Porter.
Mashed potatoes, yeah. Well, yeah,
nice.
Didn't she have some?
We'll get into it.
Okay. I vaguely remember the reference, but this is like a really the reason we have to do this next is because the shock jock Hassan Piker, who's can't hold a candle to Charlie Kirk, is this sort of this mask off moment where you see how he really is, this despicable human being, and then you see Katie Porter, who just, even when the cameras are rolling, she can't keep it together and act in a nice way with a very well-intentioned journalist. I mean, it was very, well, we're going to get there. Don't go anywhere. We'll welcome back radio. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett here. Shock jock Hassan Piker, Katie Porter. You know, maybe don't think that they're connected, but they are, because these are these mask-off moments, and we are seeing the character of the people of the left. This is my running thesis. So I first need to know, Blake, mashed potato.
So just to remind people who Katie Porter is, she's running for governor of California. I believe she's currently in the House, and so she was giving an interview with, I believe, CBS News.
Yep, Sacramento, local Sacramento.
Yeah, I think we should get the breaking things. Then we'll get into the potato stuff.
I'm just so curious.
So she was giving this interview where they just ask a total, that total softball question, like, how are you going to reach across the aisle to the people who voted for the other side in the last election?
Politics 101.
Let's just play clip 87.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win?
Let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say.
So you don't
I
think
feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody.
You have it written and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters. Okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered.
I don't care. I don't care.
Lovely woman. You could feel the energy. So the reason I call her mashed potatoes Katie Porter, besides physically resembling a pile of mashed potatoes, is in this is 2023. The New York Post had some documents from, I believe, her divorce proceedings against a former husband, and her former husband accused her of throwing toys, books, and other objects at him during their marriage, and even allegedly poured scalding hot mashed potatoes on his head during a fight.
Ooh. Yeah, and I believe the person that first broke this story, the comment from one of the ex-staffers of Katie Porter said, "Just imagine what she's like when the cameras are not rolling." Ooh. All right, Lomez, your turn. What do you make of this?
Katie Porter to me is the sort of apotheosis of liberal politics at this point. She's what I'd call a sort of longhouse matron. I kind of like the fact that people like her in the spotlight because it demonstrates perfectly the sort of personality type that runs Democratic politics and runs the aforementioned institutions we were talking about. It's just, at all times you're surrounded by, a vice principal, third grade teacher who's slapping you on the, hands with a ruler for telling like a joke. During a, math lesson or something. And if this is the view that, mainstream voters have of the Democratic Party, that's going to be great for us and for our agenda. So I support this fully. I wish Katie Porter the best. I want to see more of Katie Porter in the news.
Well, what strikes me is that when they can't argue their points or where they just don't feel like they owe anybody an explanation for something, they just get morally indignant. And that is a cousin to some of this, I believe, it's all related to some of the people feeling justified to do whatever they want when they disagree with somebody, whether that's political violence, whether that's moral indignation, turning off an interview. There is this sense that they don't deserve to explain themselves. They don't owe it to anybody, which is they don't deserve to be questioned. Which is a phenomenally striking moment for somebody running to be the governor of the largest economy, with a state with the largest economy in the country.
Yeah, and also just you get that element where almost certainly this is a left-leaning news operation that she's interviewing with, but you'll actually, if you talk to liberals enough or just see them in their own habitat, they often have this belief that the media is right-wing. I recently saw this kook on X who said that the Washington Post is this far-right paper now.
Oh, because of Jeff Bezos or
yeah,
whatever?
yeah. You know, just
it's no passage press. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
you know. But
Soon.
yeah, you know what's interesting is that I will say, as somebody who's has some experience in California, there's such a lack of input from conservatives now in the state that some of the journalists want to kind of get into. They want to get a piece of that action and kind of act like conservatives still play. And by the way, there's millions of amazing patriots in California. You were a professor at UC Riverside. I mean, you know this.
In fact, I had, I've known Porter for a decade because she's from the Irvine area, which is where I taught at UC Irvine. And yeah, people forget California has more Trump voters than any other state in the country. There are millions of Trump voters in California. There are very good people there. I was kind of hoping that after the LA fires, California would sort of find its way back to at least a more conservative way of doing politics. That was in the air for a little while. I think there's some possibility of that happening, maybe. But, the thing that's going on in California, I'm an example of this.
Let me put one pause real quick. We got to take a quick radio break. We're going to keep going on the stream and on Rav, so hang right there. All right, Lomez, we are back. You're giving us your insights on California, which are really important for people to know, especially today, by the way, when they've arrested somebody in the Palisades fire, something you just referenced. So continue, please.
Mean, look, California is the crown jewel of the country. That's my opinion. And it's a huge mistake for conservatives just to write it off. And it's the same problem with conservatives saying that, like, they hope Mamdani wins in New York because, these coastal elites deserve what they get. Well, actually, we want to preserve the best places in this country and make them better. We don't want to see them get worse. The problem in California is multifold, but one of which is that normal middle-class people who want to raise kids, want to have families, want to have decent jobs have left, and they're leaving en masse. And California actually has net out domestic migration. So natives are leaving more so than people coming in. So it's a state that's increasingly run by the left, by coastal liberals, quote unquote, but also masses of immigrants who just don't have the same sense of inheritance of this place that, California natives have. So it's a place that I want to see rescued. And, I hope one day for a reconquista of California.
Reconquista. That would be a beautiful thing.
It would be beautiful. And he's right about the scale of it. We're not talking, tens of thousands. If you count just American citizens moving out of California, the net difference between people moving in and moving out, we're talking, I think at this point, over 500,000 people since COVID hit. Jeez. Yeah. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, well, and I can tell you, spending a lot more time in Phoenix lately, that you hear about that with even the realtors and the housing prices and things like that, because there are a lot of Californians coming here. There's a lot of Californians going to Texas, Florida, Tennessee, the Montana, Idaho. The outflow is incredible, and they seem to think that they're doing just fine because they've got illegal immigrants.
I just looked at myself. It's over 1.5 million people since COVID.
Since COVID,
yeah, they had about net, I think, 400,000 in 1 year at one point. Jeez. It was really brutal.
Yeah, anecdotally, the townhome complex we were living in when we had our first kid and moved out, every single family, that is every single English-speaking family with kids, moved out over the course of 2020 that we knew.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, it's a very bad negative feedback loop. It's a cycle that fuels itself, because when one good family leaves, I can tell you, as somebody who spent time in California, that you grieve the loss of that family, and that inevitably are going to Nashville or they're going to some, and then you're just like, what am I doing holding on, right? And that psychology ends up playing quite a role. And so while we're on to California, I think we should just keep hitting Katie Porter. This is a 2022 clip where she is talking about inflation, Biden inflation, and how that just reinforces the need for abortion, because that's not a non sequitur or anything. Cut 95.
How does inflation compare to this newly important, in the sense of the Supreme Court decision pending, abortion issue? How do those two issues compare?
Well, I don't think they compare. I think they actually reinforce each other. So the fact that things like inflation can happen, and it can become more expensive to feed your kids and to fuel your car, is exactly why people need to be able to be in charge of how many mouths they're going to have to feed. So I think the fact that we're seeing this jump in expenses, that we're seeing people having to pay more in the grocery store, pay more at the pump, pay more for housing, is a reason that people are saying, I need to be able to make my own decisions about when and if to start a family. So I don't think we're going to see them. I don't think it's like about comparing them or contrasting them. I think they reinforce for people just how big of a responsibility it is to take care of a family.
Jonathan Keeperman, 1 minute before we have radio back, is the Democrat Party a death cult?
I mean, when you hear stuff like that, it's hard to deny the case. I mean, could you imagine looking at the price of eggs and it's $7 for a dozen of organic eggs versus $6, and you decide that's going to be the reason I'm going to have an abortion? I mean, this is like really sick, vulgar, disturbing stuff. And if that's the mouthpiece of the Democratic Party, yes, then I think you have to say this is a death cult.
Yeah, golly, that clip. I remember when that clip came out because we hit it on the show. And
ghastly woman.
It's just
ghastly.
How is this woman allowed in polite Democrat society? Like, how is she actually?
She is polite Democrat society.
This is the polite version. This is the polite version. I mean, she could be shocking her daughter.
She at least hasn't dyed her hair yet. Like, she's not even at level 8 on the scale.
Where's the nose rings? Yeah, she's wearing like a conservative skin suit or something, you know. I guess that's the OC rubbing off on her. But I mean, this is really like how far we've fallen.
Wait, hold on. Wearing a conservative skin suit. She's wearing at least 2 or 3 skin suits.
Oh, well, Blake, here we go now. I'm gonna
She looks like a Roald Dahl character. If you've read any Roald Dahl with your children.
We're going to welcome back radio. Just 1 sec.
Delivering 6 times stronger natural immunity to fake news. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, joined by Blake Neff and Jonathan Keeperman, also known as Lomez. I'm going to tell you about one of our partners, and then we're going to talk about Comey, I think, unless we have more Katie Porter jokes. I'll leave that to you. I realize there's a lot of choices out there when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service. And there's new ones popping up all of the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. They are not only fantastic. I have a Patriot Mobile phone as well. I got 2 of those 3 main networks on my phone, which I highly recommend. You never know when you're going to be in a area where there's not service on one of them, and so you switch over to the other one. It's come in handy multiple times. But Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today, 972-PATRIOT, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie or 972-PATRIOT. You can call that 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. These are good people, patriots, and they're standing by this show, and I love them for it. Do you want any more Katie Porter jokes? Or
I mean, people talk about her being kind of like a Dolores Umbridge if people have read Harry Potter, which I think we have to be kind of pro Harry Potter now because J.K. Rowling is pretty based on important issues.
On key, she's still a lib, but she's not. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, and my friends and I were debating: does she have a greater resemblance to mashed potatoes, or a potato, or a sack of potatoes? Different potato-related
You're gonna get us
idioms.
in trouble. All right. Here's what I will say.
Great.
Oh, yes. Anyways,
that's more singular potato. That kind of brow is very potato-shaped.
We don't want to insult people's looks. We want to talk about their ideas, Blake, which are just bad enough. Here's one more Katie Porter clip, Lomas, if you'll indulge us. Cut 94. This is Katie Porter calling pedophilia an identity. So that's we'll see how this plays out. 94.
This allegation of groomer and pedophile, it is alleging that a person is criminal somehow and engaged in criminal acts merely because of their identity, their sexual orientation, their gender identity.
No, Katie Porter.
LGBT, I guess.
Oh my, Katie Porter, when you sexually assault and abuse young kids, that is criminal. That's not an identity. That's an action that is evil, and they should be punished to the full extent of the law. Lomas, I want to let you chime in here.
Yeah, I find this shockingly vulgar and like despicable on every level. But as a political matter, I do think the existence and prominence of people like Katie Porter is a good thing for us. I mean, this is the opposition that we want to be arguing with in front of the public. It is just intuitively obvious which side is good versus bad, which side is deranged, which side is behaving in a rational way. So for all the faults of the right, and there are plenty of faults, and it's a kind of messy time in which we're trying to figure out how to move forward in this new environment, having people like Katie Porter be the face of the Democrat Party is a great thing for us. So I just want to, point that out. We shouldn't be too hard on it.
No, it does provide a really good foil, and you kind of remind me of that, very successful ad campaign during the 2024 run, which was, Kamala Harris is for they, them. Trump is for us, for you.
I guess she's for the pedophile community.
Yeah, but
the identity.
Because that was the moment where Kamala Harris basically, caught on camera saying, yeah, I'm going to fund all these trans surgeries for prisoners. Yeah, of course. It doesn't matter if they're legal or illegal. And that clip was shocking to people. I think when people see this stuff, that this is from a prominent mainstream Democrat, and it's shocking stuff. And she's just, obviously she's got a history of treating her employees very badly, her staff very badly. I got an email here from Glenn. This will be our transition. He said, do you plan to discuss the summons afforded to Comey instead of an arrest warrant that allowed the snake to slither into the courthouse and out unseen without being perp walked into the front door in handcuffs and leg restraints like they did with Bannon and Navarro?
So I wanted to have the first response to this and see if you guys disagree, because we discussed this when he was first indicted on our Thought Crime show, and I kind of thought I'm actually okay with not having the public perp walk and like making a big show out of a mugshot, because I think that's how you get into bad patterns. Look at what happened to the Democrats with Donald Trump. They were obsessed with perp walk Donald Trump, get the mugshot of Donald Trump. And now we know, 2 years later, that was a huge mistake. That made Trump stronger, that they were fixated on these superficial things. Because perp walking someone is not convicting them. It is not imprisoning them. It is not politically disempowering them. It is a superficial thing. Yeah. And if you're making a case against Comey that he committed crimes, the important thing is to make sure the case is strong, that you can get a conviction of it. The important thing is not getting a perp walk of him. That is a superficial thing. So I'm going to disagree with people a bit on that.
No, you've been consistent on this. You are demanding real accountability, real results. You want a real sentence. If we're going to bring this, it needs to be
if your
watertight.
Case against Comey is strong, it shouldn't need a perp walk to make its point.
Jonathan Kieperman, your take.
Yeah, I mean, I'm persuaded by this. I think Blake's right. And I think this speaks to general tension that, the Trump administration is trying to deal with, which is on the one hand, you want to signal to your base that you're doing something and you're treating this asymmetry in power that, we've seen over the last decade or at least 5 years. You're treating that seriously, and you're taking steps and making moves to rectify that asymmetry. The base wants to see this. They want to see Comey being perp walked. On the other hand, the general public doesn't want to, see anything that looks abnormal or that looks too vindictive. They want normal politics. They want sober, steady, normal politics. They want real justice. They don't just want the symbols. They don't just want the ostentatious display. And so I think Blake is right. A little bit of forbearance here, a little bit of prudence from an optics perspective, which is the calculation that matters here. This is about optics. Is well within what the Trump admin should do. Don't make a martyr out of this guy. Remember what happened with Trump with those mugshots? That became this like galvanizing moment for people on the right. It was used as a way to roil the base. We don't want to give them photographs and these events to galvanize them. They really have nothing right now. They have Katie Porter. Okay,
who
Leave
sold
them with Katie Porter?
Who sold more T-shirts with Trump's mugshot on it? The left or Turning Point?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that we did.
I think, didn't we have the Never Surrender shirts? Maybe that was someone else.
No, the Charlie Kirk show did. Okay. But I don't think Turning.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the separate organization.
Yes.
Sorry. Shouldn't mix them up. But
no, and listen, I am persuaded by this a little bit, but I also do want to give some credence to the base that's, I think justifiably enraged at this double standard that we've all been forced to live through. I mean, Steve Bannon, who, was on Real America's Voice before this show, was paraded around, and the indignities that he was forced to suffer are extreme. And I understand people getting incredibly pissed off about that. I understand people getting upset about what happened to Peter Navarro. I understand the indignities that lawyers that defended Trump or that helped him in the after 2020 that they've been forced to suffer through. So I completely understand the impulse. And I think, it's kind of what Trump would say, though. The best vengeance is success. So if we want to get back at what we have been forced to suffer through, to your point, the success of an indictment, meaning that Comey actually gets punished for his crimes, his alleged crimes, that he actually would serve time in jail, serve time in prison. That is success in these instances is really critical. And by the way, all of these stories about that Tulsi Gabbard help reveal, and some of this the shenanigans that were going on from, it looks like, the highest level with Obama and Clapper and Brennan to essentially tie Trump into this to the Russiagate scandal and basically rob 2 years of his presidential campaign. We haven't taken our eye off that ball either. So and Comey was right in the center of that. And go ahead, Blake.
We have late breaking Katie Porter takes from our viewers. Susan has a super important question. Did Katie Porter ever sit on her poor ex-husband?
Oh, Blake, you are just, you know what, this is where Charlie would rein him in. And so it was like left to me, and Charlie would go, like this could,
Send me a sign, Charlie.
Somebody
don't like it, send me a sign.
You want Blake Neff unleashed?
Yeah, Blake. Yeah, go
shot
off,
collar.
Blake. Yeah.
Shot collar.
I'm gonna have to get your shot collar, and you won't be an innocent in this because you have it covered. Okay, thank you, Susan, for helping Blake get to the point. So we have another email from Jean, I believe. Based on these clips you showed, Katie Porter reminds me of the woman in Broward County who have run for office and who we, the local GOP, defeated with the right candidate. These are women who spout these ideas, yet they portray themselves as moms and representatives of women's issue. That's a really very key point. They do. That's what I'm saying. They present themselves as this moderate, sensible person, and then you actually, the mask off moments really, I think, tell a lot about somebody's underlying ideology, and I think that's very, very true with Katie Porter. Ramthan, I guess, says why, or this is Sana, sorry. Why was he given a summons rather than an arrest warrant?
Well, so that's kind of what I'm getting at. He responded to the summons. He went in. He entered his plea.
Secretly.
And, well, okay, but we know what the plea was already. And we are conservatives. We actually want to uphold the system. And so you do want, if a person is going to come in and respect the system, we don't need to kick in the door and, drag James Comey in. And if you're going for that, I think you're too focused on the TV show of what's going on, and you want to avoid that temptation. Well, it is a bad impulse, in my opinion.
You do want to avoid making martyrs out of people that do not deserve the label. And I think that's ultimately where I landed with Kimmel. I was enraged at first, but I also want his show just to go away, because it has bad ratings and it's costing the network too much money, and it will go out with a whimper. Is much better for some of these people.
There's a lot of short-term emotional satisfaction from doing sort of performatively over the top or even cruel things to your opponents. And I think, again, that's why I point towards the Trump stuff, because there was a lot of that with Trump and his supporters. And I think that's how they squandered a lot of their political advantage during the Biden years, threw it away, and they got Trump reelected. People saw it, and it was very off-putting. And we want to make sure we don't go too far. You want justice, of course. Like, we want to, for example, deport illegal immigrants, but you don't want to do performatively over-the-top stuff with it necessarily.
You don't want to give the left tools to sort of attack
don't
you and
undo
undermine
yourself on something that ultimately doesn't matter.
Yeah. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to keep going on the stream and on Rav. So don't go anywhere. We're going to keep going. Look at Leandra here. The way Team Blake Neff unleashed. The way Tucker advocated for Blake, I want Blake Neff unleashed. Waiting for his super based takes on X.
We're going to have unlimited potato-related takes.
We need 7-hour Blake Neff streams on Twitch.
People are going to regret that
Blake
one.
Blake Neff unleashed.
7 hours of me ranting about the Roman Empire.
So this is from Susan. She goes, because we just read her email. She goes, my husband said you would never read that about Katie Porter. LOL. No, we got you. We are committed to the email. freedom@charliekirk.com. Please keep sending them. Lomez, I want to give you the opportunity just to kind of reflect on Charlie, because we haven't gone there yet. Because I think I was planning on leading with it, and then my headset, I had an issue, and we just got into the news. But I want, the floor is yours. I mean.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is tough. I mean, it's still raw. I know you guys, it's raw for you guys too. And it's still taken me, like, I'm in these waves thinking about the significance of it from a sort of like political, cultural standpoint. And then there's also just like the personal element to it. And, separating these two things out and trying to think about them rationally has been really difficult. And, you guys know, both of you know, sort of like privately, we've had a lot of conversations, before everything happened, how much I respected Charlie. And I really felt like Charlie was at the center of what was going to happen next on the right. And this was pretty obvious. This is not a novel take. It's also not hyperbole. We're seeing, even in his brief absence here, things start to kind of fray without his presence in the middle, sort of binding all of these different factions together. And he was someone who could speak to everybody. Everybody could trust him. I think one thing we're seeing too, and even with some of the, quote unquote controversies, like with the text messages that were revealed yesterday, not getting into, the specifics of what was said, but what was revealed to me was Charlie was a loyal friend. And loyalty really is the first principle of any political movement, of any political group, and of any political act. You have to be able to demonstrate loyalty, and loyalty transcends these kinds of ideological differences and even differences that really matter, differences that are meaningful. Being able to talk to people, being able to talk to allies, people who are on your side across those differences, and mediate between different parties who have disagreements on different issues. Charlie really was that guy at the center of the right. And in his absence, it remains to be seen what happens without him. I worry about it a little bit. I don't see any obvious replacement. You can't replace someone like him. The best we can do is all pitch in a little bit and try to model ourselves on Charlie's example. I've said this before previously on a podcast, but I'm 10 years older than Charlie, but in many, many, many ways, Charlie was a better man than me. And I want to be more like that. And I think people should start thinking, how can I be more like that? Not necessarily in terms of the beliefs, the ideology, although that's good too, but how can I act as a centering force for this coalition? How can I push towards more agreement, more positive action, more policy wins, rather than how can I better serve my own ego? And a lot of people think about the latter. They think, how can I serve my own ego? Charlie never did that. And I think a lot of us could take a very important lesson from that. And I implore people to think about it in those terms. The other thing on a personal level, he's a man with a family and a wife and kids. And it's very similar to, my own circumstances in many ways. And it's a tragic, tragic loss for people who know him and his family. And I do want to say, I have to give you guys credit for what you've done in his absence.
I appreciate it. We're going to welcome back Radio, and I'll back to you in just 1 second. All right. Final segment of the day with the one and only Jonathan Keeperman, also known as Lomez. For those on radio that didn't hear it, you were just talking about what Charlie meant to you, what he meant to the movement. And so please, I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, it's hard to wrap your arms around what a big loss this was. And I was just moving into the sort of the personal tragedy of it. And, we have to remember here, too, that like the people you see on the screens, the people talking, these are just people. These are just guys with ideas and a vision for the country. And we the thing I would like for us to do is remember Charlie as a model. And I want us to think about from, again, a policy standpoint, what we might be able to do to memorialize him in a more permanent and durable way so that he maintains this central focus as a kind of model for how the right ought to be in the future.
Yeah. And, for those of us that are here, trying to make much of his legacy and remember his life and to celebrate all the amazing things that he's done, I can tell you it's the most overwhelming thing. I had a friend who looked at me kind of in the midst of some of this last week, and he said, "We picked a hard job," and he's like, and in Charlie's absence, it just got infinitely more difficult. And I was like, "Yeah, man, that's a massive understatement." But, I do the real legacy of Charlie is one of faith in Jesus, faith in God, faith in this country. And so I know that God doesn't call us to anything that he's not going to equip us to accomplish. I know that it is a tremendous loss, but I also know that God is with us. I've never in my life felt the prayers of strangers. I feel them daily. Every day I get so many people texting, "We're praying for you. We can't stop praying for you. We can't stop thinking about Charlie." And so I know that God's plans are bigger than ours. I know that he has a vision for this country. There's a harvest that Charlie has helped ignite in this country. And my prayer is that we would not let any of the controversies overshadow his legacy, his true intent. And I pray that we would not let it divide the coalition and the movement, or that it would come back and hurt Turning Point, because Charlie loved Turning Point with all of his heart.
Just before we came back, Jonathan mentioned Charlie's humility. And actually that was such an important part of it, that Charlie got so big, yet he was never a megalomaniac. He was never a narcissist. Every time good things happened, he'd say, all on God, put it all in God's hands. And that was so important to his growth, his staying power, and why his movement was so positively oriented, I believe. And I think that's one of the most underrated aspects of how his faith guided his actions, that the success never went to his head, because the success was always something given to him from above.
Yeah. Jonathan Keeperman Lomez on X. The last 2 minutes, the floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, aside from just the humility, which obviously is incredibly grounding and allows people to sort of persevere and not lose sight, not lose perspective, Charlie was also a positive force. And this is the other thing that I see, creeping in a little bit to the right, going forward with this kind of embittered, resentful tone, where everything is sort of steeped in a kind of sense of vindictiveness and revenge, and a sense of hurt that needs to be accounted for, a sense of grievance on the right. And I don't think the right should have that as the prevailing attitude. They should take instead the example of Charlie, again, which was this sort of positive tone, a positive vision, a sort of trust in the good to prevail over the bad. That is often conflated and confused for weakness. It is not weakness. There is plenty of strength in being positive, and it's also not naivety. Charlie was not naive. And so you can be positive, you can have a positive vision without suffering from some of these other deficits. And again, I just hope that as a movement, as a political coalition, we can take some of those traits on board.
Yeah, I mean, two of the guiding principles of Turning Point from the very beginning were grassroots humility and being a happy warrior. And that's how I would sum up kind of what we're talking about. These are guiding principles that are on the side of the walls in the offices. And grassroots humility. Always be willing to get your hands dirty, to lend a hand, to do the thing that is maybe not glorious or illustrious, or you're not going to get your name on a marquee, but to do it anyways because it's the right thing. Register voters, hand out clipboards and tennis shoes work, and then happy warrior. And I think that Charlie exemplified that because he always had that smile on his face. It was electric, it was magnetic, and super. It was just super inviting to so many people. Jonathan Keeperman Lomas, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
A fifth generational conflict.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Deliver us from
evil. The arraignment for former FBI Director James Comey will now be held Wednesday morning in Alexandria, Virginia. The hearing was originally scheduled for Thursday, but a federal judge moved the hearing up a day due to other pending court cases. Comey was indicted by a federal grand jury on September 25th on 2 felony counts. He faces a count of obstruction of a congressional proceeding and a count of making a false statement to Congress.
The U.S. Attorney General was grilled on
on Capitol Hill over controversies related to the Justice Department.
It included the department's handling of the Epstein files and investigations allegedly targeting President Trump's political opponents.
The government shutdown is now in its 7th day, and the impacts are spreading nationwide.
Major airports across the country facing staffing shortages affecting operations from Chicago's O'Hare Airport to Nashville, Newark, Las Vegas, and Houston. And that number continues to grow. Many air traffic controllers are calling out sick, creating staffing shortages that are impacting travelers. The ripple effect hitting flights across the country.
New numbers showing the dramatic change at the border.
We've got the most controlled border we've ever had in the history and in my lifetime in the Border Patrol.
In Eagle Pass, Texas, during the Biden administration, more than 2,000 migrants crossed into the U.S. in a single day. But now, under President Trump's policies, officers encounter just 20 migrants a day here. DHS touting the lowest number of illegal border crossings since 1970.
We were here 2 years ago where migrants used to carry children on their backs to get across this river and cut through this barbed wire to get to the United States. They would see hundreds, even thousands a day in this very spot. But today, it's silent.
Let's get right to that Antifa roundtable. What's likely going to come out of this?
I think this is one of the things that's been on the table, no pun intended, for President Trump for a while, ever since we've seen the violence increase due to these ICE raids and ICE occupation in some of these cities. So we're going to start to find out how they are organized and who potentially is behind funding all of this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are here live, as you can see, from the White House itself. Jack Posobiec here, Real America's Voice. President Trump today has convened and will convene an Antifa round table. He is gathering minds, journalists, reporters, and victims from all around the country to come here to the White House in just 1 hour's time to tell the true story about what Antifa is, who they are, what the networks are that are funding them, and to talk about solutions that can be used to take down these networks, these domestic terrorism networks, once and for all throughout our nation. Andy Ngo will be here. Katie Daviscourt from the Post Millennial, my colleague, will be here. Savannah Hernandez will be here, and so many more. I'm seeing some of those names that you're all very familiar with. They've just started entering the White House. I myself will be a part of the roundtable. Very honored to be asked by the White House to participate. And so I will probably not be able to make the very last segment of the show here today because we're going to have to head in for that roundtable, which will be convened by the president very shortly. Here's the situation. We've now seen in a variety of cities in the United States, particularly right now, Chicago and Portland, they are in open rebellion against the federal government's purview, the federal government's jurisdiction when it comes to immigration law. The enforcement of immigration and customs law is the sole purview and remit of the federal government. It is literally the acronym ICE. That's what it stands for, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And what does that mean? They are the agency that has the lead nationwide with constitutional authority delegated to the President of the United States and the executive branch to control who is allowed to be in this country and who is not allowed to be in this country. This is not a function of state government at all. And what has happened in these areas, Chicago, Portland, and to be sure, other areas as well, you've seen networks activated, shock troops, thugs, militant wings of these networks that are clearly defined, well-developed. Rose City Antifa in Portland. Various armed groups all around the country, Socialist Rifle Alliance, John Brown Gun Club, some of the groups that I went up against when I infiltrated the Chaz in Seattle all the way back in 2020, when I stood off against Antifa right here in Washington, D.C. at Lincoln Park, defending the statue of Abraham Lincoln from destruction by Antifa forces. And so when the critics and the mainstream tell you that Antifa is not real, we've got the receipts, we've got the networks, we've got the funding, and we're here today to explain not only to the president, but we'll also be joined, of course, I'm told, by the Attorney General, the Director of the FBI, Secretary of Homeland Security will all be present to talk about these issues that we are facing, which they know well, and also to give testimony that we have experienced in some cases, like Katie Davis Court, of course, unfortunately been victimized by. And you're going to hear those stories and so much more in just a few minutes. What we're going to do here on Human Events Daily, as people are coming in, we'll grab them, we'll talk about what's going on. Obviously, the weather is, the DC weather is what it is this October. It's fall, but that doesn't matter. It's certainly not going to stop us because we are finally, once and for all, putting an end to these domestic terror networks. We'll be back in a second. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. We're live at the steps of the White House. Antifa violence has plagued the United States of America since prior to President Trump's first term. This goes all the way back to 2015 and 2016. And what were we seeing? We were seeing these same domestic terror groups attacking in the early stages Trump rallies. All the way back, go look at San Jose. Go look at the videos from San Jose. People being chased down the street by mobs of Black Bloc. And CNN would then come up and say, violence breaks out at Trump rally. Now, fast forward 10 years from that, we saw the situation at Utah Valley University with my friend Charlie Kirk. And couple weeks ago, I was right here live on this program when we first got the news that there had been shots fired at Charlie's rally. We didn't know even if it was true at the time, so I noted it. I said, hey guys, get confirmation before I say that on air. I don't want to put out something that's untrue. Turns out it was true. And then we got more information and more. We started praying, and then eventually we got the final information. And 33 hours later, after those shots rang out, or even actually I should say prior to that, a few hours after those shots rang out, we found bullet casings. Law enforcement found bullet casings inside an old 30-06 Mauser rifle attached with a scope that included phrases on the casings. Some of them were transgender, furry references, online jokes from Reddit and Discord. Others, though, included the phrase, "Hey, fascist, catch," common Antifa saying. Another included Bella Ciao. Bella Ciao was written on one of the bullet casings in the gun that shot Charlie Kirk, killed him. Bella Ciao is known around the world. It's a famous song in its own right. It's been used in Netflix series and others. But it is also known to a certain subset, a subgroup, subculture, known as the Antifa International Anthem. That's how they view Bella Ciao, a pro-communist international anthem. And that was written on the bullet casing. And so anyone who's familiar with Antifa, anyone who studied them, the research that I did when I wrote the book, Antifa Stories from Inside the Black Bloc, all the way back in 2020, released it early 2021, it shows you the history of this communist Marxist group, the godless atheists, because Antifa started as the international wing of the Bolsheviks. Antifa was funded by the Bolsheviks. It was used to destabilize the Weimar Republic in Germany. It was used to destabilize Spain, which led to the Spanish Civil War, and the destabilization of those countries. This is what they do every single time. They destabilize the status quo, and they target who? They target Christians. They constantly target Christians and specific individuals who they believe are standing in the way of their revolution, standing in the way of their supposed Marxist utopia. And it's always been a lie. This idea that Antifa just means, oh, we're the people against fascism. No, that's a communist trick. In East Germany, when everyone knows the Berlin Wall, the official title of the Berlin Wall was the Anti-Fascist Protection Rampart. The Antifa Wall is what it was referred to as in East Germany itself, communist East Germany. So it's always been a sort of rhetorical trick. Yes, communists play word games. I know. Shocking, right? But these are the types of things that you will hear from the president, from mainstream media, from the former administration, and these are the things that the President of the United States has convened this roundtable to fight against. These are the things that the President of the United States, right behind me, in just a few minutes, will be speaking about and hearing that testimony from people who have faced off against them, people who have been attacked by them, like Andy Ngo, who will be joining us soon, Katie Davis-Court, who will be joining us, victims of Antifa, victims of assaults. And Antifa has come at me many times, many times, and they failed every single one of them. And here's the problem, right? You'll hear people like the mayor of Portland or the mayor of Chicago, and they'll say, everything's perfectly fine. Look how nice our city is. Look how clean. Look how safe. And they'll walk around in the daytime. And you see New York Times columnists will do the same thing. They'll walk around in the daytime. They'll say, I did the same in Chaz, by the way, in Seattle. And I remember this game when I infiltrated Chaz and lived inside there for about a week. They wouldn't go out at night. They wouldn't walk around with the GoPro. They wouldn't try to interview people within the black bloc. They would go during the daytime when it was safe. But I remember what it was like at night. I remember what it was like when the Black Bloc became activated. I remember the violence. I remember the armed militia group of the John Brown Gun Club maintaining the perimeter, maintaining armed checkpoints within an American city. So no, we absolutely can't allow this in the United States of America. They are a stated insurrectionist force. And so when the mayors of these areas say, we refuse to comply with ICE, we refuse to comply with federal law enforcement, immigration and customs enforcement, which is a duly authorized law enforcement agency of the United States government. That's the signal. That's the signal to these groups, to these shock troops in the streets, to go out and launch their attack. And what do we see in Portland, specifically in Portland? They will attack reporters. They will attack female journalists, like my friend Katie. She received an eye hemorrhage and a concussion from Antifa. Then she goes to the police. And what did the police say? We can't help you. It's not safe. It's too dangerous to do anything. When you grow up, you hear the police are the people that you go to when you need help. But what happens in these cases where a system, a city, a locality becomes so corrupted by ideology, so captured by Marxist hate, so captured by domestic terrorist ideology, that the own police force itself not only will not help a victim like Katie, but will even arrest a working journalist like Nick Sortor, who was arrested, I think it was the next night after Katie was attacked. He was arrested while defending himself from Antifa that were assaulting him. Nick Shirley as well, another individual who will be joining us today at the roundtable. He's someone who's constantly been assaulted in the streets. And in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, by an individual who we know, who we have evidence of, verifiable evidence of, ascribed to Antifa ideology, enough to the point where he was willing to put those words and phrases and symbols on his bullet casings. The next week, shots fired by another domestic terrorist in Dallas, Texas, at an ICE facility. Then the ICE facility in Chicago. It is very clear what's going on here. The domestic terrorist networks are being given aid and comfort by a political system that has gone completely around the bend, that is in open rebellion against the President of the United States. And yesterday on this program, I put out the call. I said, Mr. President, invoke the Insurrection Act. And if you do, and call in the National Guard, because if the police won't help you or can't help you, then that is why we have a National Guard. And if the dereliction of duty of these mayors and governors to not sign the order to call in the National Guard is so vast, is so lacking, then it is incumbent upon the President of the United States, who has a duty to carry out and execute the laws of the United States. He swore an oath to do so. It is his duty then to do what is necessary to maintain the laws and the order of the United States of America. And that means calling in the National Guard. And no, it doesn't mean some massive deployment of, an occupation of an entire city. No, of course not. But it does mean a deployment of the National Guard in order to put down the lawlessness, in order to correct the chaos, to upright and uphold the law and order of these select areas. And yes, generally it is around the ICE facilities, the federal facilities. But we can't play this game anymore where Antifa can go across the street or go a couple of blocks away and suddenly, we lose jurisdictional ability, or federal agents and the National Guard don't have jurisdictional ability to do anything about it. No. The time for those games has ended, and the time has come to stop playing such games. In fact, the time is here. Some would argue the time has been here for quite some time to call in the National Guard and also to use the RICO Act to go after the funders, the financiers, the networks, the international networks, the tie-ins to Western Europe, and there are so many tie-ins to Western Europe where Antifa was first birthed. I talked about Berlin. I talked about Madrid. And President Trump is the man to do it. And we'll be speaking with him just a few moments here in the White House at the Antifa roundtable. This is Jack Posobiec on a blustery day here at the White House for Real America's Voice. We'll be right back.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
They talk about influencers. These are influencers. And they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
You know, I should be on that side. Sorry. I'm being an idiot. Sorry. I'm going to be right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, Human Events Daily, and as promised, we are here with the luminaries of the Antifa roundtable. Not everyone is here yet, but wow, we've got my producer here just said, wow, it's my entire TikTok For You page has arrived. We've got Nick Shirley, Savannah Hernandez, Jonathan Cho, the great Andy No, and of course the great Cam Higbee. Cam, did you come in on Union Station?
I haven't, but I plan on paying them a visit tonight. The tents got taken down. So.
The tents got taken down. Oh, we've got Nick. I see Nick Sortor over there. Nick, come here. Come here.
Nick, Brandy.
Let's go. And Brandy. All right, he'll be back. Nick will come back. Brandy Krause is here.
Brandy Cruz,
Antifa fever dream.
The Antifa's fever dream. Sav, tell us what this means that President Trump has finally convened this roundtable.
This is huge, Jack. This is historic. You know, as we were walking up today, I was asking the boys if they were ready to make history today. Antifa has been terrorizing American citizens for almost a decade at this point. So to have the president of the United States bring all of us together who have been beaten, harassed, threatened, you name it, to come and tell our stories in front of the nation is huge and historic. And again, it's just an honor to be here with Andy, with all of the other reporters around me who have put the time and effort in, who have shed literal blood to show Americans what's going on.
Well, and speaking of which, you know, we are here with Andy No, and Andy, from the times that you've been attacked by Antifa multiple times, and I remember first interviewing you about this years ago, did you ever think at that moment that you would be here in the White House itself briefing the President of the United States about these networks and about what happened to you?
No, I still remember those days when I was posting into the ether on Twitter with a very small following, and so I don't take any of this for granted. I'm thankful that my journalism has meant something to enough Americans, and now those in the administration, that they're giving me this opportunity to speak. It's come at a heavy cost to myself, but I've shared that burden with the men and women who are standing next to me here.
God bless you for being here. God bless you. Brandy, you and I, we've never met in person, but we sort of, it's good to finally meet you, but we sort of connected through Chaz, and you know, I was there and you were reporting on it, and I couldn't tell people that I was there. You know, walk me through, you know, because you come to this not from a partisan perspective at all, but you're just talking about what happened in that city of Seattle, and yet you face so much pushback for just telling the truth.
Yeah, there's this misnomer that's being pushed that it's just, you know, right-wing media that's being assaulted by Antifa. It's not true. Most of my career has been in legacy media. Both Jonathan and I worked in TV news in Seattle around the same time, and I was a TV news reporter in Seattle when CHOP happened. And I've been covering Antifa for 15 years. And so this idea that it's just, you know, right-wing agitators who are, I don't know, forcing Antifa to have to assault them because their presence is so triggering, they have also assaulted many mainstream journalists. The difference is that those journalists hide it. I mean, there are many reporters in Seattle who we know who've been assaulted by Antifa, who were assaulted by them in the Summer of Love in 2020, and who either chose to or their bosses made them cover it up. I mean, my crew was mobbed at CHOP. We had to seek refuge in a fire station, and I
remember this.
Yes,
I remember when this happened. Yes,
I mean, it was a horrifying ordeal. You know, I had been a favorite target of theirs, and I think one of the me as a journalist, it was actually kind of my red pilling moment. You know, I posted the raw video without asking my bosses at the time because I knew the answer would be no. So I just posted it, did it, asked for forgiveness later. They couldn't take it down once it was up.
Better to ask for forgiveness,
yeah,
yes.
because, you know, they weren't showing the reality of what, I mean, they called it the Summer of Love, you know, and that shows
and I'll go to Jonathan as well. You know, I have to imagine, is this your first White House roundtable?
Yeah, Frank, this is the first time I'm here. I'm the rookie in this group.
Wow.
I mean, everyone else is veterans here.
Well, welcome to the White House, and you know, it's a real credit to the administration for being able to hold something like this. I've seen you go toe-to-toe with these guys so many times. Why do you think it is that there's so much pushback for describing this story, and yet, you know, if you were talking about some street gang or anything like that, there'd be no problem?
Well, I think Antifa has gotten away for so long without any accountability, and when you have the handful of truth tellers surrounding me right now, the people actually telling Americans what's happening, this type of accountability is going to come, and that's why they don't want our narratives to be out there. And that's why I've been targeted, Andy's been targeted. I think everyone here has been targeted physically with violence. So again, I'm just one of the storytellers here, but this needs to get out, and I think America's going to finally wake up.
All right, if you could pass that to Nick Shirley over here. Nick, man, we got to get you some security out there or something, because I keep seeing it. The laser pointer ain't going to do it, brother.
I know, it's getting a little wild.
It's getting a little wild. Tell me what it's like being out there, because I've seen you go up and interview some of the toughest, most murderous. You've been in with gangs, you've been in with cartels, you've been in with refugees and all the rest of it, and yet it's Antifa that comes at you and not any of the others. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, they think you're the opposition, and they think they can label you as some far-right person. In reality, we're not far-right. We're just right about what we're showing.
Well, I don't even ever see you push any kind of ideology.
I don't even go to push anything. I literally go up and ask questions about why they're protesting, and I broadcast it for millions of people to see. And I give them the opportunity to justify why they're protesting and give their reasoning, and for some reason they label us as the opposition.
But you guys agree with me. Nick, more than anyone, definitely needs some security out there.
His videos give me white hairs because I'm like, oh my gosh, Nick, please be careful.
No, I mean, look, and
it's getting a little wild. Might need some security.
In the wake of, and we're coming up on the break here, but in the wake of Charlie, right? In the wake of Charlie, I think we all realize that this takes on a new and far more disturbing pallor than before, because it really could be at any moment, at any second. You think you're doing a live stream, you think you're out there doing a debate, and Cam here has done the debates as well, and taken up the torch, and so many others, but it only takes 1 second for everything to change. And I'm sure that will be something that comes up here at the roundtable when we're in today. All right, we got 1 minute. We're going on the break. If you guys want to head inside, you can. If you want to hang out, that's totally cool too. I know none of you guys are camera shy, but it's incredible to have you here. I think I see Katie making her way over right now, and I spoke to her a little bit before. Said she was a little nervous to be talking to the President of the United States about this, and I said, Katie, just tell your story. And I think that for all of us, really, it's just here to tell the stories of, this isn't our opinion. This is what happened to us and what's happening in our country. We'll be right back in a second here. Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Palisades.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec back here, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. The Antifa roundtable will convene soon. And I think if anyone lately has done more to really get this ball rolling. You can't talk about this without talking about what happened to Katie Davis-Court, my friend, my colleague from the Post Millennial. She joins us here. First of all, Katie, how are you?
It's an honor to be here. I'm healing up. I was on your show last week to talk about Antifa giving me a black eye. I am thrilled to be invited to the White House now, and I want to start off by thanking President Trump for officially designating Antifa a domestic terrorist group. It's much needed, and I cannot wait to see what the administration does with it.
No, and it's amazing to see you, to hear, but what happened to you was absolutely horrific, and it shouldn't happen to anybody. It certainly shouldn't have happened to you. Walk us through, because I understand you did end up getting medical treatment. You needed to. What did they say specifically? What were the injuries that you suffered? And I can see you even still have those injuries.
I have a black eye. I have a concussion and an eye hemorrhage. So I've been hanging in there. I've been trying to power through. I was not going to turn down an invitation to the White House, but political violence is so extreme in the Pacific Northwest, specifically Portland, and the federal intervention is desperately needed. So I think we're going to try to plead that case to President Trump at this roundtable.
Well, yeah, and the idea is, because this was something that I want to understand, because and I know you've told the story a million times, but you get assaulted, you get attacked for doing your job, for reporting on what's happening. You're just filming. You're not out there participating in any of these things. You go to the police who are supposed to be, we're taught when we were little kids. You're in trouble, you go find a police officer. I teach my kids that. And yet you didn't get that help from the police. What happened?
Right, so I immediately went to the police, told them who my assault suspect was. They refused to detain her. So then I hunted my assault suspect through the streets, chased her down, held her for about 45 minutes, waiting for the police to come. They never showed up. And they never showed up because they have given this zone outside of the ICE facility to a terrorist group. And they have abandoned their brothers and sisters in federal law enforcement, ICE, FPS, all the other agencies that have just arrived on scene. And they have left residents that live in this area fending for themselves against terrorists. These residents have been, I'm not the only one out there who's been assaulted. People living there have been assaulted, harassed, threatened. They are terrified of this terrorist group that has occupied several blocks in Portland, and they are asking President Trump for help.
Now, would you say that this is a similar situation to Chaz?
Yes, actually, very similar mechanics. Not exactly the same, but you could compare, definitely.
But there are parallels, that because I remember you and I were there, of course. By the way, I appreciate you not telling anyone that I was there when when we were there, and you were there overtly, and I was not. But there's just a lot of stories that have never been told from the Chaz days. But this specific point that I need to get to, that we saw it in Seattle, where the government essentially collapsed in this 12 square block radius around Cal Anderson Park and in the precinct, where the precinct was completely evacuated. All the police were pulled out. They were ordered to pull out on the orders of the mayor, Jenny Durkin, at the time. And then lawlessness was handed over. And at the same time, there were residents, there were businesses, there were people who their entire, for example, one of the vehicle dealerships was there, so his entire inventory is there in this lawless area where people were stealing keys one night, and Raz Simone fancies himself as this authoritarian warlord. He's handing out AK-47s and such, and I remember one night, it got incredibly violent. We also saw the violence a few nights after the multiple shootings that were taking place. Gangs started flooding in. When you have a situation like that, where the local government has completely failed and completely collapsed, isn't the only answer then for the federal government to step in and call up the National Guard?
That's absolutely correct. And what we're seeing in the Chaz in Portland right now is that this sustained attack on the United States of America is actually being supported by the elected Democratic officials. So it is necessary for Trump to actually come in and save the day. I normally would not be advocating for big government federal intervention, but these citizens need saved.
Right, and obviously that's you're right. It is sort of cross purposes with the general conservative kind of ideology. But when it comes down to it, I think that conservatives do stand for ordered liberty. And so if you lose order, if you lose the ability to maintain justice, if you lose the ability for just the basic social contract that people can't walk down the street without being assaulted because you're, holding a cell phone up and filming, then obviously something has gone completely wrong. And that is where you need a proportionate response. Because let me ask you this. If the federal government doesn't step in here, what do you think is going to happen?
Complete anarchy. It's already anarchy. It's going to get worse. And I fear that people are going to be killed.
No, it's exactly what happened in the Chaz. It's exactly what happened in Seattle, where the federal government didn't come in, the state government didn't come in, the National Guard was not called up, and we could see. I remember seeing. Obviously, you got attacked there as well for. You think you're doing the national anthem,
right,
and holding an American flag, and I could see there were armed individuals that were even. And people know this. There were armed individuals that were surrounding you at that time, but of course, myself and a few others were keeping a very close eye to make sure that those guns didn't come out of the waistbands. But you saw Glocks in those waistbands. You also saw long guns being used by the John Brown Gun Club, and we could tell that it was a situation where that was rapidly deteriorating. And this anarchy, this lawlessness, it always turns into absolute chaos. And so I remember saying at the time, just like you're saying now, that people are going to die here if the government doesn't come in. And that's exactly what happened. One of them was a teenager.
Yeah, the kids are dying. So President Trump, the people in Portland right now, they want federal intervention. They've been begging for it. And the police are not helping. So it's only a matter of time.
So when you talk to people, tell me about that. When you talk to local residents, and don't say names or anything, but when you talk to people out there, because I don't want to cause any trouble for people who are facing this threat.
Right.
When you talk to them, what do they say?
They're living in fear. They have been assaulted by Antifa. They have had knives pulled on them. It's just the list is endless. They cannot sleep. There is a sustained attack on the ICE building, and they are within feet away trying to live every night. And the feds have no other choice than to deploy tear gas, flashbangs, pepper balls, igniting a plume of smoke where they're trying to sleep. And so they just want an end to what is happening outside of ICE, because the elected officials will not help them, the police will not help them, and they are counting on this admin.
Tell me some more about this Antifa safe house, because we chatted about it, and I was calling the Department of Homeland Security, which I will say it was 1 o'clock in the morning East Coast. They got right on the phone with me and said, "Where is she?" And we're doing like geolocation from your videos to track your movements throughout the area. And fortunately, they were able to get in contact with you. Tell me about this Antifa safe house, because we're told Antifa doesn't even exist. How do they have an address?
Oh yeah, right. So Antifa outside of ICE, they had created this occupation that's kind of similar to a tent encampment. But what is really happening is there is an apartment unit about 2 blocks away from ICE where an Antifa individual involved in the protest has opened up his unit to those involved in the occupation. So they are not actually staying in this tent encampment. They are sleeping, eating, showering, resting inside this Antifa safe house just a block from ICE, and that's where they are conducting shift changes to continue this violence against ICE.
So you're talking about shift changes, you're talking about forward operating bases, you're talking about base of operations. These are all paramilitary tactics that you're describing.
Yep.
Does this seem like something that just organically arose overnight?
No, it's very organized. They have funders through mutual aid groups. They're constantly raising funds. And I would say that the safe house needs to be raided as soon as possible. The feds need to go in and shut it down, because once you take that out, you're going to start taking out other elements to what's happening.
And so finding the ability, not just from the financial, not just from the physical, but also the financial, being able to track back those networks. And I remember seeing this in Chaz and other areas. They would have, food trucks that would move around, and then there'd be Cash App accounts that would be associated with the food trucks. And I believe there was one that was trying to get to Portland, and then they ended up, stopping it. You know what I'm talking about?
They also tried to go to Kenosha, too.
And they tried to get to Kenosha. That's what it was. They were driving from Portland to Kenosha.
And Riot Ribs.
Riot Ribs, right. And so, but the way the network worked was anyone could donate from anywhere in the world to this Cash App, and then that would go to fund the riots, it would go to fund the food. Katie, we are being called by the White House to get in, so we're going to have to sign off here from Human Events. Bo Davidson will be back for the final segment of the program, but will join us in just a few moments inside the White House, where we'll be with President Trump very shortly. Katie, thank you so much for being here and sharing your story.
Thanks, Jack.
I'm so glad you're okay. All right, folks, stay tuned. The Antifa Roundtable coming up very soon here. Don't even think about touching the dial. Real America's Voice continues.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
Welcome back to Human Events Daily. You may notice that I am not Jack Posobiec. I'm just filling in for him for the last portion of his show because Jack is making his way, aforementioned, to a presidential roundtable on Antifa at the White House. So he had to jet out. But this is a great background. The entire show is a great background for us to take the final moments of this show to talk about leftist-driven violence, crime, hatred, and worst of all, the impetus to harm or assassinate someone merely for an opposing viewpoint. So let's first look at a would-be assassin, Nicholas John Roski, the person who wanted to take out Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh in 2022. He was just sentenced to 97 months, or just about a little over 8 years, in federal prison, followed by a lifetime of supervised release. Roski, who now goes by the name Sophie, is transgender. Pam Bondi has called this light sentence woefully insufficient, as the prosecution had asked for a 30-year sentence, considering the domestic terrorism and political motivation. Well, now Roski told authorities that the leaked opinion that would overturn Roe v. Wade was what made him, and I will still use that biological designation, as the reason he was upset, as well as the Uvalde school shooting. Now, what I find ironic is that this man who wants to be a woman was upset over a case that he would never find himself being involved in, abortion. He can't carry or bear a child, so why would he object so strongly? And then to use Uvalde as a motivation, well, how does using violence, meaning shooting to kill a Supreme Court justice, avenge the very thing you were upset about, which is a shooting? Well, let's now look at Luigi Mangione, the left's hero for taking on big healthcare, murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The words delay, deny, and depose were written on the ammunition cartridges. Does that sound familiar to you? Are you seeing a pattern with all of these not so cryptic messages premeditated and written on the bullets that kill? So Mangione, again, we will use the word here, alleged killer, disagreed with insurance companies' propensity to deny claims. So his solution is to deny the CEO his life. Just take him out. He's become a bit of a folk hero, with many young liberals celebrating him due to their hatred of healthcare executives. That sympathy alone is a major problem. And then you have Audrey Hale, the shooter who attacked students at Covenant Christian School in Nashville. This was a man who became transgender. It was going by the name Aiden Hale, as she wanted to become a man. So let me get this straight. Does becoming a man mean that you go kill innocent children? Well, that's what the left has said about toxic masculinity. But oddly, it was not a toxic male who committed this atrocity. It was a woman who wanted to be a man. Someone pissed off from having formerly been a student at this Covenant Christian school and presumably upset about Christian beliefs and teachings. Now, in diary entries that Megyn Kelly has obtained, the killer said she wanted to kill her own race and kill all the white children and had a hatred for the American people. So we do have an element of self-loathing as well. Now, where did she get that idea? Who reinforced that? Well, then let's turn to Thomas Matthew Crooks, the man who tried to assassinate President Trump. He had a double life, secretly brooding and planning his attack. He was shot and killed by Secret Service. But he was a man who quietly planned his attack as the poison of violence infected him. A quiet young man that was said to have likely been able to build a bomb in his parents' house, and they probably would have never even noticed. Then let's also review Ryan Routh, the man who was planning on shooting Trump at his golf course. He failed, but he left a note stating the following: "I tried my best and gave it all the gumption I could muster. It is up to you to finish the job, and I will offer $150,000 to whomever can complete the job." Well, that's just lovely, isn't it? I guess if someone were desperate enough for the $150K, they'd be motivated. But is it money these people want? No, it's a principle. It's a value system. It's an infection of the mind. It's a poison. And that, of course, brings us to Tyler Robinson, the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk. We'll still call it alleged. We know what he did. A man motivated to kill when he otherwise was described as a good student. Now, interestingly enough, a lot of these assassins or attempted assassins were described as good students, most of whom had no criminal record or indication that they would become killers. Robinson had very specific messages on his ammunition. Catch this, fascist. You heard Jack talk about that earlier. You don't premeditate messages like this without having something overtake your mind. It's not a crime of passion in the moment. So let's bring this current with the upcoming roundtable on Antifa, which President Trump has designated as a terrorist organization. All of the alleged assassins or would-be assassins may not have been members of Antifa, but they were certainly in favor of what Antifa believes in, which is an overthrow of the United States government through violent means. Trump's executive order reads, Antifa recruits, trains, and radicalizes young Americans to engage in this violence and suppression of political activity that employs elaborate means and mechanisms to shield the identities of its operatives, conceal its funding sources and operations in an effort to frustrate law enforcement and recruit additional members. Individuals associated with and acting on behalf of Antifa further coordinate with other organizations and entities for the purpose of spreading, fomenting, and advancing political violence and suppressing lawful political speech. This organized effort designed to achieve policy objectives by coercion and intimidation is domestic terrorism. That's the quote from the EO. Many of these individuals have been inspired by Antifa and likely agreed with their beliefs and objectives. What is common is that there's a hatred of a person or a group of people that thinks differently. This, of course, extends to those carrying out the beliefs of the opposing group, which is why we see concerted efforts to thwart or attack ICE agents. They have to fear, these ICE agents have to fear going to work and leaving work because of a covert plot that attempts to harm them by groups like Antifa. And whether it's Antifa itself or those inspired by Antifa, it doesn't really matter. I've profiled a number of people today who took the Antifa mindset and put it into action. And so now, let's just go 30,000 feet here. When you see governors of states actively opposing the effort to detain or jail criminal immigrants, the governors now become an accomplice to the crime. Look at Portland. Look at Chicago, where J.B. Pritzker is suing the administration, the Trump administration, for deploying the National Guard. So does Governor Pritzker care about the law-abiding citizens of Chicago? Sure doesn't seem like it. He cares about the law-breaking citizens and non-citizens who commit crimes when he thwarts any attempt for Trump and ICE to merely do their job. This is why when we look at the big picture, we can't just lay blame on one group or one person. Sure, it's the media and their constant liberal posture. Sure, it's Antifa and George Soros's money. Sure, it's representatives of Congress who continue to say words to incite. Sure, it's governors like Newsom and Pritzker. It's all of them. Now, I'm not implying that Democrat representatives are encouraging their followers to carry out violence per se, but they are contributing to an ethos, a mindset of creating an enemy and putting them in the crosshairs, literally. It hasn't taken much muster for the latest wave of assassins to carry out their attacks, even if rudimentary. All it takes is one bullet. Some have done it in broad daylight with security present. So what motivates them? Well, in my estimation, it's a mind virus, but not just the kind you catch randomly because you're around a few people who coughed on you. This is a willful mind virus, one in which you invite it into your head. Takes a bit of an effort. It's not an overnight radicalization because you had a heated discussion over dinner. This is a concerted effort. So the efforts of Antifa are not just the physical acts they commit of obstruction or violence. It is the highly infectious virus that they release into impressionable minds. Because you have to ask yourself, how did these young men, and most of them are men or men who wanted to become women, get the idea that their disagreement was worth killing for? In many ways, this becomes eerily similar to foreign terrorists like Hamas, the Taliban, or Al-Qaeda. They recruit, they train, but more importantly, they imbue their ideas into young people and get them thinking like they think. So they view their action as a noble cause, like a martyr. They are willing to die. This is the new face of domestic terrorism. It's domestic terrorism that isn't in the form of a local Al-Qaeda cell. These are your next-door neighbors. These are the quiet kids that might even have Republican parents, who went to school, who were indoctrinated by some alternative ideas, and then decided to silence the opposition. It's the very antithesis of free speech. So when you see this Antifa roundtable in the next hour, just understand it's not just about those liberal cities like Portland or Chicago and how they attack ICE. It's about a value system that's poisonous, that's infecting young minds everywhere. They could be in your hometown. And if your kids are being influenced, be proactive and get involved. That's all for now for Human Events Daily.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, Yellow Arm Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. It is Wednesday, the 8th of October. It's the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. And as always, thank you for joining us here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate you being here every single day. MSNBC is peddling an absolutely false narrative that a judge's house had burned to the ground in South Carolina was somehow the target of political violence. For the record, arson ruled out a long time ago. I'll discuss that with an expert. Also, former FBI Director James Comey appeared at a Virginia courtroom today where he pled not guilty on charges of making false statements to Congress and obstruction of a congressional proceeding. We'll have that coming up. Kind of fun day in court. In the meantime, President Trump's scheduled to hold a roundtable any minute now on the issue of Antifa. I'll bring you coverage as soon as they go live from the White House. Antifa was recently designated a terror organization and has been at the center of many recent violent attacks in this country. All of that and more coming up, so be sure to stick around. But we start here today. Another day, another reason to be grateful that the Biden regime didn't get its way in 2024 because it would have continued its draconian overreach of power. The latest case in point, Biden's FBI, at the behest of former special counsel Jack Smith, spied on almost a dozen U.S. senators in 2023, coming through 2020 phone calls and its investigation into January the 6th. The witch hunt just never ends. And you guessed it, they were all Republican senators like Mike Kelly, Lindsey Graham, Bill Hagerty, Josh Hawley, Dan Sullivan, Tommy Tuberville, Cynthia Lummis, Marsha Blackburn, and my good friend, Senator Ron Johnson, who I spoke with yesterday on this program. Here's part of what he said.
Put this in context of the corruption, in terms of my investigations of James Comey's, his exoneration memo being edited to pull out any kind of criminal element, the whole Russian collusion hoax, what everybody knew, Obama, Brennan, all these people knew that was a hoax, and yet they allowed the Mueller investigation to go through. I mean, the extent to which Obama, Biden, all the merry band of radical leftists that served and supported them, the extent that they interfered in our election, the turmoil, the political turmoil they have put this nation through, that group, and I will say, that group of criminals, Russia and China, in their dreams, they couldn't dream of interfering and creating this much political destruction in America. That's what Obama, Biden, and their merry cast of radical leftists have wrought on this country.
And maybe you're not shocked, considering this was the same government that geolocated and arrested people just for being in the vicinity of the Capitol on January the 6th. It targeted and arrested Catholics for praying outside abortion clinics, that waged lawfare against Donald Trump, General Flynn, Roger Stone, and our very own Steve Bannon. And, of course, the list goes on. So the question is, will we see accountability? Some good news for you today. Kash Patel's FBI has already held some of the perpetrators accountable for their actions. FBI employees who were responsible for the monitoring were canned, fired, kicked out. And the task force that served as Jack Smith's dirty right hand, it's been abolished. And Patel has initiated an investigation to the baseless monitoring of any other forms of overreach committed by Biden's weaponized institutions. But Johnson says rooting out corruption is going to be a lot harder than you might think. Here he is again.
Here's the problem, though. You still have members of Jack Smith's team in the FBI. These are long-term employees. They're burrowed in. They're not coming clean. They're going to do everything they can to hide their own wrongdoing, as well as the people that they worked with on this. So again, this is a huge challenge for Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and Dan Bongino. But no, we're going to be dogged about this. I have every confidence they're going to do everything they can, but they don't know where the documents are buried. Again, it's hard to prove criminal activity.
Well, the January 6th narrative has been twisted and milked for all it's worth, by the Democrat Party to justify any kind of transgression that they want to commit, anything. Joe Borelli over at CNN exposed that truth before being washed out by the rest of the liberal hacks who want to downplay what really happened the last 4 years. They don't want to buy into it, but listen to this.
Well, I was reliably told that members of Congress were victims in all this. Their lives were in danger. They were at risk of being decapitated and being thrown at the gallows. All of a sudden, that when it's Republicans, they're not victims. They're suspects, according to Jack Smith. I think there's been a broader politicization of the FBI. We had an FBI agent plead guilty to falsifying records so that he can get a wiretap on the Trump campaign back in 2016. That happened. You have this BS raid on Mar-a-Lago where the FBI brought cover sheets of top secret and sprayed them around the floor and took pictures. Where did they end up? Right?
The FBI brought those sheets?
They did bring the sheets. The FBI brought the top secret cover sheets and replaced other documents with those, put them on the floor, then took photographs, and then leaked the photographs. That's what actually happened. This agency has a leaking problem. That's why James Comey's under indictment right now.
The photographs were attached to court documents.
And let out in the public. The purpose was that you saw them, you in the media.
Joe, those were court documents, okay? They weren't leaked, A. And B, what did you want them to do? Take pictures of top secret documents and post the top secret documents?
I would expect that we wouldn't do a raid on a former president's house to get documents that weren't even there.
Yeah, I'm just so tired of hearing the left scream weaponized government. They do it over and over every time the Trump administration does just about anything and holds criminals accountable, for example, for what they actually did. When it was Democrats who invented the very playbook for weaponized government in the first place. Former FBI Director James Comey arraigned today, he pled not guilty, for making false statements to Congress and obstructing justice, both of which he did after trying to undermine Trump's presidency by pushing false narratives about Russian collusion that never happened. He lied to the public. He lied to the president. He lied to all of us, and holding him accountable is just a start to cleaning house and cleaning up this mess. Even Trump hater Michael Cohen expects Comey's trial to reveal how the government was weaponized against Trump, how deep it went, and how dirty it really was. Listen.
You're saying right now is that the Department of Justice under Donald Trump has been weaponized or has not been weaponized?
I think it's been weaponized under more than just Donald Trump. I think it's been weaponized by government for, I don't know, as long as it's been around.
Well, because I think your argument is it was weaponized then by Comey against Donald Trump. That's what you're arguing right now. And so you think that there will be evidence that will show that in court and so thus validate Donald Trump's vendetta against James Comey.
At least I couldn't have said it better.
Of course, he couldn't resist the opportunity to paint Trump as vengeful, but it doesn't matter. He was on MSNBC after all. The fact of the matter, he says he's going to be convicted. Why? Because he's guilty. But James Comey is going to have a tough time on that witness stand denying that he knew he was pushing fake Clinton-financed intelligence when he admitted that in an interview with George Stephanopoulos on ABC News that he did that and hid that information from the president. Here he is.
Did you tell him that the Steele dossier had been financed by his political opponents?
No. I don't even think I used the term Steele dossier. I just talked about additional material.
But did he have a right to know that?
That had been financed by his political opponents? I don't know the answer to that. It wasn't necessary for my goal, which was to alert him that we had this information.
Yeah. We all know what the goal was, Comey. It was to cripple President Donald Trump's public image and his effectiveness right from the get-go. You wanted to destroy Donald Trump's presidency and him as a person. Comey was a willing pawn. Let's be honest about that. He was a willing pawn used by Trump's predecessors to subvert the will of the American people who wanted something different from the establishment. But the establishment counts on being able to twist the narrative however they want, rewrite history as they see fit, which is exactly what Barack Obama is doing right here. Listen.
As President of the United States, my response was not, who may have influenced this troubled young man to engage in that kind of violence, and now let me go after my political opponents and use that.
First of all, Barack Obama did everything he could to inflame racial tensions for 8 straight years. And not only that, he was the mastermind behind using government institutions against his political opponents. Let's not forget that. In 2013, he turned the IRS against conservative nonprofit groups. Investigations later confirmed that there were severe mismanagement and bias in the department, and they targeted the people on the right. His Justice Department and intelligence cronies laid the groundwork for the Russian collusion hoax. He unmasked Trump's associates during intelligence operations, trying to undermine Trump before he even took office. And if that wasn't enough, he had the privilege of very friendly media. So even if he didn't need to use the government to go after his opponents, he could use the airwaves. Not only did he weaponize his own government against conservatives, he put in place the people and the processes that continued to do so long after he left. Yet this is the line of questioning that Attorney General Pam Bondi had to endure for 5 hours yesterday. Listen to this.
Gravely concerned about what is no longer a hypothetical question, which you refused to answer in your confirmation hearing, but is a real question about when or if the president demands you prosecute individuals because he views them as opponents or enemies, what you will do and what your limiting standard is, because the recent episode around the indictment of James Comey left me very concerned about the direction of the department.
We're a minute and a half over, Senator Chairman. May I answer?
Yes.
Senator Coons, as you have stated in the past, no one is above the law. Mm-hmm. And James Comey is a pending case right now. It's a pending indictment. He was indicted by one of the most liberal grand juries in the country.
Yeah, where are all the Democrats this concerned, were they? About the FBI that spied on U.S. senators just because they were Republicans? That a special counsel was appointed to investigate President Trump? Oh, right. It's not an issue when they do it. It's condoned. It's encouraged. It's applauded. I want to see the mainstream outlets ask every Democrat politician if they condemn the FBI surveillance of Republicans as often as they asked every conservative if they condemn January the 6th. Of course, that's never going to happen. So it is. The truth, he will set us free, make no mistake. Coming up after the break, MSNBC pushing a completely false narrative after featuring a guest who suggested that a Trump supporter set a South Carolina judge's house on fire. Oh, and arson had already been ruled out, but they had the conversation anyway. That clip when we come back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Hi, Pat, from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Well, the legacy media, while important to some, has frankly had a track record of just presenting flat-out lies to its viewership over and over again. I mean, this has gone on for years, and it's gotten worse. And they just expect the audience to just swallow it, and many of them do. It's pretty sad. This time, MSNBC, a usual suspect, caught as one of their hosts, Nicole Wallace, unashamedly ran with a segment in which a guest suggested that MAGA, Trump supporters, and President Trump were somehow responsible for a North Carolina judge's house burning down, even after it was ruled that arson was not at play here. Arson was ruled out. Watch what they said anyway. Here it is.
When we come back, what we're learning about the fire that destroyed the home of a South Carolina Circuit Court judge who faced criticism from Trump officials after a ruling she made against the Trump administration. And it comes amid a surge in hostility and threats against judges, as well as criticism directly from the Trump administration, including for Judge Goodstein, after she temporarily blocked the Justice Department from accessing the files of millions of registered voters in South Carolina. Mary McCord is still with us. Mary, what questions do you have based on what we're hearing so far?
You know, this is the kind of, again, we've talked today already about crossing Rubicons, right? And when you're starting to attack judges because of their rulings, we're in a very, very dangerous position in this country. And it makes judges fearful. It makes prosecutors fearful, as we know. It makes others in positions where they could be criticized by Donald Trump fearful. And he needs to know the power of his voice and how people respond to that. We've been saying this for years, Nicole, but if this is what this turns out to be, some sort of politically motivated act of domestic terrorism, then, the importance and significance of the things that Donald Trump says about a person just, again, will be demonstrated in this instance.
If this turns out to be, they already knew arson had been ruled out. Shameful, to say the least. Joining me now to discuss, managing editor for Newsbusters at the Media Research Center, Curtis Howe. Curtis, I mean, come on, man. They already know that arson isn't even on the table. There was a house fire. It happened to be a house owned by a judge, so therefore it must be political violence connected to the White House and some radical right-wing supporter. It's obscene.
Of all the shows, this is the least surprising show, the show that I dub Rich White Liberal Wine Mom Story Hour, because it's nothing but 2 hours of fear-mongering, complete nonsense. Nicole Wallace, she's previously had to apologize for saying Donald Trump wants to, quote, exterminate Latinos. And she has also said, I would like to strangle Sarah Huckabee Sanders. But the best part, Steve, this came on the same day that MSNBC sent out a new code of conduct to their employees. The first one, integrity. Quote, we uphold the highest ethical standards. We respect the law when reporting. We respect our colleagues, our sources, and the communities we cover. Another one was accuracy. We clarify the mistake if a mistake was made. And obviously none of those things actually happened. Fairness, delineating opinion, none of those things happen on MSNBC. And it's utterly shameful for Nicole to do this. And Mary McCord, another one of those former federal prosecutors who had the power to put Americans in jail, now sounds like an unhinged lunatic on television.
Yeah, but how is this allowed? I mean, the Democrats, fake news, misinformation, disinformation. We must bring this to an end, as they say from on high, behind, and slam their. Come on. This is shameful.
It's complete lies.
This might be political violence, although we already know it's not. It's just a house fire. Do house fires happen, Curtis? I mean, they do happen, right?
Yeah, gas explosions do happen all the time. ABC, CBS, they love these viral videos of homes exploding due to natural gas issues, which, again, as you say, they unfortunately do happen. Stoves are left on. Electrical wires get frayed. I mean, any number of examples, things happen. But, they always go to the worst possible conclusion, and they ascribe that to their political enemies. This is a dangerous precedent. This is a dangerous path that these people are going down. And, unfortunately, the FCC, Brennan Carr, can't really do as much about this because it's on cable. It's on airwaves that you have to subscribe to. It's not like NBC or CBS or ABC. It's a different thing. But the pressure has to be applied, whether it's advertisers or something else, because this kind of thing, again, is getting people shot. It
is getting people shot. It's actually creating political violence. This kind of lies about make-believe political violence turns to real political violence. So here's the problem, Curtis. You know as well as I do, there are organizations like NewsGuard that target right-of-center outlets, this one included, that target right-of-center outlets to take advertising away. But there's nothing that goes the other way. There's nothing that I'm aware of. There's no right-wing outlet that targets MSNBC and says, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves, will not allow people to advertise here. There's no balance here, is there?
They have sterling records. They've got perfect scores. At most, maybe the worst, they'll get into the 90s or high 80s. But last I checked, when you take a test in school, those are still pretty good scores, things you might be proud of. It's incumbent upon everyone to call this kind of thing out and put pressure on these groups. I guess NewsGuard, is supposed to take these things into account, but there's no correction. I think that's the worst part about all this. You not only engage in the incendiary rhetoric, but there's no correction. I went and looked at what yesterday's show was like, and the only mention of South Carolina was the Bulwark's Tim Miller, who told Nicole Wallace, I don't know if we're still investigating that thing or not, as if to kind of just casually kind of lop this into what's going on in Chicago and Portland. I kid you not. Again, this is the kind of dangerous thing, and yet they demand the utmost transparency from all of us, and the highest morals. It's the same thing with the Jay Jones thing. Jay Jones can talk about wanting to kill his political opponents and his children, but when we bring this up, they say, but Trump. We cannot live this way if we're going to be subjected to these two different sets of standards.
Yeah, well, there are no standards at MSNBC.
Right.
No reporting standards, obviously. There's no newsroom standards because you wouldn't allow that to happen without suspending somebody at a minimum.
Not.
You already know it's not arson.
Yeah, we know it's not.
But there are no newsroom standards.
None.
Bari Weiss, I'm just going to shift gears real quick. Bari Weiss is a liberal. Bari Weiss left the New York Times with a scathing exit letter, her resignation letter that she made public. Now she has been put in charge of CBS News. I don't hold any illusion this is going to make CBS some right-of-center operation, but she is willing to ask questions. She is willing to go back toward the roots of CBS, and the Tiffany Network might benefit from it. Your thoughts on that?
If anyone is going to turn around CBS, she's going to be the person to do it. The mere idea of introducing and having balanced opinion and perspectives on a show, I guess this is a crime to those still left inside CBS, but they're third place in the ratings. People don't trust the media writ large. We saw the Gallup poll, about 28% of Americans either have, very little or no trust at all in the media. So I think Barry is absolutely on point to be able to make these wholesale changes. Again, she's a liberal, left of center person, but she acknowledges that, those of us on the right are human beings and have value, and we don't have, she doesn't have a monopoly on good ideas. She put out 10 journalistic principles. I encourage viewers to check that out because it's what journalism should be. You may not always agree with it, but it treats you with respect and makes you think. Because at the end of the day, Steve, that's what we do. We are here to educate and help people think.
Yeah, it's what you're supposed to do. And in fairness, Walter Cronkite, Democrat, but he still asks hard questions in his job. Mike Wallace, on 60 Minutes, one of the original torchbearers, he was a Democrat too, but man, he torched everybody, and that's the way it should be. Curtis, thank you for being here.
Yep. Thanks, Steve.
All right, appreciate it. Let me be blunt. Gold is up around 40%, maybe it's more this year. It's over $4,000 now. Is it $4,070 earlier? It's not speculation, it's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you're missing the boat, clearly. Here are the facts. Inflation's still too high, the U.S. dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. This is why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs. But it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold. Get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text America to 989898. Claim your free information kit. There's no obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? Text America to 989898 right now to claim your free information kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. Coming up after the break, we'll discuss the indictment of the former FBI director, the world's tallest Boy Scout, James Comey, pleading not guilty today. We'll have more after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments.
As expected, the former FBI Director James Comey pleaded not guilty today in a Virginia federal courtroom. Comey arraigned after a federal grand jury indicted him last month on charges of making false statements to Congress and obstructing a congressional proceeding. Prosecutors say Comey denied authorizing FBI leaks to the media, but sources tell Just the News he, in fact, directed his friend and advisor, Daniel Richman, to leak information to the press and then lied, that is, to the Senate about it. That's right. Comey was fired by President Trump 2017 and previously led the FBI's investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server and the probe into the alleged Trump-Russia collusion. Comey's attorneys plan to argue his statements were true and to file a grand jury abuse motion. Yeah, okay. Comey has maintained his innocence, posting on Instagram last month, quote, "I'm innocent, so let's have a trial." I say let's. Let's do that. Comey's trial begins January 5th. Think of all the good stuff that's going to come out. We'll keep you updated. Good news there. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced yesterday that President Trump has found a solution to save the WIC program. That's the program to help women and children eat in this country, among other things. She said the president, quote, identified a creative solution to transfer resources from the Section 232 tariff revenue to this critical program. The Special Supplemental Nutrition Program, SNAP for women, infants, and children, serves more than 6 million low-income mothers and their kids. The program would have run out of funding sometime later this week. Democrats have still refused to endorse the clean continuing resolution holding out over health care for illegal aliens and funding PBS, among other things. The short-term measure to fund WIC will transfer through the Office of Management and Budget. This action was created to counter Democratic neglect, according to those on the ground there. An exclusive poll reported by Breitbart News shows New York House Republican Leadership Chair Elise Stefanik has closed the gap in her embattled campaign against Democrat New York Governor Kathy Hochul. The poll surged after Hochul endorsed Democrat New York City mayoral candidate, Muslim supremacist and socialist Zohran Mamdani. Breitbart obtained a poll conducted by EPAC. Stefanik's leadership pact showing Hochul in a deeply vulnerable position heading into the 2026 election. The EPAC surveyed over 1,250 likely voters and revealed Stefanik leading with 46.4% to Hochul's 45.9%, a 1-point lead. Remarkable, right? Stefanik said it is now crystal clear why Kathy Hochul bent the knee to the communist anti-Semite running for mayor of New York, because she desperately needed to shore up her own party, end quote. President Trump said it was rather shocking that she endorsed the little communist. Mamdani did not return the endorsement for Hochul, by the way, just as an aside. Do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still unfiled? Did you forget to file for an extension? Well, the October 15th deadline, fast approaching, and time is running out. If you haven't gathered all your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. They can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. But there's help available. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm, has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They've filed hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens. And they can help you, too. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000 for a free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA will guide you through some simple questions to determine how much you can save. Take action now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. 1-800-905-8000. Coming up after the break, President Trump is scheduled to hold a roundtable sometime soon. He's running a bit late, but hey, he's the president. I'll discuss efforts against the newly designated terror group Antifa next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen. Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts.
And just like that, the president makes an appearance. We'll go to the White House now.
But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week. Maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see. But there's a very good chance negotiations are going along very well. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries. As you know, we have Muslim, all of the Muslim countries are included. All of the Arab countries are included. Very rich countries and some that are not so rich, but just about everybody's included. It's never happened before. Nothing like that's happened before. And our final negotiation, as you know, is with Hamas. And it seems to be going well. So we'll let you know. If that's the case, we'll be leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening. But that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our offices and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. In addition, 2 weeks ago, radical left terrorists in Dallas conducted a sniper attack on a local ICE facility, killing 2 people and leaving behind a note that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents some real terror." That's bad. This attack came the very same month that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left extremist who inscribed the words, "Hey, fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with, but if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists. At least 3 of these courageous journalists have personally been victims of Antifa attacks. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in cruel. And Andy is a very serious person, too, I have to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. Is Andy here? That's what I thought. Hello, Andy. I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe, because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that left him with a brain hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts. This is what they do, is they incite. When you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape, and you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's the flag that's burning. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye. So, Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here?
Right here.
Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I hope you got my little note. I wrote you a note.
Yeah, I really appreciated that. It helped a lot because it was a difficult situation. It was very stressful, and your note helped a lot. I truly appreciate it.
I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible. So we'll talk about it a little bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to a Catholic church or evangelicals everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart and the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness. But she did it from the heart, and she did it an incredible. Everybody was talking about it. She exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators, people like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about it, what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with, and it was exposed that somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and he cried, and he was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her, and she's a patriot. And they ought to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for lying about where he went to college and other things. It was, you know, frankly not good. It was pretty bad, but it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, you know, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks down, how dare you do this to the American public, you know? What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Kristi Noem, who's really out there courageously, and I appreciate it, Kristi, amazing what you're doing. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's really coming up with some great information, Kash. It's great. Keep it coming, because there's plenty of it. Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find, Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General Bondi to say a few words, and then we'll follow it up with Secretary Noem and Director Patel. And we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people, and they're going to be talking, journalists, almost all, and they're going to be talking, and we'll take some questions from the press at the end. Okay, Pam, please.
Thank you, President Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing terrorist organization. We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, they attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years. So did Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump and for law and order agendas fuels their violence. We've seen more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand to keep our federal officers safe, to keep our federal buildings safe, and we're not going to have it anymore, these thugs. We saw what's happening in Portland and Chicago, and you saw what happened in Dallas. No longer. This is not activism, it's anarchy. We can't and we will not let masked terrorists burn our buildings, attack our law enforcement, and intimidate our communities. Under your leadership, President Trump, we're deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement to crack down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing. Last week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing violence. Director Patel has been going non-stop He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday. While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps. Hope they continue to comply with that. It's threatening the safety of our federal law enforcement officers. We're not going to stop at just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets. Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are, Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Christine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city, and how they have built out their funding mechanisms. And sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town, and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or, sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the streets and to cover what's happening here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter. It will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole of government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole of government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Meadors Miller's leadership has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Thank you very much, Cash. Great job. Maybe we'll start over here. Would any of you like to say something? Feel free. You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. Would you want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate you guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland. I mean, the Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland, besides conservative journalists, I guess. So look, I'm glad that it was not a good night for me. Let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it. And I've been able to talk to a bunch of FBI agents, ATF agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went there and went to that ICE facility. And the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride-along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years, and apparently under the Biden regime that was just allowed to happen. That was fine, no problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times. It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media. And, they're being forced to talk about it in reality because, we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on. Much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after
That's right. I saw that.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah. I actually have a second flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have two of them from the same guy.
You also saw what happened when that flag started burning. Everyone went crazy. That's right. And that's when it started, when they started burning the flag. So thank you. If you could give the information, it would be great.
Absolutely.
And at least that horrible night made you famous.
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon, and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police very publicly as to how they let this happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're going to hear us be very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Daviscourt in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads, they're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. Right. And I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative. It's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now it's like I said, I'm much happier about it. But, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all in a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what Democrats say. They will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts, and hopefully in 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former selves.
Very close to that, and it's Antifa and many others, unfortunately. Yes. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going to, but I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others, but very specifically today it's Antifa, and it's really bad. and we're going to get it cleaned up. Andy, do you have something? Thank you very much. I'm glad you no longer have TDS. I feel very good about that.
Fully recovered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Cabinet. I have a lot of gratitude, and a little bit about my background. I'm born in Portland, Oregon, from there, and growing up, it's always been left-wing, very progressive, and I liked it. It had cafes and artists and those who lived a bohemian lifestyle. And in 2016, I was a graduate student at Portland State studying political science. I was an editor at the student paper there, a very progressive paper, and I was assigned to cover the election night demonstrations. Well, the elections night protests turned to riots, 3 days of violent rioting in Portland, and it was the first time that I saw groups dressed in black with their faces covered. This was 4 years before COVID. Some of them were waving the black flag of anarchism, some the red flag of Marxism. And within seconds, they would ravage one street to another, to another, to another. And the next day, I would read the legacy media, which I still read at that time and looked forward to, and I looked up to those journalists. And I was really shocked to see that the narrative was that these, in my view, anti-democratic political violence was legitimate acts of protest because people were concerned about racism or all these other lies. And so for the next 4 years, I just continued going out with my video camera. I thought, look, people can ignore what I write because of spin, but videos can quite speak for themselves. And in 2019, it led to me nearly losing my life. I was covering another Antifa protest turned riot. At that point, had been routine in Portland, and then I was ambushed in a mob beating. And I had never been in a fight. I didn't even realize that I was being assaulted until seconds in. And the punches came from everywhere on my head and my face, and I was bleeding out of my eyes and ears, and then they threw all the drinks in my eyes to humiliate me further and to laugh at me. And I was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance and CT scan, and I had subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is bleeding in the brain. I nearly died. And after surviving that, the reporting that I saw in liberal media it seemed to suggest that I had deserved it, because they branded me far right, and some even went so far as to suggest that I maybe faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide, but this felt so, it's like because I didn't die in that attack, there was another round of people who wanted to finish me off. But I continued, and then 2020, Portland was really the epicenter of the longest political violence. Those months of riots, I was on the ground, undercover, and there was an assassination there. There was a supporter of Donald Trump named Aaron Danielson who was shot dead by a self-described Antifa member who then fled out of state and died in a shootout with U.S. Marshals. In 2021, I returned undercover, naively thinking that enough time had passed, and was chased through the streets of downtown and beaten, nearly choked out. The person who was trying to choke me out held me so tightly that I had the blood, the vessels in my eyes burned after that, and I was hospitalized. So thank you so much for acknowledging Antifa and for directing your administration to treat them as domestic terrorists. It's going to be really challenging because how they organize is that they are decentralized, autonomous, and they operate on deception. And we're still to this day told that they don't exist, that it's a figment of our imagination. I think the DOJ could look at federal conspiracy charges. The state of California and San Diego County last year broke up an Antifa cell in San Diego. And I think maybe perhaps the State Department should designate Antifa, its international arm, as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. So thank you so much for this invitation, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Andy. Great. That's a rough time you had, huh? So the chokeout was almost the end, you felt?
Yeah, that was my only near-death experience in my life, and I'm quite shaken when I think about it now. It really feels unbelievable to me that on the streets of America that this type of violence against citizens could become so routine and accepted and cheered on by people. Although, you know, in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Kirk's assassination, we saw again that type of depravity play out on quite large swaths of the left. So there's a deep sickness that's in this country right now, and it pains me a lot to acknowledge it.
Yeah, the amazing thing is you look at Portland, and you see fires all over the place. You see fights and, I mean, just violence. It's just so crazy. And then you talk to the governor, and she acts like everything is totally normal. There's nothing wrong. It's almost like, are you waking up from a dream or something? You see it on your network. You see it all over the place. And it's so bad. It's so crazy. It's like the movies you see for the kids, I guess not only the kids, adults also, where you have these bombed out cities and these bombed out people. It's like worse than that. I don't think they could make a movie as bad. And then the governor will get up and say, I don't know why they're coming here. It's such a wonderful place. And the amazing thing is the people want us to be there. The people, when they get the real people that live there, many of them have left, but the real people want us to be there. The same thing in Chicago. So they've had 60, 70 murders over a short period of time. Murders, people that got shot. They've had hundreds of people shot, and then a guy like Pritzker, or this low IQ mayor, gets up. I mean, he got up, he's got a 5% approval rating, and the people are all against him. They want people to come. Beautiful black women are wearing a MAGA hat last night on television. Beautiful people. And they said, we don't care who comes, just stop the crime. They don't care, frankly, they don't care if it's National Guard and military. Send in anybody you want, stop the crime. And they're afraid to go out. They can't even go out. And then a guy like Pritzker, think of that, 50, 60, 70 people over a short period of time murdered, actually murdered, mostly gun violence, but knives, but gun violence, they're murdered, and hundreds of people shot. They had one weekend where they had like 18 murdered and 71 shot. But they said, you know what their excuse is? Yeah, but it was a long weekend. In other words, it was a long weekend, so that was okay. And then Pritzker gets up and he says, like, I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have crime here. They're crazy. I think actually they're petrified. You know, their families live there, everything else. I actually think they're scared. Pritzker was a failure in his family. They threw him out of the family business. The guy's a loser. But you know what? I believe they're scared. They're actually frightened for their lives. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around the world, around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say, you know, what was it like to speak in front of all those people? It was horrible. Every second of it was horrible. But we're not going to quit. And Turning Point USA is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the face of this threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now. And we're not going to stop. But they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it very much. One thing I have to say is that Washington, D.C. was almost as bad. I don't know what could be worse than Portland. You don't even have stores anymore. They don't even put glass up. They put plywood on their windows. But most of the retailers have left. But Washington, D.C. was so bad. And Pam, I'd say it took 12 days to really make it pretty good, and a month to make it great. And now people are going out to dinner. The restaurants are booming. They don't have enough seats. They're opening up new restaurants because many of them closed. And people are walking down the street totally safe. A reporter, I'm not sure if she's there. I can't see somebody reported there. She is. She was violently assaulted. And I don't know, she tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy. They're so happy. And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, you know, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to do it 6 months ago. It's incredible what happened. Now we're in Memphis. As you know, we're having a great impact in Memphis. It's been only a week, but it's, Cash, I hear it's been amazing what's happening there just very early. But you take a look at D.C. and you take a look at some of the other. We've had a big impact there. What we haven't said, because Pritzker said, well, crime is going down in Chicago. Well, 5 months ago, Cash went to Chicago with a lot of FBI agents just to prepare it, so that we went in with, I guess you could call it a surge, call it whatever you want, but would be even more effective. And we're going to be doing that, and very, very strongly doing that, because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city. The head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, please save Chicago. It's a great city. It can be saved. Other cities are gone. I mean, they're lost. They can get better, but they're just really, they've been so decimated. But I'm so proud of what they've done so quickly in D.C., and it's taking place quickly in Memphis, where we were asked to go by the mayor and by the governor. And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then Katie, you'll go. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And, you know, not to sound like a broken record, but it needs to be said that Antifa is real. Yeah. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why there's such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it when you have large swaths of, you know, these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform, they don't want to say that it exists. You know, because the common argument is like, well, they're not a real organization because there's no national leadership. They don't have a national headquarters. So how can law enforcement go after a group that doesn't exist like that? It was, well, you know, law enforcement goes after criminal groups that organize to rob banks or do smash and grabs. They don't have a registered LLC. They don't have official membership cards. They don't have, you know, a business address. But law enforcement still goes after them because they're working as a group. These people don't just show up, you know, randomly at the same time to do the same thing, dressed in a very similar fashion, espousing the same ideology. And they say, well, it's an ideology. It's like, well, yes, it's an ideology because there's people alive, present, that believe in it, and they're acting on it. And so I've been very well aware of what Antifa's been doing. I was very busy during the riots in 2020. That was probably my most exposure to them prior to this year. I've been at the ICE facility at Broadview. I'm originally from the Chicagoland area, unfortunately, but that's where I grew up around. Like I said, I was in Portland. I was covering the riots in Los Angeles as well. And probably one of the most disturbing parts about that is, in addition to Antifa being present, they were tagging the streets with CJNG, which is Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, which is a cartel. So you have these people who are working basically in concert with other terrorist groups to say that we're here, we're present, and we're gonna attack federal agents and people who are gonna expose what we do. And so, to be clear, political violence, sustained political violence that we're seeing in this country is not a both sides issue. I was, I was at Charlie Kirk's memorial in Glendale recently. Conservative gathering, totally peaceful. It was the most peaceful gathering that I've been at. Every other time that I've been covering violence in the streets, just this year, just this year, it's always been from left-wing people, radical left-wing people. And it's not even just Antifa anymore. The shooting that happened the defensive shooting that happened in the Chicago area, that wasn't someone dressed in black bloc. That was just somebody that had taken upon themselves to go out and try to interfere and ram federal vehicles. So people are becoming more and more radicalized, and it was to be expected, unfortunately. And the reason why we're in this position today is because after I was done covering the riots, I was at the border from the San Diego sector all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley sector, covering the border crisis month after month. And we all knew the solution to that. We all knew why it was happening. It's because, well, it's racist to have a border. It's like, well, actually, it's not, but okay. And so it required you to come back into office and to fix the problem, but it's no longer just a border issue. It's a nationwide issue, and that's one of the reasons why you got elected back into office, because thankfully the American people said we're not going to deal with it anymore. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people, as we've seen, who are willing to take to the streets to do violence. And that's a scary thing, because typically when I was in 2020, I was covering Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle. I was over in Chaz, and that was to be expected. But now, because the issue of immigration, illegal immigration, is so widespread, riots can happen anywhere. Attacks can happen anywhere. So that's why it was weird kind of going back to my home state to cover this violence. I mean, just after the Dallas shooting, they were chanting outside Broadview, shoot ICE, shoot those, efforts, shoot those efforts. So I'll just leave that. Thank you so much again for having this. This is very dangerous. We don't work for companies that have billions of dollars. We're running and gunning often on our own. We became friends. A lot of us are friends because we would see each other all the time, and we became friends because we wanted to have someone watch our back while we're out there. Because like I said, we're just out there, and but we'll continue to do it because it's an important topic. It's an important issue. The American people deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations, and we're more than happy to do it. So thanks, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor being here today, and I first wanted to start by thanking you guys for designating Antifa a terrorist group. Is exactly what this group is. It's a long time coming. I'm an investigative journalist from Seattle. I work for the Post Millennial alongside Andy No and Jack Posobiec. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells in Seattle and Portland for the past decade. I know their inner workings, and Antifa uses extreme political violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today, I want to focus on what is happening in Portland at the ICE facility. I've been covering this for the past 4 months, and this is a call out to corporate media who has completely ignored this story or has falsely reported on it. This is nothing short other than a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials. The Portland Police Bureau has completely abandoned several blocks outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive to be against their cause. Not only have federal agents been relentlessly assaulted for more than 100 consecutive days, black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings have been assaulting reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa-affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they're arresting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out this safe house and have observed shift changes. This group is highly organized. It is being funded through mutual aid groups, and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They're begging for federal intervention. The city refuses to help, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation, I went undercover in Black Bloc. I talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if this situation is not taken as seriously as it is, it's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they gaining other than they're obviously paid? They're paid a lot of money. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys, because 2 years ago or back in 2020, by the way, I was censored for my reporting on Antifa here in Washington, D.C. You were talking about how safe it is now, Mr. President. It wasn't so safe back then. Back in 2020, I watched as a father was being mobbed and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman had her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C. And by the way, if you guys try to go and find any of this footage, you won't find any of it because Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that said that it was fiery but mostly peaceful. Thanks for that one, CNN. The reality is that it was an extremely violent period of time, and for the last 10 years, Antifa has been wreaking havoc on law-abiding and innocent American citizens, and it needs to end. Now, I'm with Turning Point USA. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. Thank you guys so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table, because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted, I've been mobbed and robbed in Austin, Texas by Antifa, that nobody would come to help me. So my plea to the entire administration, especially to the DOJ, is every single radical left-winger who is in front of the ICE facility in Chicago, in New York, in Portland, please make sure that you use the full force of the law to come after each and every single one of them, because it is us being soft on left-wing violence that has fomented all of the terror that we have seen in this country, and it is the left wing getting away time and time again with assaulting law-abiding American citizens that has led us to this place. So truly, to the Americans that I speak to on the ground, they feel completely abandoned by their state and local government. So please step in. You have Americans begging for the National Guard. And to the media over here, please report on the truth. Please do your jobs. I'm an American citizen. Everybody at this table simply views ourselves as American citizens who have an iPhone and the will to actually tell the truth. So please take your job seriously and tell the truth to the American people. And thank you for letting me be here on behalf of Charlie to continue his legacy of cleaning up the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wow, you feel very strongly, I can see.
I'm mad. I got beat up so many times, Mr. President. My friends have gotten beaten up, and I want to cry right now from happiness because we have been completely ignored for so long. For almost 10 years, we've been getting assaulted on the streets. I have watched children cry as their parents have been attacked on the streets. That should not be happening at our nation's capital. So please, again, the DOJ, please utilize the full force and go after each and every single one of these people.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great job. Impassioned. That's important because you should feel like that. Please go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here and bringing together this panel of brave journalists, everybody on this side of the room. And no one can speak to the violence better than these people here. So I think we know that this is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex, Riot Inc. And we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros network, the Open Society network, it's other funding networks, the Arabella funding network, the Tides funding network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number one, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, et cetera. And then 3, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So one other thing, this money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to that attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So again, I want to thank you for your leadership, for the whole cabinet's leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country, and that's treasonous probably. So if you could, very important, if you could do that, that would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bused to the protest in DC and then in New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs. I've seen the same signs here in DC and in London as well. It's a big organization and corporation that they're running. And people may wonder, like, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? Well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me, and next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. It's the reason is because these cities are not enforcing the law. And why should these people be worried if the law is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous. And I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's a little crazy, right, Mr.
Yeah.
President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, Cam.
Yeah, I've just got something very short. I'm attacked every time I do my job. When I leave my house to go to work, I am violently assaulted. I've had guns pulled on me. I've been bear sprayed. I've been beaten down. I've been almost killed. So my question for all of you is, how would you feel if every time you showed up to work, masked militants tried to kill you? Because that's how we feel. That's our lived reality. And you guys go and tell us that we're liars, the riots aren't that bad, right? I've never seen any of you guys on the ground. In fact, I've never seen anybody representing the companies you work for on the ground. You guys come to us for interviews that never get published. Stop saying we're lying. We're not. We risk our lives every day to do the job that you guys are too afraid to do.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh, man, that's a real tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question.
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking about Newsmax or any outlet that resembles them, so I'll let you guys put the pieces together on who I'm exactly talking about.
Who would you say, which network?
MSNBC, for sure.
Oh, they're terrible. I agree. That's
CNN, probably close, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rate it that way, yeah. MSNBC, that's Brian Roberts.
Yeah.
That he allows that to happen is a disgrace.
Absolutely.
And CNN is second.
Yeah, second.
I would say CNN is not quite as bad as MS.
MSNBC is not really a news site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC is sick. Yeah. They're sick.
Well, sir, it's also just the stories that they publish about what's the ICE enforcement operations that are so heavily slanted that it's no longer, as I was saying, no longer just Antifa, but Americans that are becoming radicalized. So they've been very irresponsible with how they've been reporting.
Who is that?
MSNBC, for example,
would you rate them the worst?
Probably. They
who
ran
would you rate second?
Well, they ran a story about an operation in Southern California about how a father of 3 Marines was arrested, and they made it seem like they just did it because he's brown. But there's video of that same man charging at the agents with a weed whacker. Now, I've worked with weed whackers back in the day, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of one of those. So that's why he was arrested, but the story was presented as if it's a brown guy just simply being arrested. And I've been around ICE agents, and, I'm a citizen, so, I feel fine. But it's just, that's why. It's not just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's multiple
working
factors.
in conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media. I think ABC is very bad. I think NBC is very bad. And CBS has a new owner, so we have hope for CBS. CBS has a great new owner, my opinion. But I will tell you, ABC is terrible. NBC is terrible. NBC's MSNBC too. They changed it. They moved it over legally so they couldn't be tainted by the words MSNBC, but they are absolutely terrible. There are a lot of them. What about independents? Independent networks.
They're a little bit better, but I would say that we're an example of how you don't need to be part of a super large company to be able to do just basic journalism. All you got to do is sit and record, play out, and that's why they hate us. That's why Antifa targets us.
I watched a level of dishonesty that's incredible, where answers are changed. Like just before the election, an answer was changed by Kamala. She gave a horrible death-defying, election-defying answer, and they took the answer out and they replaced it with another answer that she gave 5 minutes later, having to do with a different subject, but at least it wasn't election-defying. Yeah, no, the level of dishonesty with the media is incredible, whether it's on Antifa or many of the other groups. You know, you're talking about Antifa, and I know that's close to your heart because that's the one that's most affecting you, but there are others that are as bad or almost as bad as Antifa, having to do with different people, different sections of the world, but it's terrible. We're not going to let it go on in this country. We're not going to let it go on. And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Cho. I am an investigative reporter for Frontlines Turning Point USA. I'm also a senior fellow at Discovery Institute in Seattle. And I cover far-left extremism as well as the homeless drug crisis in America. And I find it oftentimes those worlds intersect. And hot off the presses, what I wanted to bring to your attention today is a report from a Capital Research Center here in D.C. in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now. And what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you an example. There's a group called Stop the Sweeps in many U.S. cities right now. They get in front of encampment sweeps. What they're doing quietly is they're bringing in Antifa militants to manufacture a crisis to make the police look bad. Another group right now that is behind Antifa and working with Antifa very closely, based on the research that we have right now that we're going to give to you and your team, are the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as DSA. Again, these far-left progressive groups tend to be aligning themselves with Antifa. So finally, in closing, what I wanted to thank you again, Mr. President, is that a few months ago, earlier this year, you put out an executive order on homelessness and the drug addiction crisis in America, and that's sent the entire homeless industrial complex on the run. You have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. But what's also come out, again, is that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game in America, connected to Antifa and the far-left activists. And finally, I just wanted to say that all of our resources at Turning Point USA and Discovery Institute are at your disposal, and we will continue again to carry on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. He would have wanted us to pursue and chase the story.
Well, he was a good friend of mine, as you know, and he helped us get elected. Us, it really is us. It's even some of them, but not too many of them, not enough of them. And did you notice when we mentioned CNN and MSDNC, the cameras went off. Two of the cameras immediately went off, but they're not going to cover it anyway. The problem we have is that this is a very important meeting, but you'll see very little press about it. These are major statements being made by major people, including the people right here, and you're not going to see too much about it. They don't like to cover this kind of thing. So it's very dishonest what's going on there. I think the press is a big factor. Please, go ahead. Thank you, James.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us all here to bring attention to this matter. You did mention MSDNC, CNN, a handful of those other outlets that have been lying about, various things, but especially what ICE, brave men and women over at ICE have been doing. I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other day, and a lot of these people genuinely believe, they buy these lies, and they genuinely believe that they're fighting against literal Nazis and not brave men and women that are putting their lives on the line to basically, enforce basic immigration law, right? That everyone seemed to agree with up until maybe a few years ago, a handful of years ago. So once again, thank you so much for having me. My name is James Klug. While my primary job is traveling around the country, having conversations with Americans about various political topics and issues, I have had a lot of run-ins with Antifa over the last 5 years. And I do think that Antifa is a primary reason why many conservatives are afraid to go out and protest and make their voices heard and maybe bring friends and family to a demonstration and exercise their First Amendment right, because they are literally deathly afraid. And I talk to these people all the time. They're afraid of militants showing up in black bloc, and hurting them and their families. And, I've personally witnessed Antifa assaulting hundreds of police officers. I've witnessed them firebombing police departments and federal property. I've witnessed them making death threats against federal agents, police officers, journalists. I think I've witnessed every single person here, maybe not personally, but I've seen them get, hunted down and attacked. And so, this is a group that is responsible for a good percentage, if not a majority, of the violent riots in 2021 and 2020, when Democrat mayors had a kind of a hands-off approach with these left-wing militants. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we're talking about dozens of murders that happened in those riots. We're talking about billions of dollars of damage to property and communities all over the country. We're talking about thousands of officer injuries. So this isn't just like some little thing that they're, they punch a journalist here and there. No, they're responsible for a lot of damage and a lot of people that have, unfortunately died and basically suppressing people's voices, And so what I did want to talk about is to get this footage, almost every single person in the room here, to get this footage, you have to go undercover because you are at risk of being beaten or worse. You have to go undercover. You have to film low key to capture them committing crimes. This is stuff that the mainstream media was not doing and has not been doing. They'll show when Antifa is maybe, it's a little bit more peaceful, and they'll show when it's more mellow, but they'll remove the cameras when things get violent and it's actually dangerous to be here. And I have personally witnessed legacy media vans showing up at a riot 300 yards away, getting out of the vehicle, filming for 30 seconds, saying something like, fiery but mostly peaceful, packing up, and to add insult to injury, you have Democrat politicians that are saying it's just an idea, right? That's all this is. So it's just an idea. After all of this chaos, it's just an idea. Well, that idea has threatened to kill me and many of my friends that are here today. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing this to the forefront. And it's definitely making a big change. Really appreciate you.
One question. So why is it there are numerous groups? I mean, Antifa is terrible, but you have other groups that I guess probably are almost as bad or just as bad. Not one other group was mentioned. I'm sort of surprised at that. You just come into contact with Antifa. It seems to be that you mostly come into contact with Antifa. Please.
There's a lot of overlap. And I would say that, for instance, Jonathan brought up the Democratic Socialists of America. They're basically the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of Democratic Socialists of America who are out there in black bloc, hiding their faces. And so I think we use, and I do understand, for the record, I do understand the challenge, as Andy pointed out, with Antifa as a graspable entity. I do. But at the end of the day, when you look at behavior, you prosecute behavior, right? We're not prosecuting ideas or ideology, you're prosecuting behavior. So whether you can prove that this amorphous thing is Antifa or someone has a patch that says Antifa, it doesn't matter. Did they assault someone? Did they assault a federal agent? Were they engaged in rioting? What is it? And so they're always using that, they don't call themselves Antifa, even though some of them literally do. It's called Rose City Antifa. How long has it been around in Portland, Andy?
Since 2007.
They call themselves Antifa. In Seattle, I was outside the federal building, and they were yelling, "There's no police here. This is Antifa land." And then at the same time, Democrats, like our governor, Antifa is an idea. But yeah, I think Antifa can overlap with a lot of other entities and organizations.
Very good. Thank you.
President Trump, I just wanted to add this real quick because you were asking which mainstream media outlet is the worst. What I think, it's any of them that decided to call Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland Dad. Because when I'm out there on the street talking to these people, they call him Maryland Dad is this human, he's actually a human trafficking MS-13 gang member that's illegally in the country. But the amount of people on the street that I spoke with that thought that he was a U.S. citizen that was being deported to Uganda is dangerous. These people genuinely believe, based on what comes out of the garbage standing over here, that you guys are deporting U.S. citizens. So that's what's causing all these problems.
So when you have a governor like Pritzker in Chicago, where you have Illinois, which is in a lot of trouble. Chicago's there, potentially great city again. It's not great now, but it could be great again. That's why we have to get there soon, because eventually you can't do that. what makes a man like that say that things are wonderful? Why doesn't he say, we love that President Trump is going to come and help us clean up Chicago and make it safe again, as opposed to fighting us and pretending that there weren't 50 murders and 200 shootings and all of that? Why is that? Go ahead, Nick.
To spite you. To spite the administration. That's simply what it's about at this point. Because, if you go and talk to some of these citizens, like I'll use Portland as an example again, because I've been there for so long now. You talk to the neighbors that live in the apartments next door to the ICE facility. There are veterans with PTSD that live there, and they're here all night long screaming, fireworks being lit off by these rioters, children crying because they, can't sleep at night and they're scared of all the noise outside, and they can't leave. They got a lease. You can't just leave. These people aren't wealthy individuals. And that's one of the major problems here. And these people are afraid to come out and speak out, and they're getting no help from their government at all. They've been begging for the noise ordinance to be enforced outside of their apartment complex for months now, and the city of Portland has ignored them every single time. The victims are, as I said, they're afraid, but the governments aren't doing anything because they want to spite the administration. It's all political.
And the politicians make you feel like you're foolish, like there's something wrong. How could President Trump be saying that about Chicago? And yet the night before you see that, 11 people were shot, 5 people died, and you have him talking about like it's a wonderful situation. They make you feel guilty. And a lot of people don't get over that. They just don't get over it. I think they convince the people. Do wealthy people leave too or not? Places like Portland, are the wealthy people leaving? People that can leave, are they leaving?
I think that they're moving to the areas that have been gentrified. I mean, the Oregon governor, when she was saying, we don't need Trump here, she's walking around. It's a very tight shot, if you notice that. And she said, Portland's just fine. Look at me. And they'll focus on the couple areas of Portland that are very nice.
And there were explosions in the background.
Yeah. I mean, there was a reason they cropped it in.
Explosions in the background.
Sir,
Anybody have anything else to say over here? And then we'll get, should we be taking questions, or is it just a waste of time? Because they're going to ask questions, but, well, there's Brian, he's good. But you know what? In a way, it's a waste of time, because if you give a great answer, they don't put it on. If you give a horrendous answer, or even if you give a great answer, they make it sound like it's not a great answer. They're very dishonest. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I think part of that dishonesty comes from what they see. For instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. My clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked. And a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
They are terrible.
MSNBC is dying, and CNN is dying like a dog.
And
poor CNN, it's so pathetic.
It is very pathetic.
You ever see their anchors in the evening? That nobody ever heard of them. Where do these people come? I could take anybody off the street in Washington, D.C. that do a better job.
Yeah, and it's not hard to show what's going on these days. You literally have an iPhone and you can post it on X.
They don't believe in the star system, It's just one of those things, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, Nick, you finished, Nick?
Yeah.
Are you finished, Nick? Good job. Thank you very much. Well, you've been through hell, I tell you that, but you're really incredible patriots, incredible people. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
I'm so thankful for each and every one of you here right now, and I'm very grateful that my network, Real American Voice, has partnered up with many of you. Jack is so big, showing a network. Many of you, Savannah, have appeared on a network as well, so thank you for being here. My question is this: in terms of following the money, I would just notify that the city of Austin is cleared to vote tomorrow to basically waive a $120,000 fee so that a No Kings, basically an anti-Trump rally, can occur in their city. They're bypassing the fees, rolling it to the taxpayers. So my question is to you: what can the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure that their tax dollars don't fund a No Kings anti-Trump rally coming up?
Well, let me just tell me, I would love to do something about that. Bring a lawsuit, do something. The best thing you can do is have honest elections, because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You take a look, the people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative, then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But even the last election, there were areas that I won by much more. We won in a landslide, but I actually won in more of a landslide than we thought. I said, you got to get out, make it too big to rig. And fortunately, the people made it too big to rig. They tried. But the biggest thing you can do is have honest elections. You know, if you don't have, and you need great media. You need borders. Wait. You need borders. You need honest media. You need honest elections, and you have a great country. And you need all three of them. Yeah, go ahead.
I was told that Lieutenant had ties to all these radical groups that you talked about inside here. So thank you for removing.
I would like you to make a big deal, though, if they're waiving a fee, but I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was it's not Trump. If it were a conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving it. So maybe you can look into that, Pam. Todd?
Mr. President.
That sounds like one for Todd, Pam. Go ahead, Todd. Good luck.
I am with
what network?
I'm with Al Arabiya. It's an Arabic network based in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. But I am the foreign ruler today. Mr. President, you said that you might go to the Middle East on Sunday. Do you mean Egypt and Israel? And would you consider going to Gaza to see what things are around?
I would. I might do that. We haven't decided exactly. I'll be going to Egypt most likely. That's where everybody is gathered right now, and we appreciate that very much. But I'll be making the rounds, as the expression goes. I probably will.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza. You're saying that's the first topic. I'm representing the TV pool, but I'm with NBC, sir.
That's too bad.
Okay. Well, just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza, and then the second question I had earlier today, you said the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois should be jailed. Have you asked the Justice Department to look at possible charges?
No, I've seen the law, and when you have a group of people where the police call off the safety for ICE officials, I've understood that, and I've read it today in numerous journals, that's illegal. What they did is I guess it was ICE, Christie, right? They were under threat, and the police were helping beautifully, and it was fine. And then all of a sudden, a woman was on the line saying, everybody, move back, get out. And they were given an order by the second person in the police department, and the governor knew about it, the mayor knew about it. I understand that's a criminal offense. Do you want to comment on that, Christie?
Yes, sir, we're seeing that kind of pattern happen with local law enforcement and state law enforcement, not just in Illinois, but also out in Oregon, too. In fact, in Portland, I was there yesterday, but some of the ICE officers were telling me that as they drove by the rioters that were saying, kill ICE agents, Molotov cocktails, melt ICE, that the Portland police were cheering them on and had their fists in the air cheering on the rioters that were threatening their lives. So in Chicago, we had a 10-car caravan trail our ICE officials and pin them down. And those ICE officials, to get out of their vehicles, a woman tried to ram them and run them over, and shots were fired to get them to safety. So it's happening on a regular basis, and any elected official that allows this to happen and gives cover to those kind of individuals who are perpetuating murder should absolutely be prosecuted, in my opinion.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And by the way, we have Marco Rubio. Marco, come on up here, please. He's going to bring a little stability to this group. Come on up. Does everybody know Marco Rubio? Is there anybody that doesn't? Some of the reporters don't. That's why they shouldn't be reporters.
Which job is he here for today,
Come
sir?
on up here, Marco. Anything we should know about the Middle East?
That's what we're hoping to talk to you about here, Mr. President.
He's doing a good job. He was born for this job, I can tell you. Daniel, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I have two questions for you, if that's okay. Seamus talked a little bit about the money aspect of this. Do you believe if you go after where the money is coming from with Antifa, in regards to Antifa, do you believe that would be similar to cutting the head off the snake, so to speak? And
it would help. I don't know that it would be totally complete, but it would certainly, you'd knock out 75%, 80%, 85%. These people, a lot of them don't believe it. You know, when I watch them, I say, I can almost tell a pro by, they're like professionals. That's all they do. And they get paid by somebody. I think it would knock out a lot of it. Yeah, not all of it, maybe, but a lot of it.
A lot of the people who we've listened to over the last hour, they've emphasized that Antifa, it's not necessarily this big organized thing. It's a bit ambiguous. It's de-organized. I think that's one of the words that Andy used. What is the challenges of going after a group that makes it intentionally difficult to go after and find? That could be for you, the Attorney General, anyone up there.
Well, they're smart people, and they deceive. A lot of them are crooked people. A lot of them have been staying out of trouble their whole lives, and they've been bad from the day they were born, frankly. But these are sick people. Pam, go ahead, please.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh, my microphone's broken. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. They have been covered by these liberal cities for so many years. And that's why we're all working with Treasury, with all these different departments to find the criminal conspiracy.
Okay. I'm just giving. Yeah, I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly. So I will take a couple of more questions. Please.
Thank you, sir. I also have two questions for you, if I may. Have you given any more thought to possibly suspending habeas corpus to not only deal with these insurrectionists across the nation, but also to continue rapidly deporting illegal aliens?
Yeah, it's suspending who?
Habeas corpus, sir.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather leave that to Christie. What do you think?
No, sir, I haven't been a part of any discussions on that.
All right, go ahead.
In the ceasefire.
This is CNN speaking, by the way. So,
are you personally
this is one of the worst reporters that you'll ever see. I don't even want to take a question. It's a waste of time. Go ahead.
How will you decide which workers get back pay and which workers do not?
Well, we're going to see. Most of them are going to get back pay, and we're going to try and make sure of that. But some of them are being hurt very badly by the Democrats, and they therefore won't qualify. Go ahead, please.
What will the administration do to foreign Antifa organizers and funders who are located overseas?
Go ahead, in the yellow, please.
So the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. You've been nominated by many world leaders.
By many, many countries, that's right.
Many countries, as well as the hostage families. Do you think you will win?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I did settle. Marco would tell you we settled 7 wars. We're close to settling an 8th, and I think we'll end up settling the Russia situation, which is horrible. 7,000 people died last week, by the way, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I think we'll settle that. So I don't think anybody in history has settled that many, but perhaps they'll find a reason not to give it to me. You know, perhaps they will. Thank you.
Going to the shutdown quickly, what is your position on the extension of health care subsidies, which is what Democrats are asking for?
Well, all I want to do is very simple. I want to get the country open, and then we're going to discuss that. And we'd like to, Obamacare is a horrible mess, and it has been from the beginning. We want to make it better, stronger, even if it costs more money, we want to make it better. The Democrats want to make it worse. The Democrats want to approve health care for illegals coming into our country, many of them coming in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers. They want to give them health care. We don't want that for our people because that's going to destroy the health care that we already have. We'd like to make Obamacare better for people, less expensive and better health care. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
I'm wondering if you've been briefed on the organization and funding of Antifa, and if so, what have you learned?
I have been, and they have pretty good knowledge, but they're going to have a very good knowledge. And I really ask these very brave patriots that we're surrounded with today to let us know, because I think you probably have some pretty good ideas. And even if you're not sure, let us know and we'll figure it out, okay? If you could do that. You're from Italy?
No, I'm from France. Can you specify how close we are to the deal? Would that be announced today or tomorrow? And do you want to see the hostages released before you travel to the region?
No, I think I'll probably go maybe before the hostages are released or shortly thereafter, pretty much shortly thereafter. Yeah, please.
Participating in the negotiation.
Go ahead. Who are you with? Who are you with?
The Center Square. I had the honor of asking you originally if you would designate Antifa a terror organization. And I stand here before you today, and I'm echoing what Andy said over here. Are you going to work with your administration, as the Secretary of State's here, are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean it a terror?
Antifa?
Antifa?
A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you think it would help?
They have foreign
I'd be
links
glad
all
to
across
do it. I
Western
think it's
Europe.
the kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like to, does
Middle
everybody
East.
agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done, okay? Let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Yes.
International.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sounds good to me.
Foreign terror organization.
Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true. There are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a good point. Thank you.
On the shutdown, we are now about 1 week away from military service members missing their paychecks.
We'll always take care of our military.
Would you encourage Congress to pass a standalone bill to pay our service members?
Yeah, that probably will happen. We don't have to worry about it yet. That's a long time. You know what 1 week is for me? An eternity. 1 week for me is a long time. We'll take care of it. Our military is always going to be taken care of. Yeah, please. Blue dress, blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rebecca with Blaze News. I'm curious to know, so you're talking about the money funding these Antifa organizations, and somebody brought up Roy Singham, I think it was you, who, by the way, is married to one of the co-founders of Code Pink, this infamous left-wing organization. I'm curious to know the administration.
Who is that? Who is that?
Roy Singham. He's married to.
No, did you say they're here?
No, he's not. A journalist brought him up, but he
Oh, I
is,
see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jameis, thank you.
Good bring up.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
He's somebody who's been reported on extensively, and I'd love to know what the administration is going to do to actually bring consequences to some of these names you mentioned.
Well, I don't know the name, but I would like to ask Pam to take a look at it. You know, a lot of the best information we find are through you and other people like you, so I'd like you to look at it, Pam. In the back, please.
It's been actually very compelling proof that Antifa did infiltrate on January 6th, dressed up like Trump supporters and incited violence. Is that something that you would want the new J6 committee at Congress to look into?
Well, I've heard that. They dress up like, they're fresh out of MAGA, but they have nothing to do with MAGA. And they make trouble and they try and blame it. And yeah, we know some of that, and we will be acting on some of that. We've seen it. So I think you could stay a little longer, but the problem is, although you have some very honest journalists in here, you also have some largely dishonest journalists like MSDNC and CNN. I think they're very dishonest, unbelievably, like a waste of time even talking to them. But I have to go now to try and solve some problems in the Middle East, although I'm very well represented by our Secretary of State. He could probably do an even better job than me. But who knows? We don't want to take any chances. So we're going to go and do that. If you'd like, Pam, would you like to stay for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes while we have all these great people? And I'll let Pam and Christy take over and get some good points out. I just want to thank the people around the table in particular. You've been amazing. You've been brave. You're real patriots. You're real patriots. And at some point, we're going to have to look into, at least in certain cases, rewarding you with some very important medals and honors, okay, as we have done and will be doing with Charlie Kirk. Charlie is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is our highest award outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I think they're sort of even. One's civilian and one's military. But unfortunately, the civilian sometimes is military also because of what we have to go through on the streets of this country. I can only tell you this. We have a great nation. We have a nation that's right now the hottest in the entire world. We're the hottest nation in the world, despite all of the things we've been saying today. But that's going to make your job easier because nobody's doing better than we are financially. We've never done better. We've had, I think, 58 stock market increases since I've been top, meaning record increases. We have never seen anything like it, and we're going to keep it going. That makes it a little bit easier for what we're doing. I guess maybe it also makes some people crazy because they don't want to see us do well. but we're the hottest nation anywhere in the world, and we were a dead nation 1 year ago. I say it all the time. We were a dead nation. Now we're the hottest nation in the world, and that's said to by every leader. One of the reasons that we have every country already signed up or just about to sign, every country in the world on this whole mess we have going over with Hamas and the Middle East and all of the things you see, is they respect our nation. A year ago, you wouldn't have been able to get it. You certainly couldn't have gotten it with Biden. You didn't know where the hell he was. But a year ago, you wouldn't have been able to have a situation like this. So I just want to thank the people around this table, and certainly the officials around the table, because they've been incredible. They've been brave. And I watched yesterday, Pam, and I watched a little bit. I thought it was so good. I rounded up and I watched it late in the evening because I thought you were fantastic yesterday. You really, look, we had some wonderful senators, some great politicians asking you very fair questions, and you had some real slime balls. But I thought you were amazing, so thank you very much. And Christy, thanks for the great job. Cash, thanks for the great job. Always my man back down there. He's the silent type, but he's a hell of a lawyer. Thank you all. We're going to get peace in the Middle East. That's what we want to do. Thank you very much, everybody.
What specifically makes you so hopeful, Mr. President?
Okay, President Trump, a blockbuster announcement about going to the Middle East for peace, very close to the thing. We're going to stick here. Let's just keep the camera. President Trump has given authorization for Kristi Noem and for the Attorney General of the United States to continue the press conference. We'll see if that happens. I should say it's a press avail. There's the president leaving right now, the roundtable. Did they cut that? They lost it. If we get that feedback, let's continue on because they're going to ask a few more questions. So we should get, we should be able to pick it up. The President of the United States just left. Kristi Noem, Director of Homeland Security, and Pam Bondi to continue on, as he said, maybe take a few more questions. What you're seeing, and this is why I continue to say, you have to appreciate President Trump every day. What just happened there over the last hour or so is so extraordinary. A roundtable and on Antifa, the president having people like Cash and Pam Bondi and others talk about the designate Antifa terrorist organization of what they're going to do, but also at the end that give and take. And this is the power of having alternative media there, not just Real America's Voice, but many other podcasters and other news services. You see the give and take, and you actually see some of the information they can get and how President Trump absorbs that. We've broken the grip of not just the big three TV networks or big four TV networks, but also the chokehold cable TV and the New York Times and the Washington Post head on news and information flow. That was absolutely extraordinary right there. And we got clips. We have Mike Davis going to join us quarter after. So this morning was very important. Comey has been finally indicted and arraigned. His trial will start on 5 January of 2026. I am sure that is going to be the can kicked down the road. Although he asked for a dismissal. Do we have the cold open we can play from? Let's go. We got a cold open from some of the Antifa situation. Let's go ahead and play that. Then Mike Davis is going to join us. Let's go ahead and let it rip.
Comey pleaded not guilty this morning on charges of lying to Congress, allegations his lawyers call vindictive and politically motivated. And according to legal experts, they have a pretty good argument, especially as we've previously reported, the government's star witness might not be helpful to their case.
Katie, it was a totally packed courtroom today, and the best word I have for it is surreal. It was absolutely surreal to see James Comey, who once led the FBI, who was the Deputy Attorney General, who served as the Southern District of New York's U.S. Attorney, and perhaps most importantly for our purposes today, he was the U.S. Attorney in charge of the Richmond office, of the office now prosecuting him, the Eastern District of Virginia. So to see him stand up in court today and say that he understood his constitutional and statutory rights to plead not guilty and then listen as his lawyer previewed a series of defense motions that could get rid of this case before trial and negotiate with prosecutors things like when discovery is going to be produced, what it's going to look like, how they're going to get clearances to review classified information, and most importantly, when this case will be ready to go to trial, was just bizarre, particularly given where I was sitting in the courtroom. I had the Comey family 2 rows ahead of me with 3 of his daughters there, along with some of their spouses and his wife, Patrice. And at one point, his daughter, Maureen Comey, perhaps the best known of the Comey children, she was herself an assistant United States attorney in the Southern District of New York, prosecuted the Ghislaine Maxwell and Sean Diddy Combs trials, but was fired in July for reasons not identified or articulated, perhaps for the crime of being James Comey's daughter. To see her comfort her mother, put her arm around her mom, and rub it at the very end of today's proceedings, really, there just aren't words. It felt like living in the upside down to see Jim Comey go from being a leading figure in United States federal law enforcement to being a criminal defendant in a courthouse where he himself perhaps once stood and delivered arguments on behalf of the United States.
It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our officers and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump. But we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees. And you shouldn't either. My heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent. So let's have a trial.
And that's a reminder that Comey is a forceful and articulate speaker. He may not be able to speak while this case is pending, but he's got a forceful and articulate lawyer, Pat Fitzgerald, who is a longtime fixture in the DOJ and the legal community, and he was a special counsel. He won a conviction of a high official for lying to investigators at one point, so he knows that charge intimately. And he said today in court that it was the honor of his life to represent James Comey.
Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think.
You know as well as I do, the President of the United States in the last 24 hours called for you to be imprisoned. I want to give you an opportunity. We've seen your reaction on social media, but I want to hear what you have to say back to the President of the United States.
Well, let's start with the idea that this is a convicted felon. I mean, think about that, who is threatening to jail me. I got to say, this guy's unhinged. He's insecure. He's a wannabe dictator. And there's one thing I really want to say to Donald Trump. If you come for my people, you come through me. So come and get me.
Okay, Pritzker right there. I think you see the juxtaposition today. The FBI, the crooked cop, Comey, being arraigned on 2 felony charges in a courtroom where the FBI brings a lot of their cases. And then President Trump has the Antifa roundtable afterwards. I think part of that is to emphasize what Comey and Wray and the FBI and the deep state didn't do, because guess what? They love left-wing terrorism, and they love the fact that left-wing terrorism is going up the escalatory ladder of violence. My strong recommendation, the President of the United States this afternoon, Pritzker said, come and get me. That's an invite, Mr. President. I would put Pam Bondi on it this afternoon, Kristi Noem on it this afternoon, Tom Homan on it this afternoon, maybe Stephen Miller too. An incredible roundtable. We're going to break all that down. Mike Davis is going to join us about what Halligan did today, which is bring these charges against Comey and really, how do I say this? Begin the long journey that we are going to take together to take down the deep state brick by brick. Short commercial break. We're going to return to the war room in just a moment.
But I'm American made. I got American heart. I got American faith in America's heart.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
2.5 centuries of honor, courage, and commitment. This Saturday,
Real America's Voice presents America's Marine 250. Uncommon Valor, a 250th anniversary salute. From the founding at Tun Tavern to today's Marines defending freedom worldwide. Witness a historic tribute to their service and sacrifice. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. Hosted by Steve Bannon, Benny Harmony, Brian Glenn, and Jack Posobiec. Join us for this once-in-a-generation salute, only on Real America's Voice.
Okay, put it in your calendar right now. This Saturday from 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time to 8 p.m. we'll be hosting Real America's Voice in the War Room, another special. This is Marine Corps 250, the first of two parts. The second part will be on the 18th of the following Saturday, but you don't want to miss either one. It'll be just absolutely amazing. The Marine Corps 250, the same people that put on Navy 250 are working on this right now. It's going to be extraordinary. More about that tomorrow morning. I want to go now to Mike Davis. First, a historic day starts with the first real director. We had an acting director during Watergate that was indicted. Those charges were dropped. This is the first real full-time director of the FBI indicted on 2 felony charges in a federal court in Northern Virginia. Mike Davis, this begins a journey. Halligan is at the tip of the spear on this. This begins a journey that's going to be long and tough. A preliminary trial date's been set for 5 January of 2026. Walk us through the historical nature of this day in regards to the taking down of the deep state, sir.
Yeah, I've come on your show quite a bit, Stephen. We've talked about this lawfare against President Trump, his top aides like you and Peter Navarro and Jeff Clark, his supporters on January 6th, parents, Christians. I've come on and I've praised President Trump's legal team, Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Harmeet Dillon, Judge Jeanine Pirro, Jason Redding-Quinones down in Florida. There are so many good people, and I'm leaving out people, of course. There's, also on the Homeland Security side, one person we don't talk about enough is Lindsay Halligan. Lindsay Halligan is the new star in the Trump administration. She is a warrior. She is the new U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, which is the D.C. suburb, right? So she has the Pentagon, she has the CIA, she has Alexandria, Arlington, and quite a bit of the rest of the eastern quarter of Virginia. It's a really important district. And she got put into this district. I served there for 6 months as a new prosecutor, a special assistant U.S. attorney almost 20 years ago, where I got trained to be a lawyer before I went off and clerked for then Judge Gorsuch and lived in Colorado as a private litigator for a decade before coming back to D.C. with Gorsuch. Lindsay is in the belly of the beast out there. Judge Jeanine as well in D.C., but Lindsay's really out there in the belly of the beast in the Eastern District of Virginia. That's where these assistant U.S. attorneys, these prosecutors, these agents, these are the protectors of the deep state, right? And she is fighting this every day. They were coming up on a 5-year statute of limitations. If they didn't charge Comey with perjury, it wasn't going to happen. So they send Lindsay out there to do this, and she goes in there. They don't even tell her where the bathroom is. They barely show her how to turn on her computer, and she pretty much single-handedly put together this grand jury indictment and got true bills on 2 key federal charges in the Eastern District of Virginia, which is really pulling the rabbit out of the hat. She got it on false statements under 18 U.S.C. 1001 in an obstruction of a congressional investigation, and she did this with a very hostile grand jury, right? The grand jury rejected the perjury charge according to reporting, but Lindsay is a warrior for the Constitution. She has been in the trenches for many years with President Trump on this unprecedented Republican lawfare against President Trump. So is Todd Blanche and Emil Bovee and Boris Epstein and, Pam Bondi going back to the impeachment days, Judge Jeanine. so many good people who have been involved on this, but Lindsay's kind of the unsung hero of what's going on right now. Cash Patel's part of that as well, and Dan Bongino, so many good people in the Trump administration. We have a lot of strong personalities, a lot of people who really care about their country in the Trump administration, in the White House counsel's office, Dave Warrington, Susie Wiles, throughout the administration. These are big personalities doing really important work every day, right? And so I think it's critically important that we praise Lindsay for what she did today. And, there was an issue about whether they should have done the perp walk. Now, I've talked to people who are very familiar with the thinking inside of the bill, and I'll tell you what I think it came down to. And I know we had strong feelings this morning, but here's the issue. You have a Democrat judge and you have a Democrat jury pool out there. They barely got this indictment done under 1001, an obstruction of a congressional investigation. They do not want to give this judge any reason to throw out this case against Comey for malicious prosecution or for any other reason. So I think that's why you saw the restraint today. I know that you and I and Peter and many others want to, drag him through the streets, as I said after the election. No. But I think, on balance, this may have been the right move.
I can tell you the way the media played it, too, also. And I heard, I've talked to a lot of people since then also, and they're saying, hey, look, they made you and Navarro kind of folk heroes by doing this, and you guys were standing in front of the microphone, and all of a sudden you got people to your side. The president, and when they did it to President Trump, and he had the mugshot taken, it went next level. They think that is what actually eventually turned the tide of the American people backing President Trump 100%. You're sitting in the heart of the most left wing, except for D.C., you're probably in the most left wing jury pool you could get, maybe except for Lower Manhattan. And they understand that this judge and everybody around that courthouse is going to be looking to see if we singled out Comey. I just want to take a second, though, because you talked about earlier today in Fort Pierce about how you have to compose this grand jury. And here, it may not even be to January with an individual that's 100% focused on this. Talk to that in relation to, I think Halligan had a week. She basically stepped in on an interim basis with, I think, 6 days to go in a hostile grand jury. I mean, how did she even get any charges brought at all?
She's a fierce, effective lawyer, right? And she's proven that over the last many years. She went into the trenches to defend President Trump against the lawfare. She was in the White House staff secretary's office. Now, you know what that means, Steve, but for the War Room Posse, that is a crucial office. Will Scharf is the White House staff secretary, and it's that person's job to control the paper flow, the policy recommendations, the inbox and the outbox to the president of the United States, just as Brett Kavanaugh was the White House staff secretary for President George W. Bush. It's a hugely important office where you need really smart lawyers who get the politics, get the policy. And Lindsay was one of the top deputies to Will Scharf in the White House staff secretary's office before she got deployed to the Eastern District of Virginia. Lindsay she's a young, I think she's like 36 years old. She's a hell of a lot more accomplished than I am now, even 12 years older than that. And she's a fierce warrior, and she's dogged, and she's determined, and she beat the deep state to get this indictment. That is a monumental task, to go into the Eastern District of Virginia, get zero help from the 300 federal prosecutors in that building. She had to recruit 2 prosecutors from North Carolina to help her, and she single-handedly got this done over fierce objection from the deep state partisans on both sides of the aisle. The Marxist lawyers that Obama and Biden shoved in there, along with the weak wimps that have been in that office, who the Marxists allowed to stay from the George W. Bush era. So hats off to Lindsay Halligan. She really delivered for justice today.
I know you got to bounce. You're up on Capitol Hill. One last thing. The MSNBC and this whole crowd today, CNN, made a big deal about, by the way, they talked about Comey brought his family. I don't know why. They were broken. His wife was crying, weeping the entire time. But they made a big deal about what his lawyer put forward. They want an automatic dismissal of this on grounds that it's malicious prosecution. Your thoughts on that? We got about a minute, Mike. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, and maybe that's why Lindsay's decision not to do the perp walk was actually very smart, because that takes away that argument that this wasn't a media circus. This was done very gently for James Comey, a lot less gently than the Biden regime did to people like you, Steve, and Peter Navarro and Jeff Clark and others. But while we may not have gotten our vindictive moment today, I think Lindsay probably had the smarter hand. And remember also the grand jury showed discerning judgment here. The grand jury didn't indict for perjury and indicted on false statements and obstruction of Congress. So I don't think there's a vindictive prosecution argument that's going to win.
Mike, Article 3, where do people go right now? We need fixed bayonets on this.
Article3project.org, article number 3project.org. Follow us on social media, donate, but only what you can afford. And again, the War Room Posse superpower. Action, action, action. And thank you, Steve.
Mike Davis, thank you, sir, for being with us today. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return. Brian Glenn was both in Northern Virginia at the courthouse, and he was there for the entire Antifa terrorist roundtable. Brian Glenn will join us live from the White House, and we have Dr. Bradley Thayer, an expert in all of this, to break it down for us. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being
The American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole-of-government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole-of-government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades.
A very proud day for the War Room as two of our contributors, Kash Patel, now the director of the FBI, and Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury. Kash right there. And I think there's some sphincter muscles that are tightening in the Soros world, because right there they're saying they're tracking down the money, who's actually financing this and who's paying for it. Brian Glenn, extraordinary day. You were both at the federal courthouse when Comey slipped in through the back door, and you were also you're also at this, quite frankly, historic roundtable with Antifa. And I got to tell you, Brian, I'm so proud of not simply Real America's Voice, but all the different podcasters and news services, because the mainstream media, President Trump went off on them, but the problem is they never stick to the topic. They want to ask snarky questions, try to catch President Trump in something. They got all these experts. Antifa's huge. You're about to put in the Insurrection Act of 1807. It's a huge issue. He spends hours of his day. He's got all these cabinet officials and law enforcement officials. They got to sit there and ask the snark, and he's finally had enough of it. Every podcaster, the Breitbart, the people like at Breitbart, the people at Real America's Voice, not just asking great questions, also providing interesting information, as the senior executives up there said. Brian Glenn, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And one thing I noticed in there is President Trump
We just lost Brian Glenn. Let's go ahead. Let's go and try to reboot right there at the White House. Brian Glenn is live. You saw President Trump. He took on. Boy, I wouldn't want to be that reporter at CNN. He took on CNN throughout the press avail. This is also something to remember too. This is why we cover so much of it. Right, we go live to it so much. In history, remember FDR's fireside chats. Well, if you go back and look, there really weren't that many fireside chats, but it was so extraordinary in the new communication of radio to actually do this and really have the nation hear the president's voice and hear it in kind of a not formal speech, because things are a lot more formal than particularly in rhetoric. Here, President Trump is redefining communications, and I'm going to give you a fancy Harvard Business School world, disintermediation. He is disintermediating the mainstream media, and by that I mean corporate media, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times. He's disintermediating the cable networks, including even Fox, and of course broadcast television, where we used to get all our information from. And he's opening up every time he has something like this, a bilat, or one of these signing of executive orders, or particularly today, a roundtable. He brings the cameras in. You can see it unexpurgated, right? The camera's right there. You get all the feeds. And then he's taking questions, and he's taken every question. Caitlin Collins, who's no Trump fan, was saying on this podcast that she's never seen anything like it. She said, look, Obama never took questions. He would never take the questions that were shouted to him, much less do some of this. Why? Biden and Obama and Bush, they didn't really know the material. They're kind of politicians that are kind of like, they got the comms directors around them and the press people around them to kind of have, you got to say this, you can't say that. Trump doesn't give two Fs. It's Trump. He's going to give it to you. And that's why these things are so extraordinary. And you're getting a better sense of how you're actually governing and how President Trump is thinking through some of this stuff in real time. Brian Glenn, we just dropped you. The floor is yours, sir. Continue on.
There you go. Thank you. Well, what I was pointing out is President Trump wants to know where this money's coming from and asked several of the individuals there on the panel, like, give us names. Let us dig into it. Because if we cut the head off the snake, we can basically cut off all of their funding, all of their resources, because as we know, they are very, very organized. And many people on the panel gave specific examples of having these certain houses in different cities where they keep supplies. They can all gather. So it was just an amazing, and it's great to see our own Jack Posobiec, Savannah Hernandez, Nick Sorter, and many more on that panel. And I just love the fact that the president, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, took this very seriously. They want to address this problem. And, and I didn't know that, Jack had said that this had even dated back 100 years. This organization has just evolved and now to become one of the most, I would say, international terrorist organizations that we have. But it was a very historic day here. And if we really compare to what happened this morning, Comey, the FBI, they refused to address this topic. President Trump is taking it directly head on.
Yes, this was really the Marxist in Virginia, particularly Italy and France and some Germany to go after those movements, but it's metastasized since then. And President Trump did say when the question was up to him that he's going to look at designating an international terrorist organization. Brian, before we let you go, the president dropped a bombshell about actually going to the Middle East and maybe going to Gaza. And then Secretary Rubio slipped in a note saying we're very close to a deal. Can you get us up to date on what's happening there?
That was an amazing moment with seeing Rubio come in, write something down, hand it to the president. It was all pretty much unwinding in front of us live. The very latest that I've got from one of the press photographers here, they say, well, I guess you're going to the Middle East this weekend. And so I don't know the exact terms on it, or what day he's leaving, or what day he's coming back, or even specifically what country he's going to. But the deal is close. That close where President Trump is headed there this weekend. Well, I'll try to get some details as soon as we jump off the air. I'll go up back in lower press. Yeah. But you can see some of the great podcasters and influencers that have been covering all of this is behind us. Just a great historic day, and I'm very proud. Once again, Real America's Voice has been on the front lines of all of this from day one. Some of the most bravest, Ben Berkom, our own Ben Berkom's been doing it. Of course, Jack Posobiec's been doing it. Very proud of these guys. Very proud of you as well, Steve, as we have been you've been the tip of the sword in all of this. So hats off to Parker and Rob Sig for putting this all together and allowing us to do it.
Yeah. The media just extraordinary. The new media really drove this, particularly about this Antifa and the terrorist organization and the escalating violence. Brian, social media, what are your coordinates? We'll let you go back over to lower press, go to work, and find out more about the Sunday trip to the Middle East.
Yeah, you can find me at Brian Glenn TV on Instagram, Twitter, at Brian on Truth Social. I'm going to walk down there right now and find out what's going on this weekend. Until then, Steve, I'll throw it back to you as we are here at the White House on this very historic day. Steve, we'll see you.
Thank you, Brian. I think every day now at the White House is like a historic day. Think about it. Of course, Trump's not going to take a day off. He's going to go to the Middle East on Sunday. And I got to tell you, if they don't award the President of the United States the Nobel Peace Prize, was it Friday morning, I think? Friday morning. That whole thing's a joke. I mean, he's close to a deal in the Middle East to end this horrific war that came after the horrific attack by the Muslim Brotherhood franchisee, Hamas, on the worst day of slaughter for the Jewish people in the state of Israel since the Holocaust. I want to bring in Dr. Bradley Thayer. Dr. Bradley Thayer, behind the scenes, is also one of the drivers of everything we're working on regarding Antifa. You're kind of an expert, Dr. Thayer. You saw the roundtable today. Give the audience the assessment, kind of the précis of what went down today, sir.
Yeah, Steve, it was really important today. What President Trump did, as long as with the cabinet secretaries and Kash Patel and the journalists there who were offering evidence, which was, again, critically important. President Trump was getting out the accounts, the evidence about what Antifa has been doing. So you heard, as Brian Glenn mentioned as well, you heard in the cold open too, Kash say to follow the money. The donors really are the nervous system of the body of what we're dealing with here. The brain is going to be revealed, right? Who's actually controlling it? But Antifa is the muscle, right? The most overt element, really, of this organization, this organism that we're dealing with. You heard several people mention that Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent is making great progress in revealing how that money is conveyed, how it's generated, how it's raised, how it's disseminated. Thirdly, as Brian Glenn mentioned, importantly, one of the journalists talked about a safe house in Portland, very close to the ICE facility. So that journalist also mentioned that the same people appear, the same supplies. In sum, that this is a well-organized interstate, a coordinated machine, really, that's operating here. You also heard that the Tides Foundation, Act Blue, other donors were mentioned, as well as some journalists, the media as well. And then you heard Jack Posobiec talk about the necessity of declaring Antifa a foreign terrorist organization, right? As Jack said, that there are ties to Europe and the Middle East, and that Secretary Rubio is going to act or likely will ask on that. And then finally, ultimately, you heard President Trump ask for names. So what happened today? A lot of evidence was revealed, a lot of documentation, a lot of really the accounts of what Antifa has been doing and how these journalists have suffered, right? Having been imprisoned, having been physically beaten up, again, by this terrorist organization that we've allowed to operate in American cities, right? To conduct this terrorist organization and this insurrection against the government year after year. And that has to stop, and President Trump is stopping that. So Antifa's the muscle.
Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna hold you through the break, and I want to get into this second. You know, Dr. Thayer originally came on here for the great Andy Marshall. He wrote an amazing book about the Chinese Communist Party in China. The way I was introduced was through Andy Marshall, and but his expertise is really understanding Marxist revolutionary theory. And I tell people the economics of communism didn't work, but the Marxist, the atheistic, take no prisoners Marxism is infested in this country. This is what we're fighting in New York City in this election. So this is what Antifa's about. This is, you've seen the escalating violence. It's part of Marxist theory of how they bring down a culture and bring down a society. Okay, take a short commercial break. Gold, I might add, was it $4,060 today? Have you done your homework assignment? Text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989890. We keep it simple. This is like the starter kit. Investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. It gets you a relationship with Philip Patrick. The team is totally free, no obligation, nothing. You just get to learn. Then you can go on to the more advanced course. Get to that in a second. Short commercial break. You're in the war room. Dr. Bradley Thayer on the other side.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more time.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I've got up on my Getter, and I'll repost it later, from Axios this morning. They did a summary of the forces driving gold. It's kind of like, I'm not saying lifted from the War Room script, but you can tell they're watching. It's about de-dollarization. It's about central banks buying gold. There's something that's fundamentally shifted in particularly major financial institutions around the world, money center banks and central banks, about looking at gold not as a relic of the past anymore, but a major asset, particularly with rising debt and deficits against fiat currency like the euro. The French government, we're actually following closely maybe the fall of the Fourth Republic or the Fifth Republic before our eyes, and not just the parliamentary system over there, but Macron's entire government. Why? Debt and deficits. The end of the dollar empire. We focus on the dollar as a prime reserve currency and how that plays off against gold throughout history. You have to understand this. Understand that you're going to have a pretty good understanding of capital markets, and you can learn it. Even if you don't have a high school degree, you can learn it. It's pretty basic, and we lay it out for you. End of the dollar empire. Go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. You also get a relationship with Philip Patrick and the team. Do it today. Gold blew through $4,000. I think $4,060. Patriot Mobile, the great team down in Texas. We're going to have a lot. You saw about Austin, Texas. They're trying to waive the fees for the protesters. We're going to have an update on Texas tomorrow about the whole redistricting situation, and in California and all of it. This is the fight that we have to win now. Those 21 seats are more than important than ever. We got 5 of them from Texas. So Patriot Mobile, the great team. Glenn, story of the team. I think we'll have some announcements, some things we're going to be doing down in Texas. 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. If you call them at 972-PATRIOT, you'll talk to an American citizen. They're at their call centers in the United States of America, and in fact, they're in Texas. Make sure you talk to those folks. They'll tell you all about why Patriot Mobile is the best mobile service around. 972-PATRIOT. If you say, hey, Steve Bannon in the War Room sent me, I'm part of the posse, you get a free month. You get a month free. Dr. Thayer, we got to bounce, got a couple minutes, but back to you have followed these revolutionary movements, and particularly Marxism. And folks, just because the fall of the Berlin Wall, the cancer that is Marxism was not killed. Okay, it's thriving today. This is part of what we're fighting. I don't call it communism because I think that takes into account more of the economics, but it's definitely Marxism, and it's on the ballot in New York, and it's going to win by 20-plus points on, I think, November 4th to take over the financial capital of the world with Zorhan. Your thoughts, sir, as you saw today, Antifa, the first roundtable, and the president sharing it. We got a couple minutes, Dr. Thayer. The floor is yours.
Sure. Yeah, Steve, this dates back to the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 when Lenin and his allies seized power, of course, in Russia. one of the things that the Bolsheviks wanted to do was to spread that revolution globally. To do that effectively in an organized way, they created something called the Communist International, or the Comintern. And the job of the Comintern, through the executive committee of the Communist International, was to look at every state to find out how to advance a communist revolution in every state. And that included China or British India, as well as Britain, Germany, France, the United States as well. And what they recognized was there were going to be certain efforts that they needed to undertake in political warfare to advance a communist revolution in each of those states. That was going to require seizing control of the media, seizing control of businesses, of political parties working through the Communist Party, but also other parties. They also recognized they needed muscle. That is, they needed to own the streets. If they're going to bring about a revolution, they've got to actually physically dominate the public environment, the public sphere, the streets of countries. And to do that, they created and implemented Red Guards, as they called it at the time. Well, Antifa basically is just a modern form of Red Guards, right? They're the muscle to bring about this revolution. They're funded, right? Again, they're connected. Yep. There's a nervous system. There's a brain behind this. There's a skeletal system. And what President Trump...
we got to bounce, but I'm going to have you back tomorrow. It's a skeletal system, and President Trump laid out kind of, hey, how we're going about it. You got the first layer, the street thugs. That's what you see every night in Portland. Then you get the second layer, and this is where it gets scary, of people inside the apparatus that trained them, special forces, and yes, military personnel. They've infiltrated they have infiltrated the military. This is who the Antifa guys tell you. This is who trains them. Then you have the organizational, the politicians, the media, and the money, the third layer. We're going to get to all that. The Red Guard, and kind of they are the muscle, the street muscle, like the brown shirts. And this is what President Trump's going to take down, not just the brown shirts, but as Kash Patel said, they're already deep into looking at the money. Dr. Thayer, first of all, you had an amazing book. You've got a couple amazing books out on the Chinese Communist Party. Where do people go for your writings? Where do they go for your columns? Where do they go for your social media?
Steve, at Brad Thayer at X or Bradley Thayer at Getter and at Truth. And so President Trump, by calling attention to this, making it overt and changing the framing of the issue, right? This is a problem. We're going to solve it. President Trump is going to solve it. It's so important to do so.
Wow. Define the problem and then get the solution and be a jackhammer. Thank you, Dr. Bradley Thayer. Dr. Thayer is working, as many people are, as one of the leaders behind the scenes and working through this whole thing, being an expert. And he's right. Antifa is nothing but the Red Guard. And we're going to give them a struggle session. How does that sound? Stick around. You're in the late afternoon, early evening edition of the War Room. The 6 o'clock hour is about to arrive. You're going to be amazed in the second hour of the show today. Also want to talk to you about home title lock. Now you see the commercials all over. If you watch cable and watch news, they got commercials all over for home title lock. I can summarize it quite simply. If you're lucky enough to own a home in modern America, every dream you've ever had is in that home. And, 80 or 90% of your net worth. Home ownership is, not as prevalent as it should be. You're very lucky if you have it. However, the bad guys understand there's $3 trillion of equity tied up in the titles. And they're out to use cyber AI, bad lawyers, bad accountants, anything to get access to yours. It's simple to stop that. Don't take it from me. Go to HometitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team. Go to the website. Look at the information. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Stop the angst. Stop the anxiety. Go check it out today. We're going to leave you with the right stuff on a day that I think President Trump shows more than ever that he's got it, the right stuff. Magnificent book, movie, score. Stick around. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad.
Person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Just the News No Knows, and also the 8th day of the government shutdown. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting as always from the nation's capital, where once again, Republicans tried to end the standoff tonight. But guess what? Democrats turned it down, even when there was an opportunity to provide food supplement service for 6 million women and children. Democrats wouldn't even budge for that. All right. Another important news on the weaponization front, former FBI Director James Comey entered his plea earlier today of not guilty on charges of making false statements to Congress, as well as obstruction of a congressional proceeding. Comey's jury trial was set for January 5th, 2026, my birthday, Amanda. How about that? That'll be a fun birthday gift. And the DOJ has said they won't see Comey's detention before a trial. As always, Just the News will keep you up to date on that. We had a reporter in the courtroom today. We'll have more on that tonight. President Trump also held a roundtable on Antifa earlier today, and a lot of big news came out of that, including Attorney General Pam Bondi vowing to, quote, destroy the left-wing group that has been behind so much anarchy here in America. The roundtable included President Trump, Attorney General Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Also, one of our colleagues here, Jack Posobiec, was in the roundtable. Pretty interesting conversation. If you remember, President Trump already declared Antifa a terrorist organization domestically in the wake of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. One last thing that we're keeping a close eye on today, President Trump dropped a big hint. He may be going to the Middle East this weekend because a peace deal could be imminent between Israel and Hamas. That could unleash an extraordinary diplomatic reshaping of the Middle East, sort of an Abraham Accords 2.0. President Trump sounded very upbeat about that. Could leave as early as Saturday to go for some sort of signing ceremony or some final negotiations. Amanda, President Trump having a big progress here. I mean, Hamas is hard to negotiate with. They're always moving around, but the optimism is growing that he might pull off a deal here.
Yeah, and I think that President Trump feels that sense of urgency that when the iron is hot, you strike. And I think that's why this weekend's visit could be very, very fruitful. But as you said, it is day 8 of the government shutdown, and it really doesn't look like it's going to be ending anytime soon. Could drag on for another couple of weeks. For example, we heard from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries earlier today. He weighed in on a proposal. It was a 1-year extension to Obamacare tax subsidies. That was a starting point for Republicans to get that negotiations engine running and to reopen the government. And he called it a, quote, laughable proposition. He also told reporters that nothing less than than a permanent extension on those subsidies would do as a starting point for negotiations. And as we know, we now have White House warning furloughed employees that they aren't guaranteed back pay once the government reopens in a new draft memo. Now, the memo takes aim at the 2019 Government Employee Fair Treatment Act, which has been interpreted to mean that all government employees would receive back pay. All right, now let's turn to California, where authorities have finally named a suspect in the Pacific Palisades fire, which killed 12 people and destroyed more than 6,000 homes and buildings. The suspect has been identified as Jonathan Rendernecht. He is a 29-year-old from Florida, and investigators have also revealed some of their evidence alleging that it includes content on the suspect's phone of actually setting that fire, then returning to the scene to watch as firefighters tried to contain the blaze. Now, authorities also said that they found images Rendernecht generated on ChatGPT of a burning city. So, John, it's absolutely devastating. I mean, look, it's 9 months later, but people are finally starting to get some answers. And a lot of us from day one said this was not a natural thing. This was arson. Another young person, another face of evil, another terrorist, essentially someone who terrorized the community and destroyed it, burnt it to the ground. Well, it'll never be the same there. But we're just seeing this. I just wonder how all these people, these young people, are being weaponized. What role our education system, social media, video gaming, chat, GPT, whatever it is. We have too many young people that have the face of evil right now, and committing evil acts, and we got to put a stop to it. No doubt about it. Well, I'm really excited to kick off our show with our first guest tonight. He's been doing something very special, I think, during the shutdown. Every day, he gives a tally to the people of Ohio on what it's costing them when the Democrats won't open up the government, not just in tax dollars, but in economic growth, which is the ultimate punishment that the Democrats are unleashing on America right now. Joining us, the man behind those very informative tweets, Congressman Mike Rowley. Congressman, good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
All right, sir. You give the Republicans make an offer to Democrats. We'll give you a year on Obamacare subsidies. Would you open the government? No. We want to take care of mom and children. 6 million of them, they get WIC benefits, women, infant, child benefits. No, we won't help them either. I thought the Democrats were the party of compassion. What happened here?
Well, they're so afraid of their left flank. The left flank has them in check. Let's be real. AOC is running the entire party. Schumer and Jeffries are a shell of a human being than they used to be. It's the Bernie Sanders and it's the AOC. You see what's going on in New York City. It's pure socialism meets communism meets the Bolsheviks. That party's out of control. We are the party of normal. They are the party of violence. They are the party that they condone murder. And we are the party of love, and we are the party of prayer. Just look what's going on in North Carolina, for God's sake.
Yeah, great point.
Absolutely.
Great point.
Sir, I want to ask you about what a way out looks like for Chuck Schumer, because to his credit, he has not always been a part of this radical wing of the Democrat Party. But he, with the threat of a primary against someone like AOC, he's obviously feeling the heat. Do you anticipate that he's maybe going to some of his Democrat colleagues in the upper chamber and saying, hey, listen, I can't change my vote, but I need you guys to take one for the team and flip this so we can get this done, because Democrats can't take the L on this?
Well, I think that they messed up. I think the Democrats should have had this battle at the November. They should have given the CR, the 24-page clean CR. They should have approved that, and we should have had this battle in November. I think they played their cards too soon. Of course, we're going to address all the insurance and the health care that was going to expire on December 31st. The truth that they never told the public is we've been working on this in committee for 10 months. It's a subject in all the committees. We talk about it constantly. We're working out deals with them. We're trying to make sure everyone is taken care of with the health care, but that doesn't expire till December 31st. They decided to go to war right now in October, and I think they look like fools.
Yeah. What are people in your very common sense, middle of America, state of Ohio, thinking about this shutdown? Do they understand who's to blame this time?
They do. You know, I've been touring the southern part of the district. We have a lot of flooding problems down there. So I've had over a dozen people in the last 4 or 5 days say to me, so basically you're taking away Medicare and Medicaid from all illegal immigrants that should not be here. And I said, yes. And I said, by us doing this, we're going to preserve these benefits for an extra 10 years. That's what's going to happen. And not only that, but if you're an able body, keep in mind the only two things lost. If you're an illegal alien or if you're an able body between the ages of 20 and 40, you should not get benefits. You haven't worked for them. You don't deserve them. All they're going to do is take away from the people that worked their whole life. That's what the Republican Party is, to protect those benefits for you.
Well, that's a great point.
Sir, in our newsroom today, I heard a gaggle of our news reporters cheering and saying, yeah, and I figured out that what they were watching was this video between Congressman Mike Lawler and Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. It seems like Republicans have a new zest for aggression when it comes to fighting for their constituents and the American people. Do you get the sense that that's part of what's driving Republicans' steadfastness in this?
I just shot a text to Mike right before we did this, and I said, you just totally killed it. He had him boxed in the corner after corner. You know, when you know the state of New York, and I don't know that state, I'm from Ohio, but Mike Lawler knows it, and he was pointing out time and time again of how the people of New York State are going to be hurt by Jeffries' actions. You know, he has to be held responsible. He sold himself to the devil, and he sold out the people of New York. Shame on Jeffries for taking a knee to AOC. AOC is the rightful heir to the minority leadership now, and I think Jeffries probably should not even run for re-election.
Wow. Wow. All right, let me ask you about what President Trump did today at the White House, a really robust discussion about Antifa and the extremism that we see. We now know that you got Antifa, this movement, and this group that does terrorism. They've been designated terrorists. But then there's a whole group, a ring of NGOs around such movements that are radicalizing people, creating anti-Semitism, creating anti-Americanism, extreme transgenderism. Is Congress or the administration got a window right now to maybe rein in some of this nonprofit stuff and take away designations for people who aren't doing public good but public harm?
It's the oldest saying in the book, follow the money. These NGOs are out of control, and we have two wonderful Americans that are going to go to bat for you. We have leadership through Comey and through Jim Jordan. These two chairs are going to take the judiciary and the oversight, and we're not going to leave any rock unturned. We're going to follow the money, and you know where it goes. It goes to Soros and all his buddies. These guys hate themselves. He's not even allowed in Hungary anymore, and that's his home country because they know these people are out to destroy the world. They're out to destroy capitalism and the republic. They are enemies of the state. They have to be held responsible. You know, you look what they do. They raid Mar-a-Lago. They try president in every state in the country. They use lawfare, and then when we do anything, they said that they call us all these names in the book. And you're seeing it with these NGOs when they can't win. You know, when it's not global warming or if it's not Hamas, then it's always a new subject. Anything they can do to pull us apart. I think a lot of Democrats are starting to see the light, and they're starting to come to their senses. When you go into Portland, they say nothing to see here, just like when they burned down everything in the summer of hate. I mean, these people are out of control. When you look at Charlie Kirk and you look at our new movement, you're not going to stop the movement. The movement is the movement of youth. It's the movement of Christ. It's the brand new movement where we're basically embracing all the things that are beautiful in America. And Charlie Kirk, he set the path forward. Soros, it's just a path of destruction, hate, and depression. I mean, who wants to live in that world? Nobody.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, and Congressman, you brought up Charlie Kirk, and I just keep thinking about, and something else you also brought up, the name calling. We are still hearing from Democrats the name calling about law enforcement, the name calling about ICE agents, the name calling about conservatives out there. It's kind of looking like there is a party of political violence in this country. And I know that you look at the statistics and they're nuanced and you can find it on both sides. But what is it about leftist ideology and, frankly, philosophy that has moved them in such a radical direction?
You're gonna actually make me emotional. You know, I've had a dozen death threats. Every Republican in our conference has had death threats. Now, you look at it like Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. You know, his mom was a single mom that raised him. They celebrate his death. Think about what I'm saying. They celebrate Luigi. How about Steve Scalise? How about President Trump, Charlie Kirk? They celebrate, and now with Virginia and their Attorney General, they won't condemn him. They won't tell him to stay out of the race. That guy is a monster. The words he said, he wants to see children executed. Is this their party? Every Democrat in Virginia should resign today unless they condemn that. I mean, enough is enough. You cannot say it's okay for murder. We will not put up with it. We are a civilized society, and these people need to be held out, from the leadership, from Jeffries all the way down to the guy that is cleaning the Democratic headquarters. Every one of them will be held responsible for their hate and their condoning of murder. Enough is enough, guys.
Yeah, I think a lot of bobbing heads yes in our audience tonight. Before we let you go, some remarkable revelations back to back this week, all on weaponization. The FBI and Jack Smith were snooping through the records of congressional phone calls. They used a SWAT team, a special operations team, to figure out the most opportune time to arrest Peter Navarro in an embarrassing location, the most public high profile, just to weaponize the arrest. They protected the intelligence, or Joe Biden, from an intelligence committee report that would have said his son was undercutting anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. The list goes on. There is such a body of evidence now that the government was literally picking winners and losers depending on your political color, not based on the evidence. Have we done enough to dismantle that system? Does Congress need to do more? Do they need to create more penalties for people who cheat under the color of law?
Well, I think, from Donald Trump to the rest of us that are watching tonight, we're glass half kind of full. We're positive. Yep. I saw something amazing with Pam Bondi's testimony in committee when she basically pointed out that there were 7 or 8 senators that were being investigated by the FBI underneath Joe Biden, and half of them were Democrats. So I think it was one of the Democrats was walking out the senators, and he said he is so concerned about this because they realize when you weaponize the FBI and you weaponize the justice system, it's a two-way street, and the Republic will never survive that. This is something that's bipartisan. I call all my Democrat colleagues on the other side of the aisle to rise up, and let's put an end to this. We are not a third world. We are the United States of America. We are the beacon on the hill. We are the most sophisticated civilization that has ever existed on mankind, and we deserve better. We are not going to do this to our own elected officials, Democrat, Republican, independent, it doesn't matter. Quit this nonsense. Let's get back to normal.
Yeah, getting back to normal. I think America would welcome that. I think they're feeling like a little bit it's starting to come aboard. Congressman Mike, really, what a great conversation. Such a great honor to have you on tonight.
God bless you guys.
You as well, sir. Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, one of those lawmakers who was being spied on by the FBI, Senator Ron Johnson, is going to join us. He's going to react to that, plus the bombshell report we had from the CIA director, the new documents showing that they quashed an intelligence report at the behest of Joe Biden and his team so it wouldn't embarrass Hunter Biden on corruption. That's a big one, too. We'll have all that right after these messages. Hey, America, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called home title theft, and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, then file it with the county, and just like that, boom, they're on record as owning your home. Using your ownership, they then take out loans against your equity or even sell your property, and you're not going to know about it until you get a foreclosure or collection notice in the mail, and that's not going to be a good moment. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com. You'll get a free title history report and a free child. Their $1 million triple lock protection. That's a great deal. $1 million to protect your home. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes. And if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com and use that promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's just really. It's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life
Welcome back, everybody. As you know from fantastic reporting over on justthenews.com and also on this TV show, because we've been talking about it, the FBI was snooping on phone calls from sitting Republican members of Congress after January 6, 2021. Not foreign terrorists, not cartel leaders, elected officials. So joining us now to talk about that and much more, he represents the great state of Wisconsin in the Senate, Senator Ron Johnson. Thanks so much for being here, sir.
Well, Amanda, hello, John. Hope you're doing well.
We are, sir. This issue kind of takes a blowtorch to separation of powers, but also for folks like you, privacy.
No, it's an outrageous violation of separation of power. When I first heard about it, sadly, I wasn't surprised.
Right.
John, I know you've been investigating corruption in federal government longer than I have, but in the 10 years I've been investigating FBI, Department of Justice, how it's been weaponized by the Obama and Biden administration, it didn't surprise me. It should shock and outrage every American because it is a violation. But unfortunately, half of America still gets their news from the legacy media, which are basically a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. So they don't think this is any big deal. This is kind of what they expect their partisan actors inside government to do.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. It's interesting to see that they're looking at the period of January 4th through January 7th, and it was so unimportant. They waited 3 years to get the phone records, do the analysis. But that period of time, you're exercising your constitutional duties. That's the time when you're deciding whether to certify the elections. They look to be spying on a constitutionally protected procedure in a separate branch of government. What are the recourses here? Do some of these senators go to court? Do you get a special prosecutor from the Justice Department? What do you want to see done to get to the bottom of this?
Well, first of all, I don't want to see a special prosecutor. I don't, at this point, even want to see a criminal investigation, John, because what I've witnessed, what I've experienced over the last 10 years is the minute you have a criminal investigation, the minute you have a special counsel, the public never gets the information.
Nope.
It gets sealed up. John Durham, be a classic example. He was appointed by Bill Barr under President Trump, trying to get to the bottom of this. Now, again, I have no problem with John Durham, but his basic attitude was he's not going to indict unless he can get a conviction. Well, try and get a conviction against a Democrat in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, not going to happen.
So, based on his attitude toward that, he was never going to indict anybody. And then what happens? Nobody's indicted. Nothing went wrong. Seal up those records, never let them see the light of day, which is exactly what they did with Arctic Frost by basically sealing them in this privileged access file.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So no, again, what I want is a thorough internal investigation on the part of Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to uncover all the documents. I want them to honor Senator Grassley's and my request, which has been outstanding now for many, many months, for all the information on Arctic frost. And then I want us to hold hearings. I want us to have the documents to call in witnesses under oath for congressional oversight to expose this. Again, I don't know what, I'm not a prosecutor, I don't know what crimes might be prosecutable here, but what I do know is the damage done to our country, to our body politic, to democracy by James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, McCabe, Strzok, Page, Thibault. I mean, just go down the list. I mean, all these partisan actors, Merrick Garland. It's incalculable. You know, they have their Foreign Influence Task Force, which targeted Senator Grassley and I in August of 2020.
Right.
They were concerned about foreign influence on our election. I mean, what Russia and China they couldn't even dream of interfering in our election to the extent or doing this much damage to the body politic that corrupt criminal cast of characters, the Obama, Biden, merry band of radical leftists, they've done just dramatic, incalculable damage to this country.
Yeah, that's true.
Senator, I imagine this is part of what you want to be investigated, but you probably have suspicions on who would have approved this. Maybe it's one person, maybe it's a multitude of people who would have approved these phone records. Do you have a guess?
No, and you know, I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing these prosecutors have a pile of these subpoenas in their desk. They just take one and sign it and issue it. Other people say, oh no, that's got to go through a judge, or it's got to be approved by somebody. Now, normally, if any of us were a target or a subject of investigation, they would have to go through a very rigorous process of approval, reaching pretty high up into the FBI and Department of Justice. They circumvented that, apparently, by saying, oh, these guys aren't targets or subjects to our investigation, so this is all okay. So again, other than what we know they collected January 4th to January 7th, 2021, are basically metadata, who we called, where we were, time and place, and length of call. That's basically what they have. How they used it, we don't have a clue. Who approved it, we don't know. What was the predicate? Okay, John, I know I've been a thorn in the side for FBI, so I can see where they're out to get me, right?
Yeah.
But Dan Sullivan, Marsha Blackburn, Cynthia Lummis, Coach Tuberville. What role did they play? First of all, I played no role in January 6th, okay?
Right.
I had a couple seconds where, I was contacted, hey, can you get something to the vice president? Well, let me put my chief of staff on it. My involvement literally was a couple seconds of texting, which the January 6th Commission, they rate me over for the coals on that. I was, I had people basically lie about my involvement, but that was all resolved. I mean, people realize, oh, we've got nothing here. What are they doing? This is a month or two after Jack Smith had already indicted Trump.
Yeah.
But here's an interesting little, you know me in timelines, right?
Yeah.
So they raid Mar-a-Lago in August 2022, indict him a year later. They, snatch up our phone records. A little more than a month later, the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, changed the procedure on how you snatch up information or collect information on members of Congress. Now, did she finally see this and realize, oh, Houston, we got a problem here, and quietly correct it wouldn't happen again? Now, if she saw it, what she should have done is she should have done what Dan Bongino and Kash Patel did, is contact us immediately.
Disclose it.
And come clean exactly how this happened. But no, they just buried it along with all this other stuff. So again, that's what I know. I don't want, at this point, a criminal investigation. I do not want a special counsel. I want an internal investigation. I want the documents so the American public, so we can see them as Congress and we can expose that to the American public. That is the first step of accountability, and it's probably the most major one in this situation, because again, I don't know what crimes, I don't know, the punishment simply can't ever make up for the damage they've done.
Yeah. So I want to turn to Ukraine quickly. Amazing document released by the CIA director yesterday showing that Joe Biden's team blocked the release of an intelligence report that said what you proved, that Hunter Biden was dealing with corrupt people and it was making the Ukrainians see a double standard in American policy. That wasn't only blocked in 2016, it wasn't given to President Trump's impeachment team in 2019 as exculpatory evidence. Is it time to get all the rest of the impeachment documents out, including the whistleblower complaint that ultimately targeted President Trump and started that whole process? It kind of feels like Russiagate all over again.
Yeah, listen, this is just, again, am I shocked by this? Not at all. No. I mean, we've known this. I mean, this was so obvious years ago. But unfortunately, the legacy media, they carried the water of the Democrats. I mean, they're the ones that were fed false information, were gullible enough or complicit enough to continue the Russian collusion hoax. They covered up for the Bidens, for Hunter Biden, for Joe Biden. I mean, just the letter from 51 intelligence officials at the behest of Anthony Blinken, who lied to our committee. Okay, he lied to Congress, but he was working on the campaign. Goes to the CIA. Hey, can you help us out here? Dutifully, within a day or two, they write out this letter that Hunter Biden laptop has all the earmarks of a Russian information campaign. That was an information campaign against the American public right there. Again, I could go on and on. I thought Eric Schmidt did a great job in yesterday's hearing, just telling the story. Going back to, I think she might have gone back to the exoneration memo for Hillary Clinton, but again, it's so obvious and it is so galling. Yeah. Democrats and the legacy media are completely oblivious and blind to this. Yeah, it just drives me nuts.
You protect whistleblowers, but in this case, the Ukrainian whistleblower, the CIA guy that starts it all, we now know a lot of what he alleged was not true. We saw the transcript. Is it time to get that
that's
out?
Not a whistleblower.
Yeah, that's right.
I've always said, not all whistleblowers are created equal.
That's right.
Some whistleblowers corruptly and maybe even criminally have an axe to grind and use that whistleblower status to do real damage. Yes. Yeah. I mean, for really evil purposes. And I would say that describes this guy. So this isn't a whistleblower. This is somebody who is sabotaging the administration of a duly elected president. No, the name should be exposed. I think it already is. I think we already know who he is.
Yeah,
we do.
Let's get those contents out.
We'll save that name for later, though, when that's fully revealed. Senator Ron Johnson, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Have a great day.
You too,
thank you, sir. Good to have you on.
All right, everybody. Up next, we're going to talk United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Director Joseph Edlow. He's going to be here to talk about a huge immigration fraud operation that took place in Minneapolis. We're going to get you those details after the break.
Hi.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, America. If you were reading Just the News over the last week or so, you probably saw this story. One of the largest immigration fraud rings in history cracked in Minnesota by the Trump administration and by our next guest. He's the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Director, Joseph Edlow, and he joins us now. Director, good to have you on the show, sir.
Thanks so much for having me. Great to be here.
This was a big deal. Operation Twin Shield was one of the largest scale frauds I've seen anywhere, never mind immigration fraud. Tell us a little bit about how it started and how you ended up cracking this incredible scheme.
So we went and our plan was to start getting some resources together to go after marriage fraud. Yeah. What we did over the course of about 2 weeks, it was a joint operation with us and ICE, CBP, DEA, FBI, all were involved. We were able to find mass patterns of not only marriage fraud, naturalization fraud. We found fraud within the OPT, the optional practical training process. Wow. We found it within H-1Bs, and now we're taking all that information back. We're going through it, seeing what applications need to be reopened, what benefits need to be denied, and I'm working with the U.S. attorney out there to start sending a couple cases for prosecution, hopefully many cases for prosecution.
That is huge. Wow.
Director, I want to ask you about some of these entities that were issuing, blanket status for these folks coming in. That's a crime, but to what degree were they offering these blankets?
You know, it's unclear. We're still trying to figure that out, but it does look like several organizations that were involved with I think it was the Ukraine parole, were starting to get involved in other types of parole involving Gaza and other individuals. They were trying to sponsor all these people to come over, didn't actually know who any of these people were. So as we deal with trying to deal with the mess of that was the CHNV parole program, we're finding that a lot of these entities were involved in that too. They were sponsoring hundreds of people. They had no idea who these people were, saying that they were relatives or friends or whatever, and they weren't. So who knows where those individuals ended up once they got in the country. This is the type of fraud that we saw that was allowed to happen under the Biden administration, and that's the type of fraud that we are not going to allow to continue under this administration. President Trump has been very clear about what we're supposed to be doing with immigration. We're bringing integrity back into it. We are cracking down. Enforcement is what we are doing, and I have made it clear, and I will make it clear again, we are declaring war on immigration fraud in this country.
It's so important. All right, so let me walk through some of the possibilities here. I think you had more than 1,000 cases that you're looking at here with indicators of fraud or problems. If someone got all the way through the citizenship process, they got naturalized, if this fraud gets unraveled, could they lose their citizenship? Could they be deported?
Certainly, we do have processes both for civil and criminal denaturalization. It's something that's on the books, so we can do it. There are some criteria that have to be met in terms of what was the fraud. Was the fraud part of their scheme to ultimately get naturalization? Was it committed before or after they got naturalization? Right. So there's a lot of different factors that play a role here, but nothing is off the table right now. And for any case where we have found fraud indicators, we are looking at what applications need to be either denied or reopened and re-examined, and what ultimately needs to be prosecuted, including denaturalization if appropriate.
Huge.
Director, I know y'all went into a number of different entities. As Sean said, this was a huge, huge operation. Were these private entities? Were they abodes, like apartment buildings? What were these places?
Everywhere. We were at businesses, some businesses that we had information on that didn't actually exist. We were at private residences. We were looking around when it comes to the optional practical training. There was involvement with the university system where we had to start looking in there and seeing what they were putting out. So there's massive patterns here. You know, I'm so glad that we started in Minneapolis, where we knew it was a hotbed for fraud activity, for marriage fraud, and I am so impressed with our officers. I have to tell you, there was a case during this 2-week process where the alien and her spouse, and his spouse, came in for a marriage interview for a green card. They did the interview that morning, and for the first time ever, we did a fraud investigation, a marriage fraud investigation that afternoon. By later on that afternoon, the wife had signed a declaration saying it was a fake marriage, and it was denied, and he was apprehended. And this is the kind of work, the kind of amazing progress that we are making as an agency, because we're letting our officers make the right call. It's not about getting to yes like it was under the Biden administration. It's about getting to the right call and making sure justice is done and that the law is being followed.
So it's remarkable. Talk about the intermediaries, the groups that are rounding up and facilitating this. Do they have any common funding? Are there any ties to overseas? Have we learned anything about and what their motive might have been? Was it just pure profit, or were they trying to do something else?
Still in the early phases of all this, so I don't want to comment too much on motivations of these various groups. I think some of it you're going to see connections to open borders groups. Some of it might be funded through some of the NGOs that we've seen before, but I can't really say for sure yet. I'm happy to come back and keep you posted as we move forward and ultimately hopefully work with our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office to bring these people to justice.
That's a big moment.
Director, for whatever qualities made this region in Minnesota a hotbed for these activities, maybe it was a concentration of immigrants, whatever it was, how many other prototypes like this are there across the country?
There's immeasurable number. We're going to keep going. Minneapolis was our first operation, but it's not by any means our last. We've already picked out a couple other cities that we want to focus on, and we're looking at ways that we can expand this across the country. I expect USCIS will be intimately involved with every aspect of immigration fraud in these large-scale fraud rings by within the next year and a half. I expect to hit many, many cities.
Wow.
That's going to be huge. All right, I want to ask about making it fashionable again to serve law enforcement in the Homeland Security Department. The department has started the Defend the Homeland campaign. Huge response so far. It's great to see Americans want to go back in there. How does it work in all these attacks on ICE officers recently? Has it deterred people or made them more willing to want to come and become cops alongside of you?
Listen, I think it's really encouraging people, and I'm thrilled to see the number of applicants we've already gotten for our new Homeland Defender positions. They're going to be sitting there adjudicating cases, making decisions on green cards, on naturalization, and I think people understand the importance of the duty to the country and patriotism and what that means, and they're seeing that because you're right, it is fashionable again, and we're so excited to be a large part of this. ICE has been doing this for a while. CBP's been doing this for a while, and now it's our turn to get a new crop of adjudicators in, these Homeland Defenders, and look forward to having them come on board. We have a website set up, uscis.gov/join. There are signing bonuses that'll be paid out over time. There's no college degree required. We're looking for the best and the brightest to come and join us to serve the country and to make America great again and safe again.
I've said a long time in politics that elections definitely have consequences, and Director Edlow, you have shown that in a very short period of time, you've changed it from let's find a way to say yes to let's find a way to comply with the law. It's a remarkable accomplishment. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, great work. Well, can't wait to get you back on. Everything's on the table. We'll be right back, folks, with an interview with our friends from Pure Health Research to get you up to speed on all the latest health issues right after these messages.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. All right, we all know our actual age. We know what that is. But do you know what your body's biological age is? If you are thinking, what's the difference? Well, I'm going to tell you. Your biological age reflects how well your body functions. And it doesn't actually have a ton to do with your actual age. You can actually figure it out by taking a test over at purehealthresearch.com. So joining us now to discuss that and how you can get your biological age down from Pure Health Research, Dr. Ian Tolberg. Dr. Tolberg, thanks so much for being back with us.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda, for having me.
So for most people, is their biological age higher than their real age or lower?
You know, I'll tell you, I haven't seen the stats, but considering the obesity epidemic that we have in the country, I would guarantee the biological age is higher than your actual age. I'll share some personal information. I'm actually about 6 years younger, but here's what I'm promising you guys, that I'm actually going to be working on that pretty heavily here shortly, and trying to get that down, hopefully into the 30s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now that's impressive.
I love it.
So one of the things that I don't think a lot of people understand is that when you don't take care of your body, your cellular health, really at the lowest, most common part of your body, that's where you see a lot of degradation early. Tell us a little bit about what you see in people who neglect themselves, and then what can happen when you start to take care of yourself and you start taking the right supplements and get going again.
Yeah, boy, John, you just opened up a can of worms on that one. So ultimately, I mean, everything starts with the cells, right? And so if our cells really aren't functioning properly, they're getting hit with too many free radicals that need antioxidants to bring them down. If you're not flushing out these toxins and fluids, if you're not getting this exercise, if you're not in good aerobic shape as well, then so many of your systems in your body are just not going to be functioning properly, and they all really need to work best or work together to get you to feel best. So many folks unfortunately come into the clinics wondering why they're not sleeping well, or wondering why they're fatigued or sick all the time. It usually comes down to just overall health. Granted, we're always going to get those viruses, but you got to take care of your body, and it starts with those individual cells.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You know, Dr. Tolberg, so many people think of certain organs as the most important, your heart, your brain, and things like that. People don't often think that much about the liver, but the liver controls so much about the health and the productivity of our body. You guys have a liver health formula that specifically treats certain things surrounding that issue. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we do. Thanks. And I'll tell you, this is actually one of the two I personally take every single day. And as the name implies, it helps to support that thriving liver health. So about 2 million bottles have been sold. But the great thing is with it, you can help decrease some of those fat deposits in your liver, hopefully shrink some of that belly fat that we all know and love in our middle ages. And it just really helps to get rid of some of those toxins and making us feel better overall, kind of boosting that energy up a little bit. And again, that's where it starts. But I'll tell you, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you about a couple others. We look at our lymph system support, because that is a whole circulation system all of its own. People think we have arteries and veins, and obviously we do, but we have these lymphatic channels that can really help just flush out this extra fluid. And so, someone walking around with that fluid on your feet, your ankles, up to your knees, sometimes higher, they're going to absolutely love this one. It just helps to bring out some of that fluid, helps you pee it out so you be feeling a little bit better, get some more shapely legs a little bit there, and just look a little bit better overall. Really, the third, probably best one that we've got is our blood sugar formula.
Yeah.
And here's actually a really big one, because having good blood sugar really helps to support many different systems as well. So we need it for your eyes, your kidneys, your heart, your entire circulation system. And so if we don't have a good blood sugar, boy, those things are going to start going bad. And that certainly includes nerves too. And so this formulation is just going to help you kind of beat some of those sugar cravings and help control a nice, healthy level.
Amazing. You use the word that I've now come to appreciate is a dirty word in our diet, sugar. We get way too much of it. We got too much processed food and sugar. The cumulative effect of that sugar. I was in the doctor's office there today to just get my routine checkup, and I was listening over here in the doctor next door, and I thought, the guy's got a fatty liver. I know something about that. He walked out, he was like 19 years old. He had a fatty liver at 19 years old. Bad sugar is a bad thing. Tell us how bad it's become and how epidemic it's become in our diet.
Yeah, well, so, and I'll talk to that in a little bit sort of roundabout kind of way, because right now a lot of people are pushing these, well, this is a natural sugar and this is safer because it's natural cane sugar, whatever. You know what? It's all sugar. Too much is bad, whether you're doing some kind of artificial, whether you're doing regular sugar, natural sugar. And so these things just will continue to build up. That will destroy your metabolism. It will just hurt your circulation system. And when that happens, nerves fail, bones fail, ligaments fail. Well, ligaments don't get blood supply, but everything else, so muscles, everything else is really relying on these systems working properly. So when you just continue to ingest all of this artificial, really garbage, it just affects so many different things and just has so many buildups in your body that just take quite a while to get rid of and back on a healthy track.
That's amazing.
So, Dr. Tolberg, John knows this about me. I'm not proud to admit this, but it's pertinent to the conversation, so I will, that I have a trucker's diet. Anything at 7-Eleven or Wawa is like the main food group for me. But I take a lot of supplements. Is that good enough?
I wish I could say yes. Obviously, I'm here talking about the supplements, but really eating healthy is the primary thing. You put someone who eats healthy next to someone who just exercises and doesn't eat healthy. That person eating healthier is going to be far more healthier than just a person who's exercising. So it starts with the eating. The exercise is a wonderful added bonus for a lot of different reasons. But sorry to say, Amanda, I'm not going to throw you under the bus with your trucker's diet, but maybe a little improvement would be good.
That's all right. I don't need enabling. I just need the truth.
Well, one of the things I've noticed, just real quickly before we let you go, when I started taking the supplements and really focusing on my health, the cravings went away. And I thought, well, that's a bonus. But once you start regulating that system, getting the good stuff in, your desire to have some of the trucker's food she eats seems to go away for me. Is that natural to have that happen to you?
Yeah, absolutely it is. And the supplements absolutely help with that. But the great thing is getting on those supplements to help kind of curb those cravings will then really make it a habit instead of just one of those things that happens because you're taking this or that.
Yeah.
So you're going to want to get out of those sugars and start eating healthier just because that's what you crave. And then it's a habit. And then that's who you are.
And you start seeing the health benefits, and then you want to do things to make it even better. Dr. Ian Tolberg from Pure Health Research, thanks so much for joining us tonight. And to our wonderful viewers, if you are interested in any of these formulas that Dr. Tolberg mentioned, head over to purehealthresearch.com now. Explore their 45 amazing supplements, and you're going to save 35% before this deal ends with coupon code JUSTNEWS. That's purehealthresearch.com and use the code JUSTNEWS. All right, everybody, some final thoughts on the other side of this break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Welcome back, everybody. If you are on social media, I have no doubt in my mind that your social media feed last night was full of videos of a congresswoman named Katie Porter. Now, she represents California. She represents a piece of Orange County, which for many people thought that was kind of a conservative stronghold in LA. It gradually started moving purple, and then she was elected a few cycles ago. But a video of an interview that she did with CBS out in California. They were conducting interviews with a number of candidates. As many of you know, we have our gubernatorial election next year. And it's a jungle primary, so a lot of folks jumping into the race. She's one of them. And this CBS reporter had a list of questions that she was asking every candidate. So here's a piece of that interview.
We've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters, okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered our follow-ups.
I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
First of all, she said, I want a pleasant, positive conversation. To me, that says, I thought this was going to be fluff. But the other thing, too, she said, it was 7 follow-ups. There were 2 follow-ups, and it was to a very legitimate question, John, because in California, when you have a primary that is split among so many people from each party, by the way, Republicans have the same issue there as well, then you do have to court votes other than the people who might have voted for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris.
That dynamic you saw there, the second journalists get back to being neutral journalists again. The Democrats are so used to having it in the bag, having a total hometown interviewer that they don't want follow-ups. Look at all the follow-ups we threw at all of our guests today. They had no problem with it. But a lot of these Democrats are used to having a scripted, like Kamala Harris did, a scripted interview. And if journalism ever gets back to being somewhat neutral in the legacy media, that's going to happen a lot more because Democrats are just so used to getting it spoon-fed sugar.
Well, I got to say, it probably shot holes in any possibility of that happening, because any journalist who feels compelled to move back in the neutral direction is going to say that interview and say, heck no, I'm not. I don't want to be abused.
Now. Come on,
yeah, no kidding.
Come on this show.
But John, one of the things I noticed about it, just aesthetically speaking, why would her staffers? I mean, it was the side view. You never want to do a side view in journalism, and the lighting. John, I know you come from a cop family. You see TV shows or any type of cop interrogation scenario. I expected there to be a metal table in front of her and a cop on the other side asking her questions, because that top-down lighting was straight up like an interrogation.
May not have been the actual shot for the show. Might have just been an extra camera where it got caught. What I think out of all this is that one of the things I think that hasn't come to the forefront yet, Democrats have an anger issue. They're just an angry, mean bunch of people now. Very different from the Democrats I met when I first came to town that were pleasant. They might have still been liberal, but they weren't mean and angry. Katie Porter is the leading edge of a whole group of these angry, unhinged, mad, self-entitled Democrats, and they're just going to become a super minority party. I thought Mike really was very sophisticated when he mentioned that that AOC will become the minority leader. In other words, the Democrats are going to stay in the minority with all of the silliness that they're embracing. But it starts with just not being nice people. Politics is about winning people. Being nice helps a little bit. These people are not nice anymore. They're angry.
In fact, politics for centuries has been criticized for people being fake nice. They're not even faking it anymore.
No, they're not even faking it. They're just angry people.
All right, so something else.
Started in the Obama years, by the way. I started to notice that in the Obama years.
You saw the turn there.
Yep.
All right, something else from California that I saw today. California has banned streaming services from increasing volume levels during commercials. So you know how you'll be beep-bopping along listening to a podcast, and then all of a sudden, bam! And it's a loud commercial. Well, California is first in the country to say, nope, can't do that.
I don't know what to make of that. I like loud things because I can't hear anymore, so I don't know. California regulates everything. They'll be down to what color toenails you can paint pretty soon. I mean, they're just so ridiculous. It's, but they'll still let men and women sports and things like that. At least in some communities, obviously, Gavin Newsom has flip-flopped on that. But
of course,
they're I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
On a positive note, the X account of the First Lady of the United States put out just a little teaser video. They apparently were having a meeting about Christmas decorations, and it was absolutely gorgeous, as you would expect, a lot of gold. But that's one of the colors that coincides with Christmas.
John likes gold. I just want to remember that.
JohnLikesGold.com, you guys.
Sorry about that.
They're going to have to do a Christmas theme on the JohnLikesGold.com so that people come there and they don't
give a gold brick away to someone. That'll be fun.
But gosh, I can't believe we're just a few months out from Christmas, so they're going to be putting out some more teasers of that. So that's something good to look forward to heading into the holidays. All right, everybody, that is all the time we have for tonight. Can't believe it went by so very quickly. I know it. All right, but we're going to be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern. The one, the only Grant Stinchfield. He's up next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I guess you can say Antifa is now being officially put on notice by President Trump. Not only has he named them a terror organization, but President Trump held an Antifa roundtable today with independent journalists who have been covering Antifa and actually being assaulted by Antifa in large numbers. Now, this roundtable, folks, I'll be honest with you, is not for you and me. It's not for us that knows the reality of Antifa and the violence you see on your screen there. This roundtable was for the mainstream media, the White House press corps, that wants to tell the American public that Antifa doesn't exist. And, of course, it was for all of those people that watch the mainstream media that are being told Antifa doesn't exist. Here's the president.
Don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them, probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with, but if they do, they're in deep trouble.
All right, so President Trump had a whole slew of independent journalists, including many friends of this program like Andy Ngo and Nick Sorter and Brandy Cruz, all of them there to tell their stories to the mainstream media about being attacked. But maybe even more importantly, well, nothing gets more important than being physically attacked, but it was the bias they experienced from the mainstream media. They told stories like that as well. Here's Andy Ngo.
After surviving that, the reporting that I saw in liberal media it seemed to suggest that I had deserved it because they branded me far right. And some even went so far as to suggest that I maybe faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide.
Andy Ngo was beaten pretty badly. Many of these people have been beaten pretty badly. And so this White House expose, let's call it that, is historic because nobody's ever done this before. Everybody else before President Trump wants you to believe that somehow Antifa is just a figment of everybody's imagination, even though they're throwing Molotov cocktails through windows.
Some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear.
So here we are, where you have Antifa that's attacking people. Nobody wants to recognize that it's real, except, of course, for President Trump, the independent journalists, and all of us. President Trump vowed, as you heard, that he will track down anybody who's funding Antifa. And now that it's dubbed a terrorist organization, you're breaking the law if you give money to Antifa. This is Jack Posobiec, great member of the Real America's Voice team.
And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day.
All right, that, of course, is Jack Posobiec. The media, though, cut away from much of this meeting today. All right. They don't want you to hear these stories. They want you to believe it never happened. This is from Nick Sorter after his arrest that we covered this week.
Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime.
So, look, all of these people have very similar stories to tell. They need to be heard by the American public. President Trump did a good job of highlighting this, but if the mainstream media doesn't cover it, again, we will. That I promise you. Folks, a little breaking news for you. So a friend of mine in Israel just texted me President Trump's Truth Social post. I'm going to read it to you. I am proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. This means that all of the hostages will be released very, very soon. This means that the withdraw the troops to an agreed upon line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America. We thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who worked with us to make this historic and unprecedented event ever happen. That is great news from President Trump on his Truth Social post. Great news for the people of Israel. Now let's just get these hostages back. I will believe it the moment they are back in safe hands. But certainly this is great news. All right, continuing on with our show. The corrupt media is always at it. Even with video and email evidence showing that James Comey lied to Congress, as he is accused of, the mainstream media didn't really want to cover his arraignment today. And when they did cover it, they acted like the PR arm of the Comey family.
Herself, an assistant United States attorney in the Southern District of New York, prosecuted the Ghislaine Maxwell and Sean Diddy Combs trials, but was fired in July for reasons not identified or articulated, perhaps for the crime of being James Comey's daughter. To see her comfort her mother, put her arm around her mom, and rub it at the very end of today's proceedings, really, there just aren't words. It felt like living in the upside down.
Oh, don't you feel so sorry for the Comeys? He basically put an assassination order on the beach. He ruined hundreds, if not thousands, of families and their lives when he went after them with this J6 nonsense. James Comey did a lot more than lie to Congress. Of course, there's the situation of spying on U.S. senators now. That needs to be looked into. The illegal J6 investigations, the Russian collusion hoax, all of it. Dan Bongino said this on Fox and Friends.
Because he cannot control himself and his emotions. He is a child. He is a big child. And let me tell you one more thing. Look at Jim Comey, who wants you to believe. Jim Comey taking a shot at the president. Oh, look at me. I'm such a victim. The president's going after me. He's making a ton of money on this book. The only person that got prosecuted was the president. Jim Comey, we're finding stuff even now.
So will more come of this? I certainly hope so. Today, the media seem to be more concerned about the supporters for Comey outside of the courthouse while the media was there waiting for everything to happen. But yes, they were concerned with, can we roll it, the video, please? Thank you. They were more concerned about this smattering of Comey supporters. There were more members of the media than there were Comey supporters out there. And I promise you, most of those supporters were probably paid. This is Chris Cuomo. He's part of the paid shill group. He wants you to believe that somehow he's seen the light. Not so much. Look at him and Eric Trump.
Do you think that it is fair to say it looks like the administration is going after its political opponents now and doing exactly what you say you oppose?
What, Comey? Because, I mean, it seemed very clear to me in the congressional testimony. I don't know, just watching it, I certainly seemed like he lied to me. I mean, I'm also wondering what an FBI director is doing, taking memos from the FBI and leaking them to the New York Times.
First off, Cuomo wants to say somehow that President Trump's going down the road of political retribution. This is nothing about that. This is about justice. And Eric Trump, by the way, had one of the most epic takedowns probably on News Nation. Watch.
You've been on the receiving end of the very same people that I've been on the receiving end of. And so to play coy with me as if this isn't happening in the United States of America just seems ironic and foolish given what you've been through more so than anybody.
Hold on a second. What did you just say that you think I'm doing? I'm asking you questions about whether or not if something is wrong, it is also wrong to do the same thing when you get back in power.
Well, Eric Trump went on to give him a royal beatdown. All right. And way to go, Eric Trump. I want to bring in now to discuss all of this former U.S. Navy JAG officer and Special Assistant United States Attorney. Our friend Don Brown is back with us. Don, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Grant. It's good to see you this evening. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you, Don. So, look, one thing that I want everyone to realize is we're not doing what they did to us. We're not putting James Comey in a Tyler, Texas courtroom where you're going to have a conservative and a Make America Great Again jury to go face-to-face with, like they did the opposite to President Trump, putting him in a liberal courtroom and a liberal jury. He's in Virginia. So I'll ask you, what are the prospects of getting a conviction of James Comey?
Well, certainly better in Northern Virginia than if the prosecution were brought in the District of Columbia. But you got to remember, Arlington, Alexandria, and I lived up there when I was at the Pentagon, has turned, pretty blue. And that's the reason that Virginia has become a swing state, because of the size of the federal government with all those bureaucrats over there. It would still be a challenge for the Justice Department. It would be impossible to get a conviction in D.C. But I do commend the Justice Department. And Chris Cuomo is off base. I mean, when you look at the prosecutions against President Trump, against Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, all those folks, there was no crime at all, just made up crap. But in this case, what you have is the former director of the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, lying to Congress in response to a direct question from Ted Cruz. That's a federal crime. That's 5 years. Obstructing Congress is a federal crime, 5 years. And, we hold our FBI director to a higher standard. I'm glad to see this happen. I hope to see some others get indicted real soon, too. We're part of that Biden and Obama cabal that really just turned the Justice Department on its head and corrupted it.
Let me play you a soundbite from Kash Patel, the now director of the FBI.
I mean, just think about it. 8 sitting United States senators. Phone records were gathered and subpoenaed through the grand jury process, and it was buried and wormholed with the hope that no one would find it. So we're just scratching the surface here, but accountability is coming. You're darn right I fired those agents. You're darn right I blew up CR-15, the public corruption squad that led the weaponization at the Washington field office. We're just warming up.
All right, he says he's warming up. He's talking about this surveillance of the phone records of sitting United States senators. I've got to believe James Comey knew about that. Is there any criminal liability to that? You had Senator Kennedy thinking he's going to file a civil lawsuit against both Comey and the FBI. Your thoughts, Don?
Well, sure, there's criminal liability. It is a crime for a public official to conspire to deprive individual citizens of civil rights, or to use their office to deprive those of civil rights. We have this little thing in the Constitution called a Fourth Amendment, and you can't go invading the privacy of American citizens or taking records without a search warrant based upon legitimate probable cause that a crime has been created. And talk about a coup here. Here we have a deep state agency actually spying on members of the legislative branch, the United States senators, and I think that there should be more indictments coming. I believe that Comey probably did know. How could he not know? He was the director. And like we say in the Navy, the responsibility stops with the captain of the ship. There needs to be aggressive prosecution here. This is just an attack on our Constitution, an attack on the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah, it sure is. When I look at this now, it sure feels like for Comey, lying to Congress is just a slap on the wrist. Do you think there may be more to come from him? I'm happy to see the charges. Is there more to come for others, like former directors of the CIA?
Well, sure. I mean, you look at the meeting that Obama had in December before he went out of office, and Susan Rice writes this notice. She goes out of the office. Everything's got to be done by the book. It's clear that senior members of the Obama administration were up to their neck in Crossfire Hurricane, probably in these illegal search warrants when they started going after members of the Trump administration. And if you attack the Constitution, then you got to be investigated. You got to be prosecuted. I don't believe for 1 second that the director did not know about these multiple attempts to spy on United States senators. And I hope this thing gets busted wide open. They brought corruption into one of the most revered institutions, the United States Department of Justice. And the only way to clean out corruption is with disinfectant. We got to prosecute these actors.
Yeah. Amen to that. Don Brown, it's always great having you on the program. Thank you, sir, as always.
We appreciate you, Grant. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, folks. I want to turn now to new numbers that the Democrats do not want you to see. President Trump's support is strong as it has ever been. And this is actually a record. We're now 10 months into his presidency, and his support has not wavered. That has not happened to a modern-day president. And this, even from CNN.
You know, you go back to October of 2024, 44% of the American public viewed him favorably. Now, despite everything, look at this. 43%, which is well within the margin of error of that 44%. And here's the thing to keep in mind. This was good enough to get Trump reelected back in 2024. And Donald Trump is basically at the same point here right now, which I think would surprise a lot of folks, especially a lot of folks on the left who very much disagree with a lot of what Donald Trump has done.
Of course, CNN has to get that in. But the reality is the majority of Americans agree with everything he's done. In fact, he's carrying out the mandate the American people gave him when they elected him into office. President Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do. And so what have the Democrats tried to do to counteract President Trump's success? They hit him with insults. Oh, you're a racist. You're like Hitler. You're going to cancel the election in 2028. Those numbers you just saw there is proof that it is not working. Things like Pritzker here. This is bad news for him and the Democrats.
What we're talking about is authoritarianism. We could have talked about Pol Pot. We could have talked about authoritarians across history. I chose something I know very well. I helped to build a Holocaust museum. And what I know is in the early days of the Nazi regime, they started slowly but surely taking away people's rights. And what we're seeing now is the very same thing.
Early days of the Nazi regime, we're restoring people's rights to move freely about this country without fear of getting your neck slit on a subway train. Now, Pritzker and this Nazi talk, this message is not working for the Democrats. And our great producers pulled a great clip because it literally signifies the difference between us and them. You got Congressman Lawler of New York, a Republican, going head-to-head with Hakeem Jeffries. And the facts win out. Hakeem Jeffries basically loses it. Watch.
You could sign on to the bill.
Let me ask you a question.
You have 4 Democrats on here.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
It's a clean extension for 1 year.
You voted for the one big ugly bill, correct?
I voted for a tax cut bill that gave the largest tax cut to Americans in history, including, by the way, the average New Yorker getting a $4,000 tax cut. Are you against that?
You're embarrassing yourself right now.
Do you want to cut the standard?
All right, so it gets worse. So he just hits him with fact after fact after fact. And, of course, Hakeem Jeffries melts down.
Do you want to cut the standard deduction in half?
The largest cut to Medicaid in American history. You voted for that.
Fraud and abuse, by the way.
You voted
Tom DiNapoli, the Democratic controller of New York.
Let me ask you a question.
Pointed out that $1.2 billion were wasted.
Listen, you're not going to talk. You're not going to talk to me. You're not going to talk to me and talk over me because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
So why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
Say again with the threats and the meltdown. That's it right there, folks. That's the difference between us and them. I want to bring in now the director of Big Data Poll and host of Inside the Numbers. Our buddy Rich Barris is back. Rich, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me back as always. It's good to be here.
All right, Rich, this idea that President Trump's support is just as it was before the election, how big actually is that news?
Look, I'm actually somebody who's constantly on the lookout for splinters in the president's coalition, right? Because you want to identify something, and maybe you want to address it. It's supposed to be a self-governing society, and we're supposed to be responsive, right? Elected leaders. The fact is, President Trump is more popular than modern presidents at this period in their second term, and he's had a non-consecutive term, and I actually think that that's important because we had a period of 4 years where Americans were able to do this A-B comparison, and they had a lot of time to think and to reflect about what it was like when Donald Trump wasn't in office, and they kind of fell for it the first time. What you heard Harry Enton there say, despite everything, I mean, he really let his bias show. What is everything? Everything is everything the media does and throws at him. It's not the policies. When you pull the policies, they're immensely popular. So his, durability is historic.
I would argue that despite everything, that he lowered gas prices, that he stopped and ended 5 wars, that he's got the economy back on track, that the stock market is rocking and rolling, that the border is secure, that we're lowering crime in cities across America, despite all those things. No wonder his support is still there. This is exactly what he promised, Rich.
It is. And, you know, sometimes voters may not even agree with you, but they respect you for doing what you say you're going to do. And another great example of that was Scott Walker, who kept winning these recalls and re-election efforts. And, you know, we polled those races back then as well. And there's just a theme that reoccurs when there's a politician like Donald Trump, which is not often, where voters say, you know what, I may not even particularly like this about so-and-so, but you gotta give him credit that I know where he stands and I know what he's going to do. And they respect that. And I think Donald Trump gets a lot of goodwill from that because they know he's not a politician. And by the way, that's a caveat to that is that, of course, the MAGA agenda, what Donald Trump stands for, is immensely popular. When you're talking about border security, when you're talking about reducing crime in cities, when you're talking about getting out of foreign wars, this stuff is incredibly popular. Trade policy as well. It all depends on the pollster, of course. I mean, CNN is going to be as low as you're going to get. We have Donald Trump's favorability at 47%. So, I mean, higher than CNN's, which isn't surprising. They tend to understate his support. And we would expect that throughout his term.
I use the CNN poll as basically like I would use a broken scale. If it was 44 before the election and it's 44 now, maybe it really was 70 before the election, which would mean it's 70 now. It's a barometer that even to CNN, things aren't changing much, which is really, really big. And lastly, I'll end with this, Rich, and maybe you can weigh in on this quickly. President Trump isn't doing anything in the White House for polling numbers. He's doing it for the good of America. He doesn't have to get reelected again, correct?
Yeah. That's correct. And I think this is a unique opportunity for Americans, the movement, President Trump's movement. This is not something we see. We have never seen this in our lifetime. You would have to go back to Grover Cleveland, who has so many similarities to Donald Trump. He came in as an outsider. He fixed a lot, if not everything at the time, the major issues that were broken. The establishment didn't like him, and they threw him out. And they ran him out by basically changing things and turning the world upside down. Within 4 years, they broke everything, and then they had to get him back. Donald Trump reminds me a lot of Grover Cleveland, and again, it's a huge opportunity because Grover Cleveland knew he could swing for the fences too. He didn't have to worry about it. Donald Trump's the same way now. So this is an opportunity we may not see again, but in our own lifetimes, it's remarkable. He can go to town.
Well, he's doing a great job, and I think the American people now see it, despite of what the media throws at you and Democrats throw at you. Rich Barris, always great having you on. Thank you for the insight, my friend.
Thanks for having me. All the best.
Absolutely. Right back at you. All right, folks, of all the cell phone providers out there, only one stands for freedom, and that, of course, is Patriot Mobile. For over 12 years, Patriot Mobile has fought for our rights while offering exceptional nationwide service across all 3 major networks. Join hundreds of thousands of Americans supporting causes they believe in by switching to Patriot Mobile. It's easy. Activate in minutes. Keep your number, phone, or upgrade. Their U.S.-based team is ready to help. Call 972-PATRIOT or visit patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use that promo code RAV for a free month of service. Switch today. All right, Democrats in Virginia and beyond refuse to condemn Attorney General candidate Jay Jones for his murderous texts. Yes, murderous texts. We'll get into that next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you, about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning,
Welcome back, everyone. There is no better example of Democrat insanity than this Virginia Lieutenant Governor candidate, Jay Jones. By now, you have probably heard about this story. These outrageous, disgusting, despicable text messages that he said basically promoting the Virginia Speaker of the House's kids to be shot. So this reads like this. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children. Jennifer Gilbert is the wife of the Speaker of the House in Virginia at the time. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. JJ's response, yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. So I guess this is talking, of course, about gun policy. Well, he then says this about the Speaker of the House then. If he had a choice, he'd murder Speaker Gilbert. 3 people, 2 bullets, it reads. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know. He receives both bullets every time. These text messages alone, I think, make you ineligible to run for any office. It shows you have a lack of compassion. It shows you have no ability to disseminate between what is right and wrong, and you're morally decrepit, quite frankly. Apparently, he also did this. I'm going to show you another text, but first, this is Senator Tim Kaine defending this behavior, and now I'll show you, and then I'll show you why he shouldn't defend it.
Do you think Jay Jones should drop out of the race in Virginia?
Jay has apologized. The statements that he made were indefensible, but I've known Jay Jones for 25 years. I think those statements were not in character, and he has apologized.
Not in character? Well, then apparently on a phone call, he doubles down on cops now need to be killed so they don't shoot criminals. Look at this. According to the Virginia Scope, on a phone call, Jay Jones was heard saying, quote, maybe if a few of them cops died, that they would move on, not shooting people, not killing people. So this is a murderous lunatic that is running to be the Attorney General in Virginia. I want to bring in now the lieutenant candidate for lieutenant governor in Virginia. John Reed is with us. John, welcome to the program.
I really appreciate you having me, and we've been talking about this for several days, but a lot of people still don't know about it. And when you see what's happened to President Trump, the assassination attempts against him, the killing of Charlie Kirk, threats against my life and other elected officials and candidates in Virginia and across the country, we better start paying attention to the violence problem that is a part of the Democrat Party. It's got to stop.
All right, let me play a clip for you, John, because this is a candidate running for governor in your home state of Virginia. This sounds an awful lot like violent rhetoric to me. Take a listen.
And my mother just said, let your rage fuel you. And so, Mom, I love you. I thank you for the sage advice. And to the rest of us, every time we hear a new story, we let it fuel us. Every time we turn on the news, we let it fuel us.
Let your rage fuel you. You know, in a normal time, I will say, I don't know if that's promoting violence, but right now, Democrats ought to be damn careful with their words with all the violence that's occurring towards Republicans, John Reed.
You just asked an important question. When was this said? Because, something bad happens and we have a different perspective on it. So before I made a comment about it, I started checking. When, are we being fair here? Because being fair is important to me. No, Abigail Spanberger, who used to be my congresswoman, who's the Democrat running for governor, she said this on the first day of voting on September 19th. And I had just shaken hands with her at my own polling place. And this is, 9 days after Charlie Kirk had been killed. Somebody who's in public life who wants to be a leader really needs to recalibrate the way they communicate, especially in light of the violence that we've seen for the last several years. It is really concerning that a lot of Democrats in Virginia and across the country don't have a problem with it. Well, I think most Virginians don't want that type of mindset in leadership positions.
Look, when you come back to Jay Jones, this guy running for Attorney General, when you think about saying that, you know what, the wife needs to see her kids die so you can have a policy position change. To me, it is one of the most horrific concepts you can come up with. Your thoughts about him and now his refusal to step down so far?
Yeah, again, with Jay, I wanted to stop and make sure that this wasn't made up, because to me, it seemed so outrageous that no decent person, whether you're a politician or not, would be stupid enough or callous enough to say something like that. But then he admitted it was true. And, there's some things you can apologize for. You get mad, you call somebody a name, or you lash out. This is a fundamental window into the soul of this man, and I think into the soul of the modern Democrat Party. And the fact that he hasn't stepped aside, and more importantly, that the leaders of the Democrat Party here in Virginia and across the country haven't mandated that he step aside. They don't seem to care, and they play politics with everything. I get wanting to win. We all want to win. We all want to sell our ideas. But there've got to be some ground rules, and they used to be based on basic common decency, and the Democrats have thrown that out the window. We're not putting up with it anymore.
Real quick, the chances of Republicans doing well here in these elections, your race, the Attorney General's race, especially now after this, real quick, if you can, for me, sum up those chances in Virginia.
They're very good. I'm sorry it's coming off of this. I think Jason is probably leading Jay Jones now. My race is tied. Winsome has really closed the gap. Winsome Sears is running for governor. I think we've got a really good chance here. And we want to bring responsible leadership to Virginia. That's why we're running, and I think that's why we'll ultimately win.
Well, it's one of the reasons why I have you on the program. John Reed for Virginia.com. John Reed, R-E-I-D for Virginia.com. Great to have you on. Please don't be a stranger, and good luck in the race.
Okay, thanks.
All right, absolutely. And John's fellow radio guy, too, by the way. You can hear it in his voice, right? Hey, here's a quick tip for all you youngsters out there, all right? I tell my son, I tell everybody this. Don't say it unless you're okay with it ending up on the front page of the Washington Post or your grandmother hearing it. Especially don't put it in a text message if you're not okay with those two things. Apparently, Jay Jones didn't learn that lesson. All right, if you thought Gavin Newsom was bad, wait until you hear from the woman who could take her place.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning.
Folks, imagine Gavin Newsom. He's not going to be governor anymore. That's great. He's going to try to run for president. Now picture this woman, Katie Porter, in Gavin Newsom's spot. Mrs. Doubtfire there on your screen. That's what she looks like, okay? This is not going to be good. She had one of the most horrible interviews I've ever seen. It told me she's an awful human being. Watch this.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't think
I feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody.
I feel like this is argumentative. Well, it goes downhill from there.
We've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters, okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered
I don't care.
follow-ups.
I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Folks, I was in local media. That reporter is in Sacramento. Truth is, she did a good job. She's very respectful, asked important questions. And it wasn't on the script, I guess. So Katie Porter freaks out because she's used to having the media in her back pocket. She's an awful human being, by the way. I want to bring in now to discuss this my co-host out of the Morning Answer in Los Angeles. She's well aware of Katie Porter. She's been following Katie Porter's career for years. Jen Horn is with us. Jen, welcome to the program.
I'm calling this interview right now, Grant, but thanks for having me. I'm sorry,
you have to put your hands up
thing.
Like this.
Have to put them up. Jazz hands. I'm calling this interview. Yeah, I've been following Katie Porter since she dumped a steaming hot bowl of mashed potatoes over her, well, now ex-husband's head. So she's never been personality plus. But I have to tell you, she really did some big revelations during this interview. Clearly, she was unprepared. She had a list of what she was going to be asked. She was unprepared to answer anything outside of the realm of what she was expecting, which automatically disqualifies her to be California governor. And I think most importantly, Grant, it also showed that she thinks that she is the shoo-in to become the next governor of California without any of the voters making their decision.
And that is specifically why I brought you on here, because nobody knows the ins and outs of California politics like Jennifer Horn does. And I mean this, Jen. You are on them 2 steps ahead of them every step of the way. You heard this soundbite, and you knew exactly what she just told everybody who knows the inside game. Roll that one, guys.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, man?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're saying.
In a general election, yes. If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
What if it's you versus another Democrat?
I don't intend that to be the case.
All right, Jen, you say there are some secret signals in there. Why don't you lay that on us?
Yeah, not so secret, actually. If you know how the Democrat Party works in California, it is extremely powerful. They get their money from the environmentalist groups. They get their money from the teachers union. And the reason we have so many terrible candidates, I'd look at Katie Porter, I'd look at Kamala Harris, I would look at Senator Alex Padilla and Adam Schiff, is that the Democrat Party finds transactional actors, people that can be controlled, and they elevate them through the political system in California. And what you heard Katie Porter say there was so revealing. She said, it won't be a Democrat running against me. It will be a Republican. So as a refresher, California has a top 2 jungle primary system, which means it could very easily be 2 Democrats. But the last time we had a big election in California, Katie Porter was running for senator against Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff was the one who got all of the funding from the Democrat machine. And what did they do when they got behind him? They started putting money into the Republican candidate's campaign, Steve Garvey, to make sure that it was Adam Schiff facing off against the Republican Steve Garvey, because that's what Schiff wants. It makes it for an easier time on a statewide race. And lo and behold, we have Adam Schiff. Well, that left Katie Porter out in the dust. And so this tells me, Grant, that the machine has promised to crank Katie Porter up to their top position in the governor's race, and they will do the same thing. They will find Chad Bianco or Steve Hilton, the strong gubernatorial candidates on the Republican side of the ticket. They will help fund those campaigns. And she just revealed it all. And I don't even think she meant to do that.
Think about that, folks. Everybody at home, consider what Jen just said. The Democrats in California will fund part of a Republican candidate's campaign with PAC money, so it's not attached to the Republicans' campaign, to get them in the final 2, because typically in California, the Democrat's going to slaughter the Republican, and they know that. It's unbelievable how strategic they are, really, and that you saw that Katie Porter had basically just spelled out what was going to happen. But there was more to this interview, so let me play this next clip for you. Roll it.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of... I'm me. I'm running for governor because I'm a leader.
Is she a leader, Jennifer Horn?
She is nothing close to a leader. You know what leaders do? Leaders answer questions that aren't even hard. This woman, I think, is arrogant. I think, and that's the nicest thing I can say about her. She's silly because she can't answer the question. She can't go off script. But more than anything, she is arrogant. She thinks she is due now to be the next governor of California. But you know, the secret here, Grant, is that this is getting play on shows like yours. It's getting played all over talk radio. It's viral on social media. And Democrats aren't going to try to propel a loser into the governor's race. I'm wondering if that interview is actually going to be what takes down open border Porter.
It may be. You know, people want someone who's likable, all right? And no matter what you say about President Trump, there's people that love Trump. There is nobody that loves Katie Porter, I promise you. I'm not even sure her own parents love her. This is one more clip. Let me play it for you. Cut 5.
Nearly every legislative...
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you, and I don't want this all on camera.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you either.
I know. She wants a safe space, and she doesn't want it on camera. Tough noogies. Jen, the last word.
Difference between Democrats and Republicans. Grant, have you ever uttered those words? I don't want an unhappy experience with you. Like, who even talks like that? This is absolutely ridiculous. I just love to sit here with my popcorn and watch these people implode. It's so crazy.
I'm going to dinner at my very special lady friend's house after this program gets off, her 2 teenage daughters and her 8-year-old son, and I'm going to say, I don't want an unhappy experience.
That's right.
They would look
Otherwise,
at me
I'm going to call
like
it.
I was crazy. I'm going to call it. It's steak night tonight, so I'm going. Jennifer Horn,
Excellent.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning, AM 870 out in Los Angeles. You can catch us on Rumble, too. Just type in the morning answer and check us out 9 to 12 Eastern time. All right, don't get too excited, folks. The IRS is closing most of their operations amidst the shutdown. Why you shouldn't wait to fix your tax issues. It's next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, We are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. RAV is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in day 8 of the government shutdown. And again, a vote today failed to pass. So here we go. Moving on down the line, government remains shut down. Today, we learned the IRS will furlough about half of its employees. 52% will remain on the job as 34,000 IRS employees get furloughed during the government shutdown. But what does that mean for you if you have tax issues? Does that mean you ought to just ignore them? I want to bring in now from Tax Network USA, Cameron Kinsey is with us. Cameron, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me, Grant. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Cameron. So I would imagine, all right, so they're furloughing half the employees. I can just let it slide. I skate. Is that it or no? Not so much.
No, I mean, when the IRS furloughs workers during this government shutdown, which is honestly, it's just so typical for the government to take money without working. But I mean, it does create these major delays. These refunds will stall, the phone lines will close, and cases under review may just sit for the time being. And so for taxpayers already facing these audits or collections, that uncertainty can be stressful to the average individual. And so at Tax Network USA, we step in as the middleman. We handle the communication. We're protecting clients from those penalties that may be stacking up and keeping their cases moving as much as possible during this. So even when the IRS shuts down, we make sure that our clients don't get left behind.
All right, so they got half the workforce there. Do you think letters still go out? And what happens if you get one of them?
Well, I mean, you should just act now because their collection system never sleeps. If you've received those letters and don't respond quick, they can still levy your bank account. They can garnish your paycheck. Now, because of the shutdown, you may not be able to reach anyone to fix it either. So that's really why you need a professional team like Tax Network USA to step in, because we do know how to get through to the IRS and stop collections before it is too late.
Yeah, you're not going through the customer service line, are you?
No. And we're not just here to file your taxes. We're here to fight for you. There's so many companies right now that will charge hefty upfront fees. They'll give you like this cookie cutter advice that's really not helpful, and then they'll vanish when things really get tough. And we're not that type of firm. We've helped eliminate over $1 billion worth of tax debt for our clients because we approach every single case personally and strategically at Tax Network USA. We share the exact same values of the people watching this program right now. We believe in limited government, less bureaucratic nonsense during this process, and we're protecting people from these weaponized institutions that we've seen in the past, especially with the Biden administration. But no matter who's in office, that's the lens that we approach every single case with. We're on your side. We're not on their side. So our goal isn't to just solve your problem. It's really just to get your life back on track so you don't have to deal with this stress alone.
Yeah, it's so important, and it's so important to have someone help take the stress off. And I would imagine that's one thing you get that customers must say is that they're not in it alone anymore.
No. And that's the most stressful thing about it. And we try to alleviate every single burden that you have fiscally and emotionally, because we know just how stressful this process can be. To get started with us, we make it as seamless and easy as possible. We can start with a direct consultation. We just dig into your financial picture a little bit more, kind of see what you're going through. And if you do want to decide to move forward after that initial call, which is completely free, we take it from there. We flag every single deduction. We fix any errors, make sure that your filing is clean and accurate and audit proof. And, you know, even though we've seen the tax deadline pass, obviously, if you've received those letters from the IRS or think there's something wrong with a previous return, now really is the time to act.
Yeah. Well, it's great advice. Cameron, it's always great to see you. I appreciate you coming on the program. Let me tell people how they can find Tax Network USA. It's super easy. You should know the website by now, tnusa.com/RAV. Just go there to get started with one of their tax experts, or you can call them at 800-905-8000. That's 800-905-8000. All right, take a look at this guy. He's 29 years old. His name is Jonathan Rindenknecht, and he's arrested on a criminal complaint charging him with maliciously starting that Palisades fire back in January that burned so many homes, took lives. I mean, it was one of the worst fires. You can't even call it a natural disaster because now they believe it was arson. That man is accused of it. Evidence they collected from Jonathan was an image that he generated on ChatGPT depicting the burning city. Now, I don't know if that says you're guilty because you concocted some picture on ChatGPT, but they've got it in evidence against him. And then there's this from Bill Asaley, the U.S. attorney.
The allegations in the affidavit are supported by digital evidence, including the defendant's ChatGPT prompt of a dystopian painting showing in part a burning forest and a crowd fleeing from it.
So be careful what you put into ChatGPT, especially if you're going to be accused of a crime. All right, folks. Up next, CNN is dumbfounded that boys on social media are engaging with masculine content. They say there's a problem with this.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
It's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory